Welcome to Entangled in America, Alone in America book series. Written by Wanjiru Warama, copyright 2017. Narrated by Robin J. Sitton. The Immigrant's Merry-Go-Round. Chapter 1. It's About Money. Who knew when I bought my first house in America I would be stuck in the African immigrant's merry-go-round, always talking of going home as soon as financially able. 1 year follows another, and before the dreamer knows it, years pile up into decades. Finally, the homegoer's limbs weaken, and the grave inches closer than home. My going back home story started back in 1984, when I first arrived in the United States, allegedly to finish my final year of college. The culture shock debilitated me to a point of physical illness. Within 2 weeks, I craved to return to Kenya, but I stuck it out and finished my college degree. I then ran out of money after graduation and couldn't afford an air ticket back to Kenya. Within 2 years, I realized it took grit for an immigrant to make it in America. The unexpected America I touted before had now morphed into expected America. So I took a stand. The need for long-term goals mattered little to me. Without a personal committed relationship to lean on, or to rush back to in Kenya, my country of birth, I planned to hunker down in the USA and find myself. Then, over the years, I would purchase a house, resell it later for a tidy sum, and return to Kenya richer and socially liberated. Despite buying the house, though, and my focused efforts, by 1991, finding me, a term I picked up in America, remained elusive. Besides, I didn't know what finding me really meant in practical terms. How would I know I had found myself? My stressors still walked in step with me. My family in Kenya lived in poverty, and failed to understand why I could live in America, a rich country, and not visit or help as I did when I lived in Nairobi. Why then, they gossiped, did I remain in a foreign country, thousands of miles away from family? I tried to understand my family's concerns, but I couldn't divorce myself from the fact that in Kenya, women's ceiling was, and still is to a lesser extent, lower than that of women in the Western world. After living and expanding my worldview in the USA for over 6 years, I doubted I had the fortitude to wade through the Kenyan society as an unmarried woman. Those two parts of my life, my family's unrealistic expectations of my ability to help financially, and women's social challenges, drove me from Kenya to America in the first place. But I never breathed reasons to my family that going to America to finish college was an excuse to take a time out from personal and family pressures and reassess my life. Fortunately, I had been clear about one part of my life since my days in Nairobi. I worked hard at a variety of jobs to avoid becoming a member of the less fortunate among us. Now I had woven my life into the American tapestry and become a member of the working middle class, workers 1 paycheck or mortgage payment away from the lower class. I enjoyed home ownership, the 3-bedroom, 2-car garage house on Arrowwood Drive in San Diego, California. Owning a house made my goal toward financial independence, and returning to Kenya with a pile of money seemed doable. Meanwhile, I existed outside the general economy's loop. I focused on raising Mariana, my 12-year-old daughter, and on growing my clientele since I had become a real estate professional 2 years prior. I read business books, especially the real estate how-to genre, marketed my property listings, and prospected for new clients, too busy to read newspapers or listen to other business news. But my fellow agents at Realty Edge Limited, a husband and wife company, complained about their slow business. Something anti-real estate festered, only I wasn't sure what. It felt like a body malaise without a diagnosis. During our weekly meetings, the husband/manager harped on, "You make your own market." I became a true disciple. I'll make my own market, I promised myself. I distributed flyers, telephoned prospects, and solicited door-to-door. Despite my efforts, an economic tsunami, a countrywide savings and loan housing debacle, blindsided me. By the time it reached its zenith, it had slowed my sales to a trickle and swept me out of my house. At the office, I kept a whiteboard pinned on the wall next to my desk, where I recorded my property listings: addresses, number of bedrooms, amenities, and prices. That was how I got my first clue that something was amiss. My listings looked impressive, but sales remained anemic. The main reasons were buyers' inability to qualify for loans, bad credit, sketchy employment, not enough down payment, or unverifiable source of funds. Other reasons included loss of job during escrow, buyer's remorse, or seller and buyer failure to agree on repairs. Sometimes unpaid child support or decades-old, long-forgotten welfare receipts sank sales of even the most experienced agents and brokers. Other times, negative economic news or the heavy responsibility of paying on a mortgage spooked would-be buyers. Some of the buyers changed their minds at the signing table when they saw the astronomical interest amount they would finally pay. The buyers weren't the only ones getting nervous. By the end of 1991, I had joined them and even fallen into panic mode. I relied on closed escrows to pay my bills, a paycheck-to-paycheck existence. If a sale fell through, which happened often, I borrowed from my credit cards, putting myself in a worse financial situation. I shared my financial challenges with two girlfriends, Lucia, a former college mate, and Phyllis, a fellow real estate agent who wasn't faring well either. I told them my intention to rent out my house and move into an apartment I could afford. "You've just moved in," each said at different times. "Enjoy your house." Or, "Tenants will damage your house and call you to unclog toilets all hours of the night." Their warnings scared me. I decided to stay put. Perhaps I just needed to make more money. I fell back on you make your own market, immersed myself in sales and marketing, driven like an addict in search of a fix. I made goals with specific deadlines. The first two goals were to earn $5,000 per month within a year and buy a dream 4-bedroom, 4-bath, red-tile roofed house on a 1/4 of an acre in an upscale area in 5 years. As marketing gurus advised, I plastered one list of my goals on my bathroom mirror. Another list went into my purse for review when I waited in long lines. I visualized my double front door dream home from the porch, the impressive foyer leading to a hallway, the living room, family room with a fireplace, and all through the well-furnished bedrooms while I chanted my goals twice a day like a mantra, first thing in the morning and last thing at night. It was just a matter of time before my efforts bore fruit, I believed. Chapter 2. Roommate. Chance and positive thoughts worked great, turning me into a true believer in goal setting. My property listings increased, but my sales remained anemic. The holidays fell upon us, starting with Thanksgiving. The American citizenry immersed itself in Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa holiday spoils, the lights, the shopping, and the eating. Meanwhile, the real estate malaise took hold. 3 properties I had in escrow fell out before Christmas. 2 buyers changed their minds when they became spooked by the lending bank asking for every bit of their financial life. The wife of the 3rd couple lost her job during escrow, and the husband couldn't qualify for a loan alone. On the eve of the office Christmas party, I feigned sickness. I never wanted Mariana to learn how broke we were. I took to my bed. By then, she had become a constant visitor at my office at Realty Edge Limited. She enjoyed the Friday Filipino food, or pizza feasts, occasional parties, and the office fellowship. Missing the Christmas party would have been a big disappointment for her. I asked my friend Lucia to chaperone her. The more experienced agents in my office said there was no point in whining about the economy. Just ride it out, they said. By then, my first idea of renting out my house seemed all the more prudent. Perhaps I could just rent out a room. The income would help me pay my bills while I still enjoyed living in my home. I advertised the bedroom that I used as my office at $400 per month. The amount was half my mortgage payment and enough to tidy me financially until better days arrived. A friend asked to rent the room. I hesitated. A year earlier, he had settled for friendship after I turned down his boyfriend aspirations. He was acceptable as a roommate, reliable and stable, but he and I were incompatible. He thrived on political ideals that trampled on everything else. For a recent immigrant, however, I participated in politics from the sidelines while I focused on ways to become financially stable. Before I agreed he move in, we discussed our friendship. He confirmed he understood our relationship was platonic. Relieved not to have an unknown renter in my home because of Mariana, I rented him the room, and he rented out his house. My new roommate and I agreed to share the living room, kitchen, and hallway bathroom. He brought his couch set, which looked better than mine. I donated my tired set to a thrift store. I paid little attention when he inserted "you will make dinner" into our verbal rental agreement. One evening I had not returned home by 8. According to Mariana, our roommate complained I had not kept up my part of our agreement. With my unpredictable work schedule that varied from 10 to 14 hours daily, cooking dinner on time challenged me. I ran around stressed like an overworked married woman with an unsupportive husband and child when I didn't haul her around, waiting at home to be fed. Tired and irritated by the demand, and feeling guilty for the late cooking, I unloaded my briefcase and purse, changed into comfortable clothes, and said little before I banished myself to the kitchen. I rushed and made ugali, precursor of cornbread, greens, and chicken. The ugali didn't come out as firm as it should, but my roommate ate it with gusto because either he was hungry or, as a non-Kenyan, he couldn't tell badly cooked ugali. Besides not meeting part of our agreement charge, I woke one morning, turned my head, and my dimmed eyes landed on a face, bedding snuggled up to his neck. I wondered when my roommate got into my bed or how long he had kept me company. Groggy and irritated, I raised my head and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Thought you wouldn't mind," he said. "What made you think so?" "Well, you're a woman, I'm a man." "Just go to your bed," I said, shaking my head. The short exchange alerted Mariana, who was already up. Since my door was ajar, I saw her appear in the hallway to witness our roommate hustle back to his bedroom. When I drove her to school that morning, she asked me, "Did Mr. Sneaker sleep in your bed?" "No." "I saw him come from your bedroom. He wants to share my bed, but I don't want him to." "I know he likes you, but can't imagine the two of you together," she said, and giggled. We didn't share dinner that evening. Mr. Sneaker remained in his bedroom until I retired at night. When I returned home from work the following day, he and his furniture had disappeared. Only my rickety coffee table, a small stand, and my 13-inch black and white TV on a chair remained in the living room. I regretted giving away my couches. Drained, my eyes scanned the room in dismay. I then sat on the coffee table, my briefcase and purse beside me. When Mariana's birthday came in April of 1992, before she finished middle school, I had no money for us to celebrate. I brought 2 cupcakes from the food bribe gifts that loan and title officers brought to the office almost every week to lure business orders from us. I put the cupcakes on the coffee table and stuck in candles. I took 2 pictures of Mariana kneeling, blowing out the candles. Another time, Mariana invited a classmate to stop by after school. I heard their chatter while they walked up the driveway. They found me watching TV, lying on my side on the living room floor, my head propped up on my elbow, hand on my temple. When Mariana saw me, she rushed to her bedroom to deposit her school books. She then joined her friend, who had already appeared in the living room, and when she saw me, pulled her head back and waited in the foyer. The 2 walked back out without Mariana making introductions. I felt so defeated and exhausted. It didn't embarrass me for Mariana's friend to find me in that state. By then, I had no illusions about my financial standing. It would be a while before the dollars rolled in. But come they would, I still believed. When and how became the puzzle I needed to solve. Chapter 3. Pyramid Scheme. For unemployed, underemployed, or underpaid people like me, who hungered for gainful employment, or to boost their income during the housing debacle, Seminars abounded in hotel ballrooms or in large private homes with furniture that seemed too pristine to sit on. Before presentations started, hosts offered juices in half-full large wine glasses, with lemon or orange wedges as if the drinks were cocktails. Seminars in homes were pragmatic, dignified, and subdued. But hotel meetings turned out robust and rowdy like church revivals. Eloquent presenters in black suits or dresses talked about reaching the top of the organization in months. The highlight was when the MC called out names of individuals from the audience. Those people power-walked to the front while they waved and made all sorts of boisterous noises. They each bragged about their successes in the organization. Testimonials started with the new entrants, some barely 2 months in, to the top earners. Excitement and loud cheers erupted when the MC and the other directors claimed to have won cars and trips to exotic destinations. From the liveliness in the room, it seemed everyone present felt the infectious energy. I admired and envied the people from the first seminar I attended in a large hotel ballroom in Mission Valley. I resisted signing up because the business model made no sense. Presenters focused on upfront signing fees, initial merchandise purchases, and on how many people a signee recruited into the organization, not the sales he or she made. Through my exposure to business, I knew that only the initial entrants made money before the pyramid paid less and less until it finally collapsed. Even with that knowledge, I drove to different venues in the name of networking. In reality, I enjoyed the dazzle, intoxicating atmosphere presented by impeccably dressed-for-success smooth talkers, thereby opening myself to temptations. But at the time, I doubted I could fall for the scheme. I underrated greed. It gnawed at me, and in time made me believe that because I understood how pyramids worked, I could beat the scheme and pull out profits before the inevitable collapse, when withdrawers outnumbered the payers. My only barrier: I lacked the money to buy the products or services peddled. At last my greed won. I let an acquaintance sweet-talk me into a scheme of untapped business, selling water purifiers. The business sounded wholesome and healthy. After all, I used a water purifier in my house. Borrow from your credit card, sell purifiers, pay back the borrowed money, and enjoy the profits, he said. You'll thank me later. I hawked the purifiers in between my real estate prospecting. But the time I kicked myself for falling for the scheme and quit, I had bumped my credit card debts $5,000 higher and was stuck with water purifiers no one wanted. Toward the end of 1992, after a year of financial scraping, I made the decision that my friends dissuaded me from a year earlier. I spruced up my house for rent. Cash advances from one of my credit cards helped me pay my mortgage, replace the aged, dull, brown carpet in the living areas, and install vinyl laminate flooring in the kitchen. And finally, I got a yard man to trim shrubs and cut grass in the sprawling backyard. When we first moved in during the cold season in January, the wood-fenced backyard was a source of pleasure. Besides a cemented basketball court and a backboard, perennial shrubs and vines hugged the fence, and green grass grew with abandon. I enjoyed looking through the living room sliding glass door to my wild yard right in the city. We also enjoyed the bloom and fresh smells in spring. In summer, except for the evergreens, the shrubs and grass turned brittle and ugly. If one struck a match, there was no telling how many nearby houses my neglected yard would have helped burn to the ground. Now, on the eve of renting out the house, after I got the whole yard cut and cleaned, I watered the scrubby front yard, morning and evening, so the humble L-shaped dwelling could show well from the street. Meanwhile, I held yard sales on weekends until most of our belongings sold. But I still needed to decide whether our cat would move with us. When we lived in Nairobi, we owned a cat since Mariana was a baby. The cat and she grew up and played together as if they were the same species. When we moved into the Arrowwood house, Mariana wanted me to duplicate our Nairobi lifestyle, get a cat. She nagged whenever she saw a cat. I turned a deaf ear until I sold a house for a couple that planned to move out of town. During one of my appointments with the sellers, just before their house sold, I took Mariana with me. When their cat and Mariana met, they became inseparable. She gently stroked the cat, cooing and talking to it as if it were a baby. "You two look perfect together," the woman said. I kept my mouth shut. Then the woman added that she and her husband had failed to get someone to adopt the cat. They planned to take it to a homeless shelter before they moved. "That's too bad," I said. "I'll take the cat," Mariana said. I threw her an evil eye. Meanwhile, I scrambled for a reason why she couldn't take the cat that evening. I planned to pressure her further into not taking it when we returned home, but nothing came to mind. Well, that's not quite true. I caught myself before I blurted out, "We can't afford an extra mouth." Then I thought of something reasonable. "I will not feed or take care of the cat," I said to Mariana. "It'll be your full responsibility if you take the cat." "I'll take care of it," Mariana said. "It's my cat." Our household dynamic changed from the time the cat moved in. Mariana abdicated her responsibilities. She played with the cat, but never cleaned its litter or fed it unless I nagged my mouth dry. The cat let me down, too. I expected an independent cat, which could forage for food if it became necessary, similar to the one we had in Nairobi, a patriot who guarded the homestead with passion. If a mouse or rat dared trespass our front or backyard, and it wasn't quick on its feet, our cat turned it into the day's gourmet meal. But the San Diego cat, with its white fur coat that rivaled any polar bear, lacked spark. No survival skills whatsoever. And who could blame it? The cat carried at least 3 extra pounds on its frame. This made it exhibit mannerisms similar to those of a sloth suffering from insomnia, lazy eyes wide open with stillness like a statue. As if that wasn't enough trouble, the cat refused to eat people's food like the Nairobi cat. When such food appeared, the cat craned its neck so slightly, eyed inside the bowl before it turned away without a single sniff. The special cat wanted special food, store-bought cat food. Without it, she went on a hunger strike. It didn't matter that mice had roamed and socialized in our neglected wild backyard. The cat wouldn't have known anyway. It stayed indoors, with an occasional trip to her litter box at a corner of the kitchen, unless one of us nudged it outside to get some sun. One time Mariana called me to the back cemented-covered patio to witness what a lazy cat we adopted. A risk-taker mouse dashed this way and that in search of a playmate. It stood on its hind legs and scratched its yet-to-appear whiskers right in front of the cat. The cat remained crouched and occasionally extended a limp, playful paw, a true live-and-let-live advocate. With most of the furniture sold, I advertised the house under the San Diego Housing Commission Section 8 program, which subsidizes rents for low-income tenants. I didn't want to take chances with a regular tenant in case he or she became unemployed and failed to pay the rent. In finding out the best way to rent the house, I had learned if a subsidized tenant lost a job, the government paid the full rent. My first callers, Mrs. Pringle and Reverend Yates, became smitten with the house and the neighborhood. After we signed the rental agreement, I suffered from landlord remorse. I hated to move after I prettied the house. I envied Mrs. Pringle and Reverend Yates when their Section 8 caseworker told me of their minuscule out-of-pocket rent portion. Mariana and I moved into a one-bedroom unit at the gated Meadowbrook Apartments, at the corner of Paradise Valley Road and Meadowbrook Drive, about a mile away. She was against the move when I initially told her, and when she saw our tiny new quarters, she rolled her eyes and sulked. The setup didn't give her the privacy and freedom she craved to play or socialize with her 2 girlfriends. I did the best I could to give Mariana some privacy. I partitioned the large bedroom into 2 elongated sections by aligning our 2 high-backed mirrored dressers in the middle, each facing its owner's bed. She still never warmed up to the apartment. With the cat's fussy and lazy ways, we couldn't fit it into our second-story cramped quarters. I forced it upon a nearby family I believed could afford its upkeep. Chapter 4. Mae West. With the Arrowhead house rented, I concentrated on my business, prepared to weather my financial troubles by waiting it out. As the economy stumbled, some mortgage companies couldn't wait it out. One by one, they closed doors, merged, or sold themselves to stronger suitors. Conrad, my manager at Realty Edge Limited, and the presenters at seminars I attended kept on harping, "You make your own market." Despite my commitment to the mantra, my faith had already wavered. I blamed the size of the company for my sluggish business. A small outfit with only 10 agents, plus the broker and the manager, a husband and wife team, the company lacked a marketing and advertising budget. Besides getting a listing now and then from their close friends, they relied on their agents to bring in business. As agents, we never got any business through the company, hence, "You make your own market," manager's mantra. I yearned for more exposure through a bigger company with an advertising budget that would draw in potential customers and clients into the office. I told a couple of my plans, cleared my desk, and joined Century 21 May West on 3rd Avenue in Chula Vista, 10 miles from my home. The number of agents and brokers in the new office ranged from 120 to 140, with about 80 to 100 cubicles in a large open office. Management and the top producers worked from private offices. The rest of us, regular agents and associate brokers, met our clients in either of the 2 meeting rooms, each furnished with a conference table and a phone. The Century 21 franchise at the time held a 1-week intensive training for their new recruits. The training for our area took place at Hazard Center in Mission Valley. Even with my basic experience at Realty Edge Limited, the training helped shorten my learning curve. I learned the ins and outs of real estate sales and marketing and escrow and the title process. But the best education I received was on how to acquire clients and customers, the lifeblood of any business. It was the first time I attended a structured training on how to cold call and what to say. We learned the questions to ask in order to assess viable customers, and afterward on how to counter their objections that the trainer had us role-play. Before then, I worked extra hard, wasting time with first-time sellers and buyers, the bulk of my business, who were not in a position to buy or sell. How to overcome objections became the centerpiece of the skills we learned. This came in handy in every aspect of the real estate business, especially where buyers or sellers, afraid of big financial commitments, looked for ways not to sign documents until they understood them. This proved challenging and time-consuming because, as agents and brokers, we required clients to sign whatever disclosures we explained, in case later, which happened often, they claimed, "You never told us that," or "I don't remember that." Some of them became hesitant to sign papers and eyed agents sideways as if those agents were out to cheat them. At one time, before the skill to counter objections got ingrained in my brain, a couple I represented refused to sign the final papers after the lender had wired the purchase money to escrow. They worried about the astronomical amount of interest they would pay by the time they paid off their 30-year loan. No explanation of how interest rates worked satisfied them. I cajoled them on the phone instead of driving to escrow and talking to them in person, and warned them that canceling the sale was against their financial interest, but the couple never relented. Unfortunately, it was just before the start of the real estate bubble. The house they canceled on buying more than doubled in price in 3 years. The house never went back to the original price, even at the bottom of the real estate crash in 2007-2008. Most of my 3-year tenure at Century 21 May West, I prospected 3 to 4 hours daily, with a goal of selling or listing 1 property each week. I preferred cold calling or telemarketing because it produced listings faster, with my labor as the only expense. One week I called for 3 days without getting a single listing. I vowed to turn the tide on the 4th day. No food or break until I get a house to sell, I told myself. I called for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Halfway into the 4th hour, a woman answered her phone on the 2nd ring. I introduced myself and asked whether she knew of anyone who wanted to sell a house. "Yes, my husband wants to sell," she said in haste. "When does he want to sell?" "He'll be home for lunch," she said. "Can you come talk to him?" "What time?" I asked. At 1:30 sharp, I knocked on the door of the 2-story home. The house, at the border of San Diego and National City, had a humongous motorhome parked beside it. A man dressed in a dark brown top with matching pants opened the door. The living room floor, covered with bedspreads, was littered with children, babies, toddlers, and 3 or 4 preschoolers who wiggled and tried to keep still and mind their manners without much success. Except for a lingering whiff of food, I smelled nothing unpleasant in the home. The husband introduced himself and his wife. Since he had finished eating his lunch, he offered to give me a tour of the house. The wife remained behind to mind the children. He and I headed up the stairs and walked into immaculate bedrooms, like hotel rooms awaiting guests' arrival. "Why do you want to sell such a beautiful home?" I asked in order to assess their motivation. "My wife don't want to babysit no more," he said. "We want to move to a small house or apartment." "When are you planning on moving?" "Any time," he said. That meant a heavy issue weighed on the couple. The listing was then mine to lose. Finished with upstairs, Mr. Homeowner and I went downstairs. We reached their vast family room with a green-topped billiards table at the center. Since he and his wife grew old and tired of throwing holiday and ball game parties, no one came to use the table anymore, he said. The fireplace at the corner had old, settled-in ashes. By then, I had seen enough to help me compare their house to similar properties that recently sold in the area and help them set the price. "How much do you want to sell the house for?" I asked. "I don't know," he said, and started scratching his head. "We were hoping you'd tell us." "I can certainly do that," I said. "I'll get you details of properties that have sold nearby. Are you available between 6 and 7 tonight?" "Let's see. Parents pick up their children from 5 to 6, he said. "You can come at 7. When I returned that evening, with the children gone, the living room looked airy and inviting. The wife invited me to sit on one of the couches. I suggested we sit at the dining table. During warm-up questions to help me tailor my presentation to their situation, their financial challenges unraveled, the reason for their motivation. The couple had borrowed on their house and bought a deluxe motorhome to travel across the United States. After their dream trip, they parked the motorhome, never to use it again. The husband tried to sell it, but buyers offered only half of the initial price. I doubt Mr. and Mrs. Homeowner knew they could have rented a motorhome at a tiny fraction cost instead of increasing their mortgage and made that memorable trip. After the hefty mortgage they tacked onto their house, Mrs. Homeowner babysat to supplement her husband's income. Tending to babies and running after toddlers 11 hours daily, 5 days a week, had worn her out. They intended to get rid of both house and motorhome before the poor woman collapsed from exhaustion. Some people can't stand cold callers. Most use the term telemarketers and believe this mode of prospecting should be illegal. But cold calling or door knocking worked because of people like Mr. and Mrs. Homeowner. These people knew the answer to their dilemma, but stayed stuck until someone nudged them to take a leap or the lender foreclosed on their property. In my real estate career, I came across homeowners who didn't want their neighbors or friends to know they had money problems. In such cases, selling became an undercover operation, no yard sign, no key for agents, and no distributing flyers in the neighborhood. For husbands who managed their family's finances, a handful of them didn't even tell their wives. Sometimes they didn't open mail from their mortgage companies until the lenders foreclosed their homes for non-payment. Many times these homeowners lost their equities, which they would have recouped if they sold their properties before their debts got out of hand. The two modes of prospecting, cold calling and door knocking, were a gold mine for hard-working, diligent agents and brokers short of advertising and marketing funds. Besides helping the agent and the indecisive homeowners, it boosted the economy because of the many people who received pay from real estate transactions. Statistics showed that one real estate transaction paid about 35 people. These included repair people, termite companies, escrow personnel, title companies, appraisers, insurance companies, mortgage brokers, agents, notaries, and many others. That was the good side, when sellers and buyers agreed and everybody received their fair share. but the real estate business had another ugly side. Chapter 5. Another side of real estate. To call unknown prospects, a title company supplied me with a list of homeowners' names, addresses, and phone numbers in whatever neighborhood I chose. For knocking on doors, I preferred an area with newer, well-maintained homes and curbs where I could walk without tripping. In both cases, the plan was to get quick business from highly motivated sellers. Occasionally, I bumped into people who dampened my enthusiasm. I hated people's prejudices to cross my path and bog me down. But as a black person, I soon realized to earn a living in real estate, I needed to embrace, or at least expect, the good, the bad, and the hush-hush. One midday, I went to the Terra Nova neighborhood, east of Highway 805 in Chula Vista. I started on one side of the street. If a homeowner answered my knock, I asked if she or he knew of anyone who wanted to sell or buy a house. If the answer was no, which was 99.5% of the time, I gave the person my business card. If nobody came to the door, I left a flyer stuck at the door. At one house, a dog became unhappy with my intrusion. I left a flyer and hurried away down the driveway. The dog watched me through the screen door as I retreated, but didn't curtail its boisterous bark. The owner appeared, opened the screen door, held the dog's collar, and both watched me. I stopped, so the woman could see I was just a hard-working agent, not a burglar. Who knew? She could give me a listing in future. The optimism of a potential deal is branded into every real estate professional's brain. The homeowner didn't acknowledge me. Instead, she looked at me with a smirk, then bent and patted her dog and said, "Good boy, good boy." I finished distributing the flyers I brought with me without a single knock on another door. Except for sporadic knocks at houses with "For Sale by Owner" signs, I never prospected in the Terra Nova neighborhood again. I brushed aside my Terra Nova experience. After all, San Diego contained hundreds of neighborhoods where I could prospect. But I still preferred houses closer to the office. I could dash out, knock on doors before the sun got too hot. About 2 months later, I knocked doors around my office, near downtown Chula Vista, on the western side of Highway 805. I finished knocking doors on both sides of one long street. In the middle of the next street, I tapped on a door 3 times. I heard no sign of activity. I raised my hand, ready to rap again. The door flew open, the way I flung doors in my younger, insecure days in Nairobi to emulate bosses who did it as a matter of course, to exhibit authority. When the 20-something woman saw me, she gasped, jerked backward, and slammed the door in my face. Before the door touched the jamb, she reopened it gradually. We exchanged knowing glances. "I'm so sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to do that." "I'm looking for work," I said. "Do you know anyone who has a house to sell?" "I'm sorry, I don't," she said. "Thank you for your time," I said, and turned to leave. "See you later," she said. "Sorry for what happened." I understood the generic "see you later," but not the apology. I would rather she didn't apologize for what came naturally to her. Exchanging knowing glances with a white American woman and getting the full meaning of the racial containment in the American psyche made me realize, once again, my initial unexpected America had turned into expected America. By then, I was entangled in America with its greatness and weaknesses. Although the experience wasn't entirely unexpected, it spooked me. The jolt reached deeper than the one I suffered from the good boy woman, and definitely bigger than the usual little jolts I swallowed every day and couldn't do anything about. This one knocked my enthusiasm way down. Back in my car, I took a moment to calm myself. How will I earn a living if the sight of me, even while well-dressed in office attire, conjured negative images in some prospects' minds? I couldn't swallow that jolt. I needed to make a change, similar to the one I made 3 years prior. At that time, without knowing what to do next, I woke one Friday morning, and instead of reporting to the office, I delivered a letter to Human Resource, HR department, and quit my soul-sapping job at the County of San Diego. I was determined never to see my wicked supervisor again. Real estate seemed a good alternative. After I tasted the freedom of working as an independent contractor, the idea of taking orders at another full-time job reminded me of the headaches I had suffered, and that memory made my soul quake. So I had to support my small family through real estate one way or the other. Since see you later, woman, my prospecting became deliberate. I identified and prospected in neighborhoods where I least attracted negative second glances. The problem wasn't confined only to residential neighborhoods. I noticed an undercurrent of similar behavior in the office. A father and son team owned the Century 21 May West franchise company. Despite the natural tendency to prefer higher-priced homes, the two owners wanted their agents to bring in sales and didn't seem to care what neighborhoods the sales came from. From my observation, father and son were people-oriented and most likely unaware of the pockets of discriminatory behavior in their company until something came up. I heard rumors that equal housing authorities had targeted the office for investigation. They had accused agents of redlining and steering, refusing to rent or sell, and to direct non-white customers, mainly blacks, to certain neighborhoods. I heard of a case where investigators had sent a mixed couple, a black man and a white woman, undercover to rent a house. The rental manager allegedly claimed he had already rented the house. When a white couple of testers appeared a day later, the house became available. I had a similar experience when a property owner in Kensington turned me down for an apartment. Although, in my case, the man directed Mariana and me to southeastern San Diego, a neighborhood he said suited us. Focused on improving my shaky financial situation, I didn't dwell on such treatment or concern myself with office rumors. But I needed to attend office meetings to publicize properties that owners entrusted to me. The office held meetings once a week, after which agents caravanned, toured as a group, the company's listings in a hired tour bus. I put my listings on the caravan list. When the people in charge configured the route the bus would take, because of the neighborhoods I then chose to prospect in, my listings appeared at the bottom of the list. Many times they didn't make the cut. During the meeting, some agents made derogatory remarks. Bad neighborhood. The house is overpriced. A snicker, or some agents preoccupied themselves and didn't pay attention during my property pitch. Later, to cut costs, the company reverted to carpool caravans. Just like before, some listings that included mine ended up at the end of the caravan. Cars dropped out of the carpool one by one. In my case, only a handful of agents who supported me went to view my listings. I stopped including listings on the weekly caravan. Instead, I publicized them through the Multiple Listing Service, or MLS, yard signs, newsletter, flyers, and an occasional ad in the House Trader magazine. Chapter 6. Chotara. At Century 21 May West, when potential sellers and buyers called or dropped in the office, the agent or broker on floor time helped them in selling or buying a house or whatever type of property they wanted. Floor time was an easy way for agents to get business from walk-in customers or those who phoned from the company's ads or from name recognition. I never volunteered for floor time. When the manager asked me why I passed on such a good opportunity, I gave lame excuses and didn't divulge my experience at the office before I caught on. Before I caught on, I made several appointments for prospects to come to the office. At the meeting room, when I asked about their needs, they became hesitant. They looked through the glass door at anyone who passed by as if they expected a more knowledgeable agent to appear. Twice I received phone calls at the office from motivated prospects. One was a white woman who said she and her husband planned to sell their home. She and I talked at length. She must have felt comfortable with me because she said she didn't mind my accent or me selling her house, but my husband and I would never let a black person sell our house. Well. Who did she think she was talking with? We agreed I would call her the following day after she and her husband talked it over. After the call, I scratched the woman's number from my pad. The other prospect made an appointment for him and his wife to come to the office. Their immediate hesitation when they met me made me realize I wasn't the person they expected. I gave the referral to a fellow agent, a white man, who later gushed how nice the couple was. After that, I decided whatever business I generated would come through my personal efforts. One day, however, the receptionist, a woman of Mexican descent, called me on my phone extension. "I have a prospect for you," she said softly. "Can you come over?" This was unusual. She should have forwarded the call to the floor agent. But if business came to me easily, I wasn't so stupid that I would turn it down, so I hurried to the front office. She handed me a phone number on a chit of paper. "He wants to sell his house," she said, still in a low voice. "He asked for a colored person. I think you're the best person to help him." Chotara? Colored? Half-caste? I had by then half-heartedly come to terms with minority, but Chotara? No one had ever called me colored. I debated with myself. Take the listing or turn it down? Maybe take the listing, and tell the Mexican woman if she were an agent, she would be the one to take the listing, not me. Pride has its limits. I handled the chit of paper with care and kept my racial ideals to myself, but not out of my mind. Up to my 20s, I had never met a Chotara. In Kenya, we had Africans, Europeans, Indians, and Arabs, and we all kept to ourselves. I met my first Chotara in the mid-1970s when a young man came to the office where I worked in downtown Nairobi. While waiting to see my boss, he told me, "I'm a Chotara," mainly an offspring of an African and European. He went on to tell me his mother was a Kikuyu. My boss was a Kikuyu. Did the young man want to establish a tribal connection? I kept quiet about his disclosure. I busied myself with my work until my boss opened his door and rescued us from the uncomfortable situation. It had to be uncomfortable for a Chotara in Nairobi those days. People called them half-castes or half-breeds as a matter of course, although it was never in malice. And 2 decades later, a receptionist called me a Chotara, a colored? No, lady, I have always been one color, a native Kikuyu from the Great Rift Valley. I felt like marching back to the receptionist and clearing it once and for all. That protest in my mind made me feel as if I had fought back. Besides, I knew the woman was merely repeating what the homeowner asked for. Chapter 7. A Cure for AIDS. Months after the request for a colored agent, the same receptionist buzzed me. "Oh, not that Chotara business again," shot through my mind. "You got a visitor," she said. Who could it be? No person had dropped in the office to ask me to represent him or her, unless it was through our prior arrangement. I couldn't hide my surprise, therefore, when I came face to face with a 7-year throwback from my student days. All dignified sat my former roommate Sonny, an Iranian man who had shared a 2-bedroom apartment in Normal Heights with his older brother, his Latina girlfriend, and me. Sonny and his girlfriend occupied one bedroom and I the other. The brother slept on the floor in one corner of the living room. Not far from his bed was his prayer mat, where he prayed 5 times a day. Sonny and I hadn't seen each other since I moved out of that apartment. Perhaps he abandoned his lazy ways, or he came into some money. Instead of the shorts and t-shirt he preferred back then, he now wore a suit and an overcoat. He looked impressive, like an accomplished executive. I took him to the client's meeting room. "I've been looking for you everywhere," he said, before he settled into the chair across the table from me. Sonny and I didn't care for each other. His favorite topic, when I spared a minute in the living room, was to tell me about the ills of black people that the TV fed to him. He also lied about the amount of our electric bill, that I paid half and the 3 of them the other half, so I would give him more money. When I insisted on seeing the bill and then called him on it, he blamed the electric company for not crediting his previous payment. He talked about women in a disparaging way, even in the presence of his girlfriend. Although it wasn't my business, I hated that he mooched on her while she worked full-time, and he stayed at home sleeping, watching TV, or grooming before she came from work. When she returned, she waited on him as an anxious first-time mother fussed over her baby. I, therefore, doubted Sonny would look for me everywhere to represent him in a house purchase. "Well, here I am," I said, without asking how he found me. "You have no idea how glad I am to find you," he said. "Do you remember my brother?" "The pious one?" I asked. "Of course I remember him." "He is sick, very sick." "I'm sorry to hear that," I said. "Someone told us we can get a cure for AIDS in Kenya." I almost gasped, barely kept my composure. Mr. Pius suffered from AIDS? The question floated in my mind. After a solemn pause, I asked, "A cure for AIDS?" "Can you introduce us to someone?" Sonny asked. "Give us a contact or something." "A cure for AIDS," I repeated, shaking my head, still trying to connect Mr. Pius with AIDS. He had rebuked Sonny for fornication, and occasionally reminded him that because of his sinful ways he would never see Jannah, paradise. Mr. Pius didn't shy away from asserting that his brother deserved the hellish punishment that awaited him. "Can you think of someone, a relative or a friend you can contact?" I planted my elbows on the table, interlaced my fingers, and rested my chin on my hands, as if deep in thought. But the only thought that came to mind was how to convey to Sonny that if I had AIDS, I wouldn't have known whom to contact. Or, in the early 1990s, during the limited awareness, I would have likely concealed it. "I'm sorry about your brother," I said, "but I know no one I can contact. I'm sorry." "I thought you could help," he said. "Give us a referral or something." "I wish I could," I said, while I shook my head slowly. It saddened me how desperate Sonny had become to track me down, a person with no more knowledge about AIDS than he did. With nothing else to say or share, silence enveloped us. "Anyway, how have you been?" Sonny finally asked. "I'm okay, just trying to make a living." He excused himself and left before I asked him anything personal. Chapter 8. I'll beg or work for food. When I downgraded to an apartment and rented out my house, the rent paid the mortgage and my Arrowwood house remained secure. But the transfer to a bigger company didn't end my financial worries as I expected. I carried a balance of $14,000 on my credit cards, plus a private loan of $6,000. After I paid a $450 rent, a $329 car payment, plus $60 gas, utilities, and the minimum required payments on my credit cards, I left little money for necessities. Like today, there were places people in a financial bind could seek help, but I couldn't bring myself to visit free food centers. I feared someone would see me and tell my friends, colleagues, and current or potential clients about my begging for food. I couldn't bear the embarrassment. Lack of food must have been widespread in some middle and lower income communities in San Diego because before we moved from the Arrowwood house, I found a package at our porch. On opening it, I found 2 cans of beans and a big pie-size yellow American cheese. In my ignorance, I didn't know what to do with that much cheese, and I didn't want to cut a slice and spoil the look. I kept the beans and gave the cheese to a friend. When our food shortage intensified and we literally lived on rice and beans, I convinced myself I could get government assistance because of Mariana. I had heard help was available to families with minor children and even to undocumented immigrants. With a resident green card status and with a child, I more than qualified. I planned to visit a welfare office, get a handout, and no one would be the wiser. I cased out-of-the-way welfare offices. The one in Lemon Grove, perched at the top of an incline about 300 yards off Broadway, behind other buildings, seemed ideal to sneak in and beg in private. I arrived mid-morning, took a number, and waited. I felt relieved that I had finally gathered the courage to get there because, as the saying goes, closed mouths never get fed. The place was packed. Except for an occasional exchange, not much went on, besides children who fussed out of fatigue or boredom. If a child played or fussed excessively, its mother shushed her. When the child didn't quit, the mother, with a tightened face and pursed lips, would roughly pull the child toward her. She no doubt itched to slap or cap the child's mouth to muffle its cries, but refrained from fear that her neighbors would accuse her of child abuse. How did such children fare at home, where the parents were the ultimate disciplinarians, without witnesses? Most of the parents that day, mainly women, looked overweight or on their way there. I had not come to terms with that part of America, waddling poor people. In Kenya, the poor didn't have an ounce of fat to spare. The ones who carried extra weight, through extended stomachs or oversized thighs and backsides and puffed cheeks, had sugar and carbohydrates overload. In that case, they didn't consider themselves poor. At the welfare office, I spent half a day waiting, completing forms and taking an interview I could have skipped and not been worse for it. Social workers came to the entrance of the waiting room to call whomever's turn came up. When my time came, a middle-aged white man appeared and called my name. I closed the book I was reading, shoved it in my bag, and hurried. In his small office, he already had a manila folder open to the forms I completed. I sat on the chair across from his desk and waited, expectations in mind. The man read the first page of the stack of papers in the folder, then asked me the same questions that I had written in the forms. He made his ruling by the second page. "I don't have good news for you," he said. My heart sunk. Shall I ever catch a break? "You don't qualify for assistance." "I don't qualify? How come?" "When you rented out your house, you became an investor," he said. "You can get assistance only if you don't own the house or are living in it." "I can't sell the house. I owe more than it's worth," I said. "And I can't afford the mortgage if I move back in." "Well, these are the rules." "Can I at least get food stamps?" I begged some more. "I have a child to feed." Even as a legal resident, I couldn't get free food either. I had to be a United States citizen, he said. I left the welfare office dejected, wondering how the illegals I heard politicians and American citizens complain about got free services. The only consolation was that Mariana qualified for free lunch at school. Since I made only the required minimum payments on my credit cards, the balance crept up because of the astronomical interest rate. Bankruptcy crossed my mind on occasion, but I dismissed it. Those were losers' thoughts, I believed, or dishonest people who took advantage of their fellow citizens by reneging on their obligations. In Kenya, the financially able looked at bankruptcy as a disgrace. The majority of the population teetered on the edge of bankruptcy, whether they knew it or not. To them, though, poverty was the common term, not bankruptcy. Despite rejecting bankruptcy, however, one thing had changed. I talked about my debt to 2 or 3 people I knew well, similar to how some older people talk without qualms about their ailments. Larry, a mortgage broker, urged me to file for bankruptcy. He mentioned several millionaires who had filed bankruptcies and returned to millionaire status within no time. He didn't convince me. As a real estate professional, I vowed to keep my credit report untainted, not only because it was financially prudent, but also to be a good example to my clients. Potential clients wouldn't have asked for my credit rating before they accepted me to represent them, but I would have felt a tinge of guilt asking them to do what I couldn't do. So far, though, I had paid my bills on time, juggling balances on credit cards when my income fell short. Instead of filing for bankruptcy, I looked for live-in jobs where Mariana and I could live rent-free in exchange for basic work around the house. If we didn't pay rent, I could use the amount to pay down my debt. I found a 1-bedroom rental attached to the main house in Point Loma, west of the San Diego airport, but the elderly couple wanted to rent to a single person. My claims about how well-behaved Mariana was didn't change their minds. Then I answered a newspaper ad for a live-in personal assistant in a secluded house in La Mesa on the outskirts of San Diego. The 60-ish-year-old white man had a home office with an adjoining office for a secretary. The interview consisted of him asking me questions about my secretarial and clerical experience while he showed me around the office. Then we stood at the outer office where he asked me what I thought of the job. I told him once more that as a former secretary and clerk, I would do a good job for him. I expected him to thank me and say he would get in touch. Instead, he said, "The job is yours if you want it." I want it! But I contained my enthusiasm and waited for him to finish talking. "You can work part-time and do real estate on the side," he said. It was perfect. Exactly what I hoped for, but perhaps too perfect. "Thank you very much," I said. "You won't be disappointed. But your daughter can't move in," he said. A bolt slashed through my heart, and its heat coursed through my body. Dumbfounded, I hesitated for a second or two. "She has nobody except me," I finally said, with a weak, peasantry voice. "You should place her in a friend's home," he said. "A child will be in the way. You have potential. I can make you a very wealthy woman." He went on to tell me how he had enriched another black woman back east. I listened to him, to be civil. After he finished, he said I should think it over and call him back. The man may not have cared about someone he didn't know, but did he understand the negative impact his request, if met, would have on Mariana? A child? After 3 days, he called to check whether I still wanted the job. By then, I didn't want it, even if he welcomed Mariana and promised to chauffeur her to and from school. So much for rent-free jobs. I dilly-dallied in real estate until Mariana went to high school. Chapter 9. Home Safari Realty. When I worked at Realty Edge Limited, and my business didn't prosper, I blamed it on limited exposure. After 2 years with Century 21 May West, a much bigger company, I couldn't use that excuse. I had many listings, but they hardly sold. If any sold, I split the commission with the company. As house prices continued to slide down, my income dwindled, since commissions were based on now lower and lower house prices. If I didn't have to split my commission, I reasoned I would end up with the whole check. I studied for my broker's license, with a plan to open my own office. I received the license in late 1993. The following year, I rented a space in an office building in Bonita, where 2 psychologists and a property manager rented rooms and shared the reception area. On March 24, 1994, I launched Home Safari Realty. The name came from the Kiswahili word safari, meaning tour, journey, or trip. I visualized homeowners taking a safari through my listings. I would get full commission soon after, and my maxed-out credit cards would be fully paid off. My new business, however, unraveled in ways I never expected. One month I distributed over 1,000 flyers besides business cards, but whenever I returned to the office, the answering machine had several hang-ups, but no messages. I needed someone to answer the phone and take messages while I prospected, went on appointments, or attended training and marketing seminars. I took another financial risk and employed an assistant, a young woman of Mexican descent. In addition to clerical duties, I expected her to help me with Spanish-speaking clients. Since no one used the reception area, I had the telephone company install a phone extension so she could use it as her office. I was still juggling payments on my credit cards, but now missed a payment here and there. Just like before, sales didn't close fast enough or failed to close at all. With the rent, payments for furniture, a second-hand computer, phone, printing, stationery, and other miscellaneous office expenses, not to mention my home expenses, my monthly bill doubled. It didn't take long before I realized I should not have opened my one-woman show, at least not before I finished paying off my credit cards. I had underrated the expense of running an office, let alone the synergy I had derived from working with every level of realty professionals. But the worst oversight was, despite my business training in college, I had not appreciated the power of name recognition. I prospected in the same areas I did before, but now some clients squirmed and claimed they weren't ready to sell. Then I would soon spot a competitor's sales sign in their front yard. One prospect confirmed the challenge I faced as an independent broker. I had met him a year prior when I found him getting his house ready for a tenant. Back then, he had mentioned he planned to sell the house but wanted to rent it one more time. I kept in touch with him during my regular monthly keep-in-touch calls to my database prospects. When I called the man one month, he said, "My tenants in South San Diego moved out." "Oh, they didn't stay long," I said. "They stayed just a year," he said. "I'll sell this time." "How much do you want to sell the house for?" I'm getting it cleaned up. We can put it on the market while you get it ready." "I'll tell you what, let me call you in 10 days, he said. "The house should be ready then." "That'll be great," I said. "Let me give you my phone number. I already have your number." "I have a new number." "Why?" the man asked. "I changed offices. I'm now with Home Safari Realty in Bonita," I said, as if I had joined another established office. "You left Century 21? "Yes, but nothing has changed," I said. "I'm a member of the Association of Realtors, and I have to follow the same code of ethics." "How many agents are there?" Oh my, an almost assured business was about to slip away. I braced myself. "If you recall, I told you I became a broker last year. But you still worked with Century 21, he said. "This year I started Home Safari Realty to better serve my customers." I didn't dare breathe a word that I had an office of only 2, or about my commission split concern. "Can you handle it?" "I'll definitely do better without big office bureaucracy," I said. "Let me give you my phone number before I forget." "Okay." I read the digits to him one by one. I sensed he wasn't writing the numbers by the quickness he said "uh-huh" after I said every digit. Before I replaced the receiver, I hesitated but didn't have the guts to ask the man to read the number back to me. After selling real estate for 4 years, I should have known better than to talk to a prospect I was familiar with about changing offices while trying to get his business. Instead, I should have called him after a week and pretended to check on the repair progress. Giving him my new number should have waited until he signed the contract with my details included and my new business card attached on top of the folder with the contract. Better still, I should have waited to include the card to the "thank you for your business" note I sent to clients after they gave me business. I called the would-be seller after a week. To his credit, he told me his concerns. He felt uncomfortable, he said, giving his property to an independent broker who wasn't backed by a well-established company. I begged the man. Begging had now become one of my business repertoires. 2 years prior, I had watched on TV as President Herbert Walker Bush literally beg voters to re-elect him when it became clear that the then governor of Arkansas, William J. Clinton, might win. After that, my mantra became, if the President of the United States can beg for votes, I can surely beg for a property to sell. The only problem, begging goes hand in hand with desperation. The minute people sense a hint of desperation, they abandon that wobbly wagon in a hurry. Well, just as President Bush's begging didn't change the voters' minds, nothing I said could convince my prospect that I could do a good job unless I worked at one of the large brokerage firms. Instead of losing the sale, I referred the client to Mel Allen, a fellow broker with Century 21 Teamwork, for a 20% referral fee. After 3 months, my assistant left on a Friday, after I paid her wages, and never returned the following Monday. She liked real estate persona without the mundane, behind-the-scenes menial activities. She also had to have been lonely in that office. I was lonely too. I missed the weekly meetings, the mouth-watering, waist-bursting pastries, and the general office camaraderie. I looked for an alternative office location and other ways to normalize my life. Chapter 10. Bankruptcy. Meanwhile, unhappy with my sporadic credit card payments, creditors started with courtesy mail. When that failed to extract payment, they telephoned me. I didn't avoid their calls. Sometimes I spoke with some representatives as if they were acquaintances. "Hello, Bob, how are you?" I said with forced cheerfulness when I recognized his voice. "I said I would call you this week." "I'm sorry, nothing has changed," I said. "When will you pay something?" "I wish I knew." "Can you afford at least $20?" he asked. "This way I don't have to call you until next month." "If I had $20 to spare, I would buy food," I said. "I'm really sorry, Bob." By late summer of 1994, the embarrassment of bankruptcy and ills of tainting my credit report had stopped to haunt me. I called Larry, the mortgage broker who had told me about millionaires and companies filing for bankruptcies. "I can't take it anymore," I said. "I should have listened to you a year ago." You have to honor your values, Larry said. But the way real estate is going, bankruptcy is nothing to be ashamed of. With an I-told-you-so tone, he repeated his story of millionaires who hadn't been tainted by bankruptcy. Thank you for nudging me, I said. Do you still have that lawyer's number? Just a minute, he said. I heard a rustle of him fanning through his Rolodex. Here's the number. He read me the phone number. He's a great bankruptcy attorney. Let me know how it goes. Thank you so much, I said. The attorney ordered an appraisal on the Arrowwood house. He then had me complete a multitude of papers listing what I owned and what I owed to ensure I was insolvent. It took 3 months for him to frisk through my financial life and satisfy himself. He wouldn't file papers on a case he couldn't support, he said. He filed my bankruptcy papers in January 1995. Chapter 11. A Movie Star. A time came for me to resume looking for ways to supplement my income, something I had put aside since my water purifier dismal failure. I was then freer because Mariana had finished high school and worked a part-time job in a beauty supply store while she waited to leave for college. She and I weren't starving, but I needed money beyond paying for necessities. Because of my sales experience, I got a sales rep position at Jenny Craig, a weight loss company situated on Torrey Pines Road in La Jolla. A group of salespeople and I sat in cubicles and phoned customers who hadn't come in for supplies or consultation for a while. We did this 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, for $9 an hour. Given the location of the red tile-roofed modern office building in affluent La Jolla, I spoke to accomplished professionals or others, I suspected, about whose bank accounts I could only fantasize. When they learned I was calling from Jenny Craig's, they thanked me as if my long-awaited call had finally come. Judging from relief in their voices and our subsequent interactions, my calls could as well have come from another galaxy, destined to solve their indulgences. From my vantage point, I listened to people who wanted me to tell them the secret of eating less, and of course assure them they played no part in what ailed them. Here I sat, talking my mouth dry, with no sense to keep water at my desk, trying to earn extra money to relax my tight budget. Yet my employer expected me to console clients, mainly women, who begged and sniffled and at times outright sobbed because they couldn't resist overeating. During orientation, the job seemed like a waste of my time. I doubt I would have taken it if I didn't need the money. And when I started, my initial exchanges with clients sounded like a joke. How could this be? Adults behaving like helpless, abandoned little children. I feared that under pressure I could lose it and tell the person on the other end that I had only a little food. Could I share yours so you wouldn't become so big and frustrated? But I didn't get that callous. From the heartbreaking personal stories, I gradually became convinced the weight issue was, for reasons I didn't understand, real and a monumental burden weighing on people in affluent nations. So I became the client's sounding board. We talked and talked. I offered therapeutic phrases of how sure I was they could overcome and meet their goals through Jenny Craig meals, one day at a time. I made these declarations with sympathy and understanding in my voice. I loved Jenny Craig's office atmosphere, especially the healthful food they sold at reduced prices to their employees at their cafeteria. But when the management dissolved the department, I didn't mind losing that job. There had to be a less soul-smothering way to boost my income. Next, I attended a one-day home care training course in Mission Valley. My group received a crash course on how to tend to disabled or elderly people. One skill we learned was how to get such a person in or out of bed comfortably, without straining or breaking our own backs. Within the week, the agency sent me to take care of an elderly woman at her home in La Jolla for a weekend at a pay of $120. After I attended to the woman, I had nothing else to do except watch TV in the living room. What a good way to rush to old age. Meanwhile, my pager vibrated relentlessly throughout the weekend. Confined to a job in someone's home didn't mesh with real estate or my personality. I retired from home care after that weekend. Then off to the movies. I spent an exciting week as an extra in the movie Top Dog, directed by Aaron Norris, brother of Chuck Norris, the actor. The shooting took place in Balboa Park and Bankers Hill. Every registered extra enjoyed an all-you-can-eat lunch buffet and received $65 a day whether she or he worked or not. The extras who got lucky, and Mr. Norris picked them to go in front of the camera, he instructed them to keep their mouths shut. Otherwise, if they delivered any lines, the union would claim they were actors and demand higher wages. It caught me by surprise when Mr. Norris tapped me to act as a mother rescued with her infant from a burning apartment building located in a slum. To prep for the part, I went to a trailer where the wardrobe and makeup staff dressed me in rags and covered me in makeup. By the time I emerged, ready to be initiated as an actress, the rags and every uncovered part of my body were covered with smudges of soot. Mr. Norris explained to me how I would act with firefighters, real firemen in complete garb with axes, hoses, and the like. While a group of firemen put out the fire with water hoses, 2 of them saved me from a 6-story burning building. They half dragged me from the doorway, 1 on each side, down the driveway where they let me loose and rushed back to save others. Another fireman who supposedly saved my child appeared. He handed me a real infant while I lamented, "Oh, my baby! Oh, my baby!" I suppose Mr. Norris believed he could get away with my repeating 3 words without the union giving him grief. In between, someone appeared and replaced the crying real baby with a fake one, with artificial crying sounds in the background. Every time I got through the commotion and believed the firemen and I had done a splendid job, I heard, "Cut." By the time our acting satisfied Mr. Norris, after about 12 takes, my body was hot, tired, my eyes stung and dripped, and I couldn't control my cough. When I joined my fellow extras, they congratulated me for what they called great acting. "If I didn't know better," one man said, "I'd say you were rescued for real." I swelled inside with pride, although choking from smoke, and my lungs' protests had nothing to do with acting. Despite the taxing episode, my enthusiasm went rogue. After listening for days to people who had made extras their careers, and being discovered were the buzzwords, my greed kicked in. I nursed the idea of a possible Hollywood career. I fantasized I could leave a movie set tired, dirty, and crazy looking, clean up and look glamorous, and make the big bucks in the process. What did I need to do to get discovered? I wanted to know. The people in the know said every Hollywood hopeful had to have a portfolio. I wasn't quite sure what that entailed, but if they said I needed a portfolio and showed me where to get it, that was exactly what I planned to do. Within the week, I went to a photo studio listed in one of the hundreds of flyers distributed to the extras by one of the salesmen who had hyped the crowd and sprinkled seeds of acting careers. The studio was in Mira Mesa, about 15 miles away. I found a number of young white women seated at a bench outside a door waiting. I checked in at the counter, paid my $40 fee, and joined them. The place had several rooms: the reception room, 2 makeup rooms, a couple of photo studios, and possibly others. When my turn came, I started with the makeup room. The young woman there made my face look better than it had ever looked before, or ever since. I then went to the photo studio and took several black and white shots. I couldn't hurry up the few days the studio said it would take to prepare the photos. I longed to lay my hands on my portfolio and put it to work. While I waited, I imagined great fortune and a beautiful home in Los Angeles. When I picked up my portfolio, a bunch of my photos in a folder, I flipped through and liked what I saw. "What do I do next?" I asked the counter woman, anxious to get to the next step. "We get all kinds of jobs," she said. "We pin them on the board in the hallway." She indicated outside the door. "It's up to individuals to apply for auditions." Really? My hope took a dive. In the hallway, I checked the notice board. Pinned were no more than 4 female audition notices that involved acting, but to meet the requirements, one needed youth, blonde hair, and beauty, in that order. If you were white but not blonde, you increased your chances if you dyed your hair. A vacancy for people like me would take years to come by, if at all. But that didn't mean a fluke couldn't occur without one having a Hollywood connection. It just meant the hopefuls needed years of patience before the acting lightning hit. Maybe I could shorten the duration by moving to Los Angeles. Thoughts and ideas, however, never take root without actions. My Hollywood aspiration withered and died rootless. For the movie Top Dog, it never got any traction. I learned about it much later through a former extra. She said I was one of the lucky ones to squeak through the final cut. I looked around, anxious to lay my hands on the movie, but I found no places that still sold VHS at the time. Finally, someone told me of a community theater where they showed and rented movies. To my relief, they had Top Dog in stock. When I watched the movie, Mr. Norris had cut all my labor down to seconds. There was no point in losing sleep over it. By then, I had moved on to try my luck elsewhere. Chapter 12. Repair Garage. My search for supplemental income brought me into contact with Tom, whom I met at one of the Pyramid Scheme seminars. After he and I talked, the 50-ish petite white man seemed and sounded too genteel to fit in such an enthusiastic crowd. Before we parted, I thrust my realty business card to him. Although he took the card, he didn't seem too enthusiastic about it. After a decent number of meetups at those seminars, I tried to convince him to buy a house. With a steady job, I told him he would be better off owning a house instead of having nothing to show in his old age for the rents he paid. Tom swore he would never buy a house for the remainder of his years. With that loser's attitude, why did he bother to mingle with risk-takers, I wanted to know. He soon let me in on his secret. He trembled at the idea of taking risks, especially alone. In Tom's past, a time he kept to himself, he and his two friends planned to get wealthy through investing in fixer-upper rental properties. They bought, fixed, and rented out 3 houses in succession. By the time they fixed and rented out their 3rd house, the first one needed renovation, all because the novice investor had botched the real estate rental protocol. When they fixed their first house, they made an appointment for the would-be caller to view the house. He came well-dressed, with his wife and children in tow, on a Sunday after church. The couple waved cash in front of the novice investors. They chose not to waste time checking on such a well-groomed, eye-pleasing family. The more vocal property owner collected the first and last month's rent and ushered the family into the house within the week. The perfect family quit paying rent after 2 months. To avoid the property owner's harassment, the deadbeats left owing several months' rent and a trashed house in their wake. According to Tom, in one house, their tenants moved out, taking fixtures, including the water heater. Of course, the lenders still wanted their mortgage payments every month. The 3 investors reached a stage where they craved relief so much they couldn't abandon the houses fast enough. They lost their down payment, repair money, and their good credits. They didn't care. They wanted out. Tom, scarred for life by the experience, still mourned his loss when we met. "I wish I knew someone like you," he said, "to help us screen tenants and manage our properties." On my part, when the dealership repossessed my Pontiac car after I became officially insolvent, I needed a vehicle to conduct my business. My friend Lucia referred me to a garage owner who had a dealership license. He occasionally bought cars from Border Patrol or sheriff auctions, which he fixed and resold. As a favor to my friend, the man agreed to take and help me bid for a car at one of the sheriff's auctions. On the eve of the auction, he claimed I couldn't accompany him because it was only a dealer's auction. Desperate for a car, I handed him $3,000 in cash, the only money I had, saved from 2 escrows I closed during the bankruptcy period when I didn't have to pay for credit cards and the car. When the garage man brought me the car, it was an old Toyota sports car, a type of car I wouldn't have bought even at half price. I felt so disappointed. I didn't know what to do. The man tried to convince me that was the best he could get that day. Desperate for a car, it never occurred to me to refuse to take it. The car overheated whenever I drove farther than 20 miles. I had to pull off the road to let it cool down. Occasionally, it stopped on the street without any apparent reason. I realized later that the car couldn't have cost the garage man more than $800. An occasional story of cheap auction cars was how I first became lured in, because, with a mention of bankruptcy, no car lot salesperson wanted to waste another minute with me. After Tom and I shared and lamented about our money search bad luck, we agreed we had learned our lessons and would make perfect business partners. During our exchanges, which included him taking me to the movies, he claimed he could repair cars as well as any mechanic. He didn't say, and I didn't ask, how he acquired such experience. With my experience in real estate sales, we could build ourselves a tidy, cash-splitting car business. Tom would fix the cars, and I would sell them. By then, my life had taken another turn, and Mariana and I lived in a house with a driveway which became our repair garage. Since the street parking opposite the house remained vacant most times, Tom and I planned to turn that area into our showroom. We went to the sheriff's auction close to the Mexico-USA border. Cars littered the lot, from impressive vehicles from drug raids to those police impounds of owners who failed to pay storage charges. We chose cars that looked intact with minimum bids of $1,000 and below. Tom showed me how to take a visual assessment of the engine and check the oil and other fluids. He pressed down the four corners to check the suspension of the cars we chose. At the back of each car, he brushed his finger inside the exhaust pipe and showed me how to check whether the car smoked. He rejected those cars that failed our scrutiny. Unfortunately, we couldn't test drive the cars until we won a bid, so no matter how good the cars looked on the outside or how well we checked inside the hoods and kick tires, whatever we bought, Tom had to drive with extra care in case the car broke down before he arrived at our garage. By the time Tom got a car ready for sale, the cost of the parts we bought from a junkyard and a few new ones totaled more than the car was worth. We didn't even factor in our labor. After 3 cars, we gave up the business, more frustrated and poorer than we started. I sold my $3,000 clunker for $1,200 and bought our last car when we failed to get a buyer. Without the business, Tom and I felt untethered. We failed to consider how well we had worked well together, without the tiniest hint of stress. We didn't meddle with each other's tasks. If either of us wanted to deviate, we checked with the other before we did so. Even when Tom picked me up in his car for our ride to the auction or to the junkyard, he reminded me to carry water and a snack. I liked the way Tom had consulted me on things and refrained from entering my house when wearing his smelly, oily work clothes. He also spread some canvas under the car and work area so the aged oil didn't stain my driveway. But the personal relationship I suspected he wanted, for which he put out feelers instead of coming right out and saying it, didn't take place. Despite him seemingly not my type, I now believe our joining forces would have turned out to our mutual benefit. Instead, he and I phoned each other on occasion before we faded away into our corners of the city. I just about forgot I trained as a California tax preparer with H&R Block. I danced with it for 5 years, even volunteered with AARP, the old folks behemoth, for 2 years. For that period, I did taxes for low-income people at the neighborhood house on 41st Street, and one time at Norman Park Senior Center in Chula Vista, before I bailed out due to lack of time. By then, I was entrenched in the African immigrants' merry-go-round I mentioned at the beginning, always dreaming of going home as soon as my finances allowed. Despite the misses, I took comfort that my going-home plan remained intact. I make enough money, return to Kenya, and become an executive or start a business. I knew many immigrants got caught up in earning a living and failed to accomplish their going-home goals. But my case was different. Just a little delay. I deluded myself. Mr. Lester Houston. Chapter 13. Aged and Lonely. During my financial skirmishes, I endured fatigue and bouts of sporadic depressive days. When this happened, I stayed home, lay on the couch and watched TV, read a self-help book, or reflected on my American life. When the attorney filed for my bankruptcy, I asked him how likely the judge would dismiss my debts. "I do my homework," said the middle-aged attorney. "So far, I haven't had a judge dismiss a single case." With my attorney's positive outlook, I experienced a surge of energy. I resumed my real estate door-knocking and cold-calling routine. Since I called during the day, I conversed with mostly retired people. Some kept talking even when they didn't have business to offer or refer me. They complained of loneliness or their relatives' negligence. Although the ones I spoke with owned homes, some of them relied on the subsidized Meals on Wheels program, religious centers, or other charities. Besides the food, they enjoyed some human contact. I experienced firsthand the need for the human touch. When one holiday season, I volunteered to deliver meals. I took Mariana along to teach her the ways of the world. In one of the deliveries, we went to an old couple's apartment in Kensington. The husband opened the door at my third knock. After I told him who we were and that we had brought food, he welcomed us in and slowly groped his way back to the living room. The apartment looked reasonably clean, except for a type of smell that lingers in many old people's homes. Mariana and I waited for the man to settle, our labeled packages still in hand. "It's okay, my husband is blind," the wife called out from where she sat. After the man sat, Mariana and I proceeded to the coffee table to lay out the food. "No," the husband said, "not here. We'll eat at the dining table." We moved the packages to the dining table. After we unpacked the food, I asked the couple whether they needed anything else. "Yes, help my wife to the table," the man said. "She has difficulty walking." As I helped the wife, Mariana reached for the husband's hand to assist him. "No, I'm okay," the man said. Loneliness seemed to be everywhere. Even some of my regular touch-base calls turned into social encounters, where potential clients shared health issues or other personal information. I struggled to end some of the calls and forced a goodbye or lied I had a call coming in. When I went door to door, a loner invited me into his or her home and sometimes offered me juice or a glass of water. When I encountered a clingy individual, the person reminded me of my own vulnerability, since I had limited family in the United States. Was that what I looked forward to in old age? Business calls from strangers or charities? But my apprehension faded away by the next call. Some of the middle-class people I spoke to received sufficient incomes and owned investments. They, therefore, didn't qualify for subsidized programs, charity, or the human touch unless they sought it elsewhere. Although lonely, many times some of these loners kept to themselves, hesitant to involve family or friends. They feared help could come with an ulterior motive. The helpers might become restless, impatient to buy a new car or go on a cruise. In such a case, a helper might lend a hand to a stubborn loner who refused to pass on. In one of these phone calls, I spoke to Mr. Houston, one of those loners. He gave me his phone number. After I talked to him for a number of months, my calls went unanswered for at least a year. I feared I had lost him. When Mr. Houston finally answered his phone, he said he had been out of town. He shared with me personal details he had never spoken of before. He said it had been 3 years since his wife died. "I'm sorry to hear that," I said. "How about your children?" "No children." "And the rest of your family?" He had to have a family. "I'm not close to my family," he said. "They are out of state." "That means they can't bother you." He chuckled. During my next call, Mr. Houston said he wanted to meet with me since he planned to buy real estate. He suggested we meet mid-morning the following day at Keith's restaurant in National City. He waited in the adjacent parking lot close to the restaurant door. He had never laid eyes on me, but he met me like an old friend, asking whether I had problems getting there. He towered over me, about 6 feet, medium build and heavy-framed eyeglasses. He wore his checked shirt untucked, and clean pants and shoes, the best outfit in which I would ever see him. His hair was part white, but mostly red. Later he told me, because of the red hair, his friends called him Red. He opened the door to the restaurant for me. The place looked comfortable, an old establishment with a sprawling semi-formal dining area on the left through a double glass door. Booths and counter were on the right. The patrons, in my view, looked middle-aged or older. I soon learned they were on a first-name basis with the servers. When a server approached us, she greeted Mr. Houston by name before she asked where we preferred to sit. Mr. Houston indicated a booth. He waited for me to sit before he did. When I excused myself to go wash my hands, he half rose when I left and when I returned to the table. "Let's eat before we discuss business," he said. I flipped through the menu and chose a chicken dish, while he ordered some dish of liver and onions. During our meal, we discussed bits of information about his retirement and my real estate business. I sensed a man flicker in his eyes. Perhaps that was why the protective server threw me an evil eye when she retrieved the menus, and when she brought our food. I ignored the flicker. I never indulged in behaviors that potentially interfered with my business. After lunch, Mr. Houston said, "I want to set up a foundation for my late wife." "How thoughtful," I said. "I'll buy the properties in the foundation's name for the benefit of her alma mater." "Who'll manage the foundation?" I asked. "I'll do it, but I'll get help," he said. "When I'm gone, the university will take over." "How do I come in?" "I need a trusted real estate broker." "I'm your gal," I quipped. Chapter 14. Mr. and Mrs. Drunk. When Mr. Houston and I met in 1995, the country still reeled from the savings and loan housing crisis. As a result, the real estate malaise remained stubborn. Previous real estate top producers lost their luxury cars, their suburban homes, and even their personal relationships. It was a tough time for most house sellers, too. The only positive aspect was that financially able buyers could name their price. Real estate had knocked me around. But with my bankruptcy still in progress, I didn't have to make monthly payments to credit card companies until the judge made his ruling. If the judge ruled in my favor, as my lawyer expected, I would soon emerge from one of my roughest financial ordeals. Meantime, my mind drooled at the inexpensive houses for sale that littered every neighborhood. If only I could spare seed money. But to a financial nobody from a financial nobody family, seed money remained a theoretical concept. It frustrated me to see all those financial possibilities out of my reach. Motivational seminars I attended and the books I read touted visualization. I got on the bandwagon again, but not for the big house on the hill. This time, I visualized enough seed money to buy properties, generate enough cash flow, and quit hawking real estate door to door and cold calling. Talking to stressed and lonely people felt like drudgery, let alone the privacy paranoids. These people became agitated when they learned they didn't know me, but I knew their names and their phone numbers. They almost feared I would drop in at their homes and violate them at some point in the future. Perhaps visualization helped me manifest potential serial clients like Mr. Houston. Initially, getting him as a client was no reason to celebrate. He wanted more of the same, buyer representation. I didn't scoff at it, but it would only put food on my table from time to time. I preferred ownership security, food for always. Not long after Mr. Houston and I met, I stumbled onto a possibility for ownership. At about midday, on one of my prospecting prowls in East San Diego, I spotted a man leaning his back against a house facing 52nd Street. A golden retriever lay next to him. A big tree in the middle of the front yard spread its branches and provided shade for the duo. I parked my car by the curb and walked across the yard. The car's noise and my approach stirred the man. His clothes looked disheveled as if he had worn them for days. The smell reached me before I saw the open beer can he clutched, his face flushed. I approached and dug into my coat pocket for my business card. When I got closer, I started on my pitch, which now came naturally. "Hi, I'm talking to new homeowners in the area." The man fixed his glassy eyes on me, his upper body slightly unsteady. He flailed his backhand in the air to swat my business card as he would a fly. "No one is selling houses these days," he said. "Well, that's what I do for a living," I said. "I've tried to get somebody to take over my loan," he said. "Nobody is interested." "How much do you owe?" The man mumbled and then mentioned a figure. He didn't sound like the type of client to waste my time on. I pocketed my business card and started backing off. "Wait," he flapped his hand. "If you don't believe me, talk to my wife. She's in the house." He shouted his wife's name several times. I stopped and waited, curious to see the wife who would put up with such a drunk. Meanwhile, the man rose unsteadily and wobbled toward the raised porch. His left hand still hugged the beer can while his right beckoned me to join him. The golden retriever raised its head and put it back down as if to say to the master, "You'll be back." The wife appeared at the door. "You called," she said to the husband. "Do you need something?" She looked sun-deprived, moved slowly, and sounded as sober as a nun. The husband asked her to corroborate the ramblings I endured in the yard. She confirmed that every bit of it was true, even the balance of their loan. She also added a crucial tidbit. "We haven't paid our mortgage for 6 months." "Yes," the drunk said. "If we don't pay what we owe, the lender will foreclose." Excited that I wanted to view the inside of the house, the wife invited me in. Her husband had by then struggled over the steps. He shuffled in behind us, still saying what a good deal the property was. They didn't offer to show me the interior. Instead, the three of us went through the kitchen to the backyard and stood next to the detached 2-car garage. To my surprise, there stood another smaller house with an attached 1-car garage. A separate driveway and a sturdy industrial gate hugged the fence on the northern side of the lot. Mr. and Mrs. Drunk said the smaller house was vacant. From the threshold, the odor hit me as if I had ventured into an open sewer or a whole latrine. The house contained a tiny bedroom and about a 400-square-foot living room littered with dozens of piles of turds and wet spots that the couple blamed on the golden retriever. The property had potential, but I couldn't sell it at a price high enough to get my commission. "I'll be honest with you," I told the couple. "In its current condition, the property can't sell for enough to pay off the loan and costs." "What did I tell you? What did I tell you?" Mr. Drunk said. "I like the property, though," I said. "I'll check what I can do and get back to you." With a negative credit and iffy income, I couldn't qualify for a loan to buy a studio, let alone a whole property. But the option of taking over the mortgage sounded promising if I could raise enough money to pay back payments and other selling costs. When I returned, Mr. Drunk wore the same clothes and snoozed in the same spot I found him 2 days earlier. Empty beer cans and his golden retriever kept watch. I knocked on the door instead of waking him. When his wife opened, she confirmed they were still interested in selling and invited me in to view the inside. As soon as I crossed the threshold behind her, she complained and apologized about the horde of fleas in the house. She bent several times to shoo the creatures off her half-exposed shins. Her legs displayed dozens of bloody bites and bumps, which she showed me by rolling down shin-high red stockings she wore to protect herself. Our talking alerted Mr. Drunk. "Is that the real estate lady?" he asked. The wife poked her head out the door and confirmed. While she and I waited for her husband to ready himself for business talk, she showed me the interior of the house. Meanwhile, she bragged about her 3 paintings, 2 on the living room walls and a 3rd in the main bedroom. "I painted them myself," she said, and beamed. "Really? They are beautiful," I said, and moved closer to admire one painting that measured about 4 feet by 6 feet. "They look professionally painted." "Thank you," she said. "Do you like them?" "Yes. How did you manage to draw like that? The birds on the branches look alive." "It took time, but I had to," she said. "My husband forbid me to poke holes in the walls. The house looks so plain." "I can imagine. So I painted the murals instead. They look better than hung pictures. I fear the next owner might paint over them. If I buy your property, I'll definitely keep them." Mr. Drunk joined us. "Have you seen the inside?" he asked. The man reeked of so much alcohol, one room didn't seem large enough to hold the three of us. "Yes, I have," I said, and followed him through the kitchen toward the backyard. The wife brought the rear. I made my offer from where we stood. "Not acceptable," Mr. Drunk said, with finality in his voice. "I don't want us to lose the house," Mrs. Drunk said softly. A brave stance for her, it seemed. Except confirming her husband's ramblings and the balance of their loan, after he prompted her, she kept a low key. Otherwise, she half closed her eyes and tightened her face when her husband hurried his steps and swayed. The only thing that seemed to excite her was her paintings. While I listened to Mr. Drunk, my mind raced. If I remodeled and turned the back house into a 2-bedroom, the rent would cover the mortgage. Then Mariana and I could live in the 3-bedroom front house rent-free. I wanted to leave in order to think through the matter in private before I offered a higher amount. But Mr. Drunk went on to tell me about his major construction business. Telltale signs of industrial shelves lined the walls of the detached garage, and other equipment were scattered around the yard. I suspected the bottle had wrestled the man broke. Good thing that as a former general contractor he was used to negotiations. His foggy mind didn't interfere with his goals. He wanted me to pay for escrow costs, then pay him $7,200 to cover his delinquent loan, his drink, a drink for his tour bus-sized gas-guzzler motorhome parked in the side driveway of the back house, and still leave enough money for him and his bride to get to Oxnard, California. Chapter 15. 52nd Street Property. Mr. Houston and I had discussed several times about the type of properties he planned to buy for his foundation. He confirmed he wanted residential properties only. Since he had not told me to start identifying the properties, I figured he was getting a foundation set up by an attorney. During one of our conversations, I told him about 52nd Street property. To avoid confusion, I told him that Mariana and I shared a 1-bedroom apartment and needed to move to a bigger place. "I want to buy the property as soon as I get my finances together," I said. I left out the part about shopping for hard money loans from those "I will break your kneecaps if you don't pay" loan sharks. "It's important you get a second opinion," Mr. Houston said. "Can I see the property?" "I can arrange when we can go," I said, wondering whether it was a good idea. A second opinion sounded good on the surface. But in real estate, one has to be vigilant. Better ask for the opinion after an accepted offer. The same goes for giving out property addresses. Certain second opinion givers, like loan sharks, have sneaked behind their protégés' backs and bought the properties themselves instead. It had happened to me a year earlier, when a client I represented in selling 2 of his properties became my consultant. He owned a sizable rental portfolio, where he directed and sometimes did repairs alongside his workers. I held the man in high regard and valued his opinion. After I phoned him and we exchanged pleasantries, I said, "I saw a 4-plex I like. Would you mind taking a look before I make an offer?" "For my favorite broker, just say when," he said. I called the owner and made an appointment. He opted not to show us the property and instead arranged with the tenants. My consultant and I met at the property. The building contained 2 apartments of 2 bedrooms each on the ground floor and the other on top. We started with the bottom apartments and did visual inspection, plus inside of cabinets and appliances. My consultant then checked the age of the water heaters. We went through the same routine with the upstairs apartments. All the units looked well lived in, with tired beige-brown carpets, old appliances, and children's smudges here and there, but we noted nothing out of the ordinary. After we finished, my consultant and I went and stood by his pickup at the curb to talk about the property away from the tenants. I especially wanted to hear his conclusion. "The places are neglected, but don't require much," the consultant said. "Just basic cleanup unless a tenant moves out. Then the owner would need to change the carpet and paint." "I'm hoping the tenants are caught up on their rents," I said. "How much is the owner asking?" I told him the loan balance and that the owner was behind on his payments. "That's not bad," he said. Is it a good buy? Let me sleep on it and get back to you. When I caught up with him on the third day, the consultant had made an offer on the property the day after our inspection. I've always admired that property, he said. That's really underhanded and dishonest of you, I said, to go behind my back. I reeled with venom inside. How were you going to buy the property? He asked. You have no money. That stung deep. I wasn't about to go through that again. So I drove Mr. Houston to 52nd Street without taking a direct route, in case he was one of those underhanded types. I hoped that if I didn't disclose the address, he wouldn't be able to find the property later. When we arrived at the property, I kept alert when Mr. Houston salivated when he saw the big backyard. Mr. Drunk said the property occupied over 1/4 of an acre. At the backyard, Mr. Houston took off without warning. He strolled around the yard and the vacant back house. Mr. Drunk watched and nodded, in admiration, his lips pursed, eyes fixed forward. His slightly bent body swayed, but he coaxed it to stay upright by thrusting his hands deep in his trouser pockets. I want to invest in that property, Mr. Houston said when we returned to my car. I want to buy the property to live in, remember? I said, uneasy about his statement. That's too much property for you to fix, he said, shaking his head. I will do it in stages, I said. First, fix and move into the front house and then repair the back house as I go. I don't see how you can manage that, he said. I'll help you get the property. I want to buy the house on my own, I said. But if you want to help, loan me the money and place a lien on the property. You earn interest on your money and I get a place to live in. I don't want you to get in trouble, Mr. Houston said. I also want to see how you conduct business. I didn't understand his concern if I got into trouble, but I understood the how you conduct business part. This made me wary of how far to push him. I needed his potential business, so I let the matter die without further discussion. Meanwhile, I expected part of the purchase money to come from an escrow that was about to settle. If that happened, I would get the rest from the loan sharks. Sure, if Mr. Houston lent me the money, the interest and the pressure to repay the loan would be more favorable. But borrowing money from an individual who didn't deal with mortgages bothered me. I decided I would decline Mr. Houston's money with a simple, "Thank you for your offer, but I'll manage." It didn't work out that way. After Mr. Drunk and I went back and forth, he accepted my offer. I also received my commission from the property I was selling for a client, but the loan shark's money failed to materialize. The one shark who seemed willing to consider the loan wanted to view the property before he made his decision, a no-no for me. I accepted Mr. Houston's offer. I needed his loan after all. Mr. Houston called and said I could go and get the money. We met at his favorite place, Keith's Restaurant in National City. He still carried on his courteous behavior of waiting until I sat, something he kept up for all the years I knew him. We ordered tea and started discussing the 52nd Street property even before the tea came. We talked about the condition and the repairs needed. Occasionally, Mr. Houston trailed off to talk about properties he planned to buy for his foundation. It made me uneasy while I listened, waiting for an opportunity to reel him back to the property at hand. I feared his plans could get mixed up with my potential purchase. At that moment, I focused on the money for which he called me. I presumed it was the business-sized check half stuck out in his shirt pocket. The distance between the check and me measured in arm's length. I wished I could yank it out and see my 2-on-1 property puzzle's last piece. I calmed myself, minded my manners, and matched his coolness, casually sipping tea as if I were a member of the Royals in a drawing room during high tea. "Let's talk in your car," he said when we left the restaurant. I got in the driver's side and reached over the gear stick to open the passenger door for him. After he made himself comfortable, he reached into his shirt pocket with his left hand. "Here's the money." He handed me the check like one handing a dollar bill to a child for an ice cream treat. It was a cashier's check, upside down. I turned it upright. $20,000, I said, stunned. A whole $20,000 in my name, without a formal agreement? Flicker, flicker. Up to 1995, this was the largest lump sum I had ever received. Sure, I had seen a personal check that would still make my eyeballs dilate, but that was in someone else's name and no doubt meant to impress me. I need only $7,000, I finally said. I calculated how much you need for cleanup, painting, and carpeting for the 2 houses, he said. $20,000 should do it. All sorts of scenarios swirled in my mind. Trouble with the real estate police, unhappy about me turning a prospective client into a business partner. It also meant that from then on I was strapped to Mr. Houston. And you put it in my name? It's best that way, he said. It needs to be in the escrow's name, not mine. What's the point of putting it there? He asked. Most of it is for repair, anyway. Flaunting that kind of money in front of me was akin to one bringing a juicy hamburger to a negotiation with a starving person. Hard to rule out an ulterior motive. There had to be a catch somewhere. Men seemed to be always one thought ahead of me. Money dispersed, Mr. Houston said he wanted to be part owner, not lender. He reiterated he wanted to see how I conducted myself in business before he trusted me to represent him in his foundation purchases. What conduct did he mean? I represented people for a living. It wasn't as if I was going to become a trustee in his foundation. I kept my thoughts to myself, but remained adamant that I didn't need a partner. It didn't occur to me to return the check, which now rested in my handbag. I already knew Mr. and Mrs. Drunk and their lender wouldn't wait for me while I looked for money elsewhere. Also, a more capable buyer might come along. So deep inside, my disagreement felt hollow, meant only to register my displeasure on the off chance Mr. Houston changed his mind and turned his $20,000 into a loan. The man didn't budge. Just in case you get yourself in trouble, he said. This was the second time he mentioned my financial trouble, a backhanded dig about my bankruptcy. Maybe I shouldn't have disclosed it to him. I concealed my agitation and put my thinking into overdrive. What choice did I have? Part of a property was better than no property. But I will show him. I'll carve myself a bigger chunk of the property. It will be mostly my place, and his money will buy him only 1/4 ownership. That was the best solution I came up with in such a short time. It had been about a week since I showed Mr. Houston the property. No doubt he considered for days how he wanted to spend his $20,000. He didn't object to the 1/4 ownership, unaware I expected and could have rolled over for a 50-50 split. In fact, he accepted it too readily, which made me wonder what else he had in mind. The flicker? In 2 weeks, the title company processed the paperwork and settlement, and the property transferred to both our names. In another week, Mr. and Mrs. Drunk collected their trinkets and hit the road. I wished the police would grab him for driving under the influence, DUI. If they failed to do so, I hoped Mr. Drunk wouldn't run over someone before he and his wife arrived in Oxnard. Chapter 16. Arm Candy. When Mr. Houston and I took possession of 52nd Street property, someone referred him to an all-round handyman. The man first sprayed insecticide inside and around the property to kill the fleas. He then repaired and updated plumbing, electrical, and other fixtures, and painted most of the interior. After a month, he still needed to paint the pentagon-shaped kitchen and around the pictures on the walls. Since I had already given notice to my landlord, Mariana and I couldn't wait any longer to move in. I ordered the carpet. 2 days after installation, we moved in, even before I bought a refrigerator. A week afterward, the handyman skipped a day or two here and there. One time he didn't show up for a whole week. It took another month of our discomfort and my nagging the man to finish the interior. By then I felt so dissatisfied and resentful I didn't want him to start on the back house. But the handyman went behind my back and convinced Mr. Houston that he would change his ways, so I caved in. He worked for 3 to 4 hours daily for 2 weeks. Then he was a no-show again. At the time, we were on our 3rd month, and repairs had cost 1.5 times our initial budget. Perhaps much more, because Mr. Houston occasionally said, "Don't pay Mr. Taylor, I paid him for the week," instead of waiting for me to pay from the designated funds. Because I gave out the jobs, Mr. Houston never learned of the man's sloppiness, and paid whatever the man said he was owed, until things got out of hand. Meanwhile, my stress flourished and I developed headaches. My real estate prospecting slowed more than half. Since it was my first major remodel job, and Mr. Houston kept an eye on me, although he asked questions as if everything was on me, I took too much guff before I put a stop to it. At last I said I had had it with Mr. Taylor and that I wanted him out of there. Mr. Houston agreed. I called and told the man not to return. I then feverishly looked for his replacement, calling any investor I knew for a referral. While I waited, I painted the exterior of the back house all by myself. That was my first, and so far the only, painting job I have ever done. Finally, the broker who referred me to a bankruptcy attorney gave me a number to his handyman. In another month or so, the back house was ready for a tenant. In hindsight, if I had known what to expect in terms of expense and frustration, I would have first read a book for novices on remodeling houses. Mr. Houston remained a faithful foot soldier. From the beginning, he appointed himself supervisor of the remodeling job. He came every morning except Sundays and left late afternoon. His visits didn't taper off even after we completed and rented out the back house. Although I remained the operations manager, he had turned the property into his headquarters. I don't recall how I first invited him in, but he joined me at my kitchen table for tea and a chat every morning before I left for work. Afterward, he puttered around the yard or in the detached garage. He always wore a long-sleeved shirt and a wide-brimmed hat to guard against white patches that appeared on his skin if he exposed himself to the sun. He never ran out of things to do. When he became tired or couldn't stand the heat outside, he sat in the garage. Over the years, when his hearing weakened, he brought phone numbers for me to call on his behalf. One such number was for the Navy Credit Union at 32nd Street Naval Base. "She talks in such a shrill voice," he would say. "I can't make out what she says." He got so used to my foreign accent on the phone or in person that he preferred it to the over-the-phone American young employees who seem or sound forever in a hurry. One morning during our tea session, he told me of his year-long mourning after his wife died in 1991. He couldn't bear the sadness and loneliness, so he sought solace from his church. "Some women had other ideas," he said. "Like what?" I asked. "You know what they did? I can't wait to hear it." He said church women beat a path to his door. 2 of them took him food, and one asked whether she could cook for him in his house. Several times he pretended he wasn't home or didn't hear the knock on his door. Sunday, after service, he rushed out and skipped the after-service socials. It came to a head when the pastor offered to help him pick one good church-going woman to keep the others at bay. He turned his back on the church. According to Mr. Houston's account, while he navigated life alone, Death paid another visit to his military buddy's wife in Long Beach, about 100 miles from San Diego. With their wives gone, the 2 friends shared their loneliness through phone calls. They decided Mr. Houston moved to Long Beach so they could wade through loneliness together as neighbors. Mr. Houston obliged, but retained his residence in San Diego. I then understood why his phone went unanswered for long periods. In Long Beach, the 2 widowers became happy neighbors and good support for each other, until Mr. Buddy tripped onto a honey, his very own arm candy, 30 years his junior. The woman awakened in him desires he had forgotten still lay dormant in his body. He felt reincarnated. He couldn't believe his luck. He would have his loins massaged until death do us part. Mr. Houston called his buddy an old fool 1,000 times. It didn't work. Mr. Buddy married Miss Honey. At first, the marriage didn't interfere with the two friends' open-door policy. From time to time, Mr. Houston joined the happy couple for Mrs. Honey's gourmet meals, minus the massages. Things went well for a few months while Mrs. Honey familiarized herself with the setup and the depth of Mr. Buddy's pockets. With a tinge of doubt, I looked at Mr. Houston when he paused, half chuckled, and slightly shook his head, as old people do when they recall interesting tidbits. He took a sip of his tea and resumed his story. Before long, Mrs. Honey whined to her husband that Mr. Houston needed to cut down on his visits. She said she and her husband needed more privacy to bond. While at it, she said she was tired of cooking every day, and then indulged in a myriad of other nags that women sprinkle on their men. Mr. Buddy didn't want a friend to come between him and his bride. He downgraded Mr. Houston's drop-ins to by invitation only. As time went on, the couple's household experienced other changes. Gourmet meals became sporadic, replaced by TV dinners. Mrs. Honey indulged in hair salon visits, enjoyed lunch with friends, and of course went shopping. Mr. Buddy took his lumps without complaints. Perhaps that was what an old man had to endure to secure his arm candy and enjoy an occasional massage, not to mention a potential caregiver. Mr. Houston didn't hang around to witness Mr. Buddy reduced to a poorer, angrier, and lonelier old man after Mrs. Honey had her fill and moved on. He returned to San Diego, determined to conquer loneliness by himself. He was wallowing in that abandonment and loneliness when he received my touch-base monthly call and told me about his wife's death. 3 months later, he slapped a $20,000 check in my lap. Chapter 17. Bankruptcy Discharge. Occasionally, Mr. Houston reminded me of my bankruptcy in a roundabout way, just in case you get yourself in trouble. Maybe I should have reminded him of his loneliness before I appeared in his life. But his tone didn't sound malicious, just an excuse to help me. In all our time together, I never mentioned my difficulties to him unless he asked. He knew of my bankruptcy because I had disclosed it to him before we signed purchase papers on our joint property. I didn't want him to bump into one of those street lawyers on a prowl who would massage and turn simple agreements into sizable frauds. But I kept mum on June 1st, 1995, when the bankruptcy court discharged all my unsecured debts, totaling $23,000. The weight of several years feeling as if I lived underneath a heap of rubble dissipated with a judge's scrawl of a pen. My credit report joined the untouchables, but I didn't sacrifice a snooze over it. As for my fancy Pontiac car, since I had kept paying the loan, the dealership said they couldn't legally repossess it unless the loan became delinquent for 60 days. I stopped making the $329 monthly payments and drove the car for that period, saving over $600. That was when I bought a clunker from a garage man for $3,000. My house on Arrowwood Drive remained protected from the clutches of disgruntled creditors. The equity they could have recouped had vanished during the real estate downward spiral. The $6,000 personal loan, discharged along with my other debts, embarrassed me, but I had forewarned my creditor Donna of my impending bankruptcy. When I informed her of the court discharge, she said, "I have already written it off." From former real estate dealings with her, I knew the woman had more money than she knew what to do with, and a $6,000 write-off didn't make a financial ripple in her assets. Chapter 18. Partnership and Foundation. Mr. Houston's just in case you get yourself in trouble didn't come to fruition. I had proven him wrong. After the court wiped out my debts, I never fell into such a financial hole again, where I struggled to buy basic food and clothing and provide shelter. Thereafter, buying on credit cowed me as a sneaky predator would. Unless it was a loan to buy an appreciable item like a house, I saved and paid cash for whatever I needed, even for a car. I put up with 2 junky cars for over 3 years before I saved enough to buy a decent car. I tiptoed back into credit 6 months later when I received a $500 secured credit card. That didn't make my insides quake, because my bank held my $500 as security. Even after I resumed using credit cards, I charged only what I could pay for when my bill came. Nonetheless, Mr. Houston's reminders sometimes made me reassess what I had gone through in the United States. After my arrival, about 12 years earlier by then, despite my best efforts, I had led a nomadic life. Whatever I accomplished entailed gut-wrenching difficulty. Bankruptcy and Mr. Houston's business put me back on a more stable pathway. I then managed his duplex and another 3-unit apartment I represented him in buying, 2 blocks from 52nd Street. I curtailed reading real estate and other business books and explored other genres, self-help, politics, and fiction. On the urging of one author, I made a list of things I would do if money were not a hindrance. My first 2 items were to travel to all the 7 continents and healthful living. Number 13 on the list that I found among my old papers 19 years later, after I had drafted 2 books worth of manuscript, was to write a book. Back then, without a sizable disposable income, I started with things I could afford. I opened an IRA account with a monthly contribution of $50. I gave Mariana a going-away-to-college trip to the eastern USA and Canada and sent $35 a month to World Vision to sponsor 3-year-old Kipkonga Komen in Kericho, Kenya for 15 years and another girl in Tanzania for a year. Mr. Houston and I leaned on one another as time went on. Our relationship had suffered only one mistrust during the repair and renting out of the 52nd Street property, which I never learned about until the secret gnawed on him to a point he couldn't keep it to himself. One morning, perhaps after someone snooped on my life and gave him a satisfactory report, Mr. Houston hesitated when I heated water and offered him tea. He didn't indulge in the stories he liked to tell and seemed ill at ease. His face showed a pained look while he avoided eye contact. Finally, the guilt got the better of him. He confessed what he had done. He had become dissatisfied with our loose partnership. For peace of mind, and just to be sure, he said, he quietly consulted a lawyer to help him assess our agreement. "Why didn't you talk to me?" I asked, alarmed. I expected to hear the reason for his dissatisfaction, followed by what the attorney said. Instead, Mr. Houston said, "No harm done." But harm had been done. His confession rattled me. I seethed inside when he said the consultation took place 3 months earlier. All my adult life, I had avoided or run away from captive living conditions where my well-being depended on another's whim. If I had the ability, I would have dissolved our property ownership agreement forthwith. I reminded myself to calm down, because it was in my best interest to save money and buy him out. Early the following year, Mr. Houston, on occasion, asked to buy me out. Every time he brought up the subject, my reply remained, "I will think about it." One morning he declared he had considered the details of our business association and he definitely wanted to buy me out. By the time we left my kitchen table, he had outlined, and I had agreed, he'd pay me $10,000, assume ownership of our joint property, and charge me $500 rent per month. He said not to get concerned because the property will eventually become yours. It didn't occur to me to ask him, if that is the case, why don't you let the property stay in both of our names? I would have advised any other person in a similar situation not to sign, unless they had a very good reason. As for me, in rural Kenya, my contemporaries and I grew up expected to treat the elderly with deference. This stuck with me no matter where I went, so I respected Mr. Houston as an elder. Second, unlike me, he had the money to buy my share. After I thought about it, his offer didn't seem as bad as I initially feared. I paid a monthly mortgage of $556. Instead, I would pay rent of $500, about the same amount he paid me to manage his properties. I knew I would lose on the appreciation, but with the depressed real estate prices, I planned to use the $10,000 to buy an investment property. In another year, Mr. Houston stopped buying more real estate. Additional sales and property management business from him ceased. I understood. Officials at his late wife's alma mater were to blame. When Mrs. Houston passed away, Mr. Houston had sent a notification to her alma mater that they would be one of the beneficiaries of his estate after his death. Unfortunately for the Ivy League university, nothing else happened for the next 6 years. The old man stuck around. I suspect I had something to do with part of it. Perhaps the Ivy League outfit expected Mr. Houston to follow the actuarial tables and get out of the way, so they could put the promised inheritance to good use, educating the country's financially struggling cream of the crop. The alma mater must have become tired of waiting, because someone called Mr. Houston just to say hello and check on him, the representative said after he introduced himself. Until then, nobody from the Ivy League had called to say hello since Mr. Houston confirmed the inheritance, he told me. Mr. Houston never told me what else the representative said, but he, Mr. Houston, became mortified, sure of their motive. The alma mater was wishing him away, dead. He couldn't stomach death. Within the week, he smothered his foundation's aspirations, tore up any correspondence in which he had promised a gift to the alma mater, and both the inheritance and the foundation died instead. Chapter 19. Piggy Bank. About 3 years before I bought my first house in America on Arrowwood Drive, I rented a room from Mrs. Greer in a 2-story house in Skyline Hills. Her relatives and people who knew her well called her Nana. Back then, I owned a small blue Ford Festiva, my first car in America as well. I loved that car because of its economy and maneuverability, at least before I became a real estate professional. In selling and marketing houses, my 2-door tiny car wasn't functional. It also didn't enhance my image. Agents and brokers drove impressive 4-door vehicles to haul buyers, pre-virtual tour days, to and from properties, and, no doubt, to flaunt their success. Real estate buyers and sellers, like the society at large, preferred dealing with winners. Prospective buyers threw side glances at my small car as if to ask, "Is that what we are riding in?" One tall man groaned while he crouched and squeezed behind the front passenger seat that his wife had propped up to let him and their son get into the back seat. After we returned to the office and the woman propped up the seat again, the husband looked as if he were getting out of a mini-cave. He walked straight to his Lincoln Continental and waited for his wife and son to catch up. I never sold them the house, about which the man had said, "Now we're talking," while he and his family walked from room to room. There is no telling how many potential sales I lost because of that car. My love for the car morphed into hate. 18 months since purchase, I looked for any excuse to get rid of it. One afternoon, after my door-knocking regimen, I returned where I parked to find a flat tire. I didn't look for a passerby to help me change the tire as I had done in Kenya. Instead, I found a phone booth and called a colleague at the office. When he came, I asked him to take me to a Toyota dealership on National City's mile of cars. At the dealership, I gave the salesman the model and location of my car. "I want to trade it in," I said. His manager approved a trade-in, sight unseen. I was so anxious to get a car that I now wonder whether the dealership credited me with the trade-in amount. I drove off in a leased, new light metallic gray Toyota Corolla. In the evening, I parked my new car in the garage next to Nana's bigger but older car. I strutted through the kitchen door, ready to introduce my new upgrade. Nana gave me an envious look. Meanwhile, she sauntered around the car before she got in the driver's seat to view the inside. My newly leased car awakened a desire in Nana. Within the week, she declared she deserved a new car. In 2 months, she owned a bigger, all-paid-for, almost new car parked right next to mine in the garage. Impressed, I told her I looked forward to the day I could pay cash for a car. She confessed she had always used her house as a piggy bank. "What's the point of sitting on money?" she said. "I can't take it with me." I believed, and still do, that homeowners shouldn't put other mortgages on their residences, except to refinance, to lower the interest rate. After a mortgage is paid off, the only payments a homeowner should make would be insurance and taxes. But that wasn't always the case. I saw similar behavior with my friend, who I will call Ms. Psychologist. She had 3 properties, with low mortgage balances, when she took a construction loan and embarked on an ambitious dream home construction on a lot she owned in Bonita. When the money from the construction loan dwindled, She consolidated her loans into a blanket lien. In other words, she borrowed a large loan and, because one property wasn't enough, she used the 3 properties plus the new one as security. She ended up with one big monthly payment. If she failed to make her monthly payment, her lender could foreclose on all her properties. Despite my then limited experience in real estate, I foresaw the inevitable property crash. It hurt when Ms. Psychologist brushed me aside. "You don't understand American real estate," she said. "You're too new to understand the type, expensive, of properties I deal with." Within a year after she and her family moved into the dream home, still with a few touches to finish, she couldn't keep up with the large monthly payment. Her lender repossessed all her properties in one sunrise. As for Nana, she had hung on to her property through the early 1990s savings and loan housing crisis, but the hanging on became unbearable by 1996. "I want an appointment to come see you," Nana said, after we exchanged pleasantries when she phoned me in August of that year. "Are you okay?" I asked, since she never called me in the office. "Yes, I'm fine," she said. "I just have a little business to discuss with you." "Is it about your house?" "I don't want to talk on the phone," she said. "I want to see you." "You don't need an appointment to see me." "Is it okay if I come this afternoon?" "Of course, I'll be here until 4. I couldn't imagine what trouble Nana had gotten herself into. As a retiree, she led a simple life. Home, grocery store, a few errands, volunteered weekly at her church's bookstore, and attended church on Sundays. For entertainment, she played dominoes with a couple of her friends and Nintendo with her 2 young great-grandsons. In my office, after Nana and I updated each other on our families, she said, "I want you to take my house." "Wow, what do you mean I take your house?" I asked. "People don't just take others' houses." "You're my last hope," she said. She shifted in her seat as if to discern what to tell and what to leave out. "What's going on, Nana? You can tell me." "You know, I rented my house and moved to a senior apartment. You've been there." "Yes, I came last year, remember?" I said. "I'm happy there," she said. "I don't want to return to my house, but that's not the real reason." "Nana, what is the matter?" "The rent doesn't cover my 2 mortgages." "You have 2 mortgages on your house?" "I needed the money, so I got a second." "I understand," I lied. I didn't understand why anyone, especially a senior citizen, would borrow a second loan on his or her residence. "To make the payment, I add $250 to the rent," she said. "How much does the tenant pay?" $750. "Have you thought of increasing the rent? Houses in Skyline rent between $950 and $1,100. "The woman is struggling," Nana said. "She can't afford more. She's a member of my church, you know." "What do you want to do?" "I'm tired of the house. I want to let it go." "A lot of people have done that in this market," I said. "After all, you are already in an apartment. Bad credit shouldn't bother you." "I want to buy my last car, and I can't do that with bad credit." "You have 2 options. Get a tenant who pays full rent, or let the house go. You can buy a car before the lender dings your credit." "I don't want to add to the woman's struggles." "Nana, I don't know what else to tell you." "That's why I want to give the house to someone who can afford it and save my credit. I've tried to give it to my family. My granddaughter don't want a house in Skyline, and my grandson don't want to own a house, period. I've begged them. They don't care. I've raised those children, and none of them give a damn about me. I know you can help me. Your people help each other." What Nana didn't know was that my coming to the United States was prompted in part by the help each other burden. While Nana talked, she pulled out her grant deed and mortgage papers from her purse and spread them on my desk. She was a proud woman, and begging relatives to take her house had injured her dignity. Because of our 25-year age difference, we had a convoluted parent-child relationship. Her distress touched me, but I hesitated to let her shift her problem onto me. "If I take your house, it means paying the $250 from my pocket." "You're in real estate. You'll know what to do," she said. I can't qualify for a mortgage, I said, without mentioning my 1-year-old bankruptcy. But I'll think it over and let you know. Within a week, while Mr. Houston shared morning tea with me, I told him about Nana and that she wanted to sell her house cheaply. Go ahead and buy it, he said. I called Nana and informed her I would buy her property. I still hung on to the $10,000 Mr. Houston forced onto me to dissolve our partnership. You don't have to do that, Nana said. Just taking it will mean a lot to me. I can't just take your house. I have to pay you something. If I keep my good credit, I don't care what you do. There is only one condition. Please don't change your mind. I won't, but I will buy the house only if it's vacant. Chapter 20. 2 Old Men on a Mission. Mr. Houston wanted to see my newly acquired house in Skyline Hills. I didn't fret. I had held back from taking him to see the property until the title transferred to my name, so he couldn't go into his I don't want you to get into trouble mode. He and I rode in my car to Nana's former house on Los Cinedo Drive, an odd couple on a mission, a middle-aged African woman and an elderly white man in tow. When we arrived, Mr. Houston strode through the inside and outside of the vacant 2-story grayish house, like one appraising an estate. He liked to take charge. What fixing do you have in mind? He asked. I will just do the inside, paint and such, I said. The house is full of dry rot. The wood needs to be replaced. I'll first do what needs done so I can rent it, I said. The outside will have to wait until money becomes available. As money becomes available mantra, which Mr. Houston never respected. I will see what I can do. I see, I said, just to say something. My handyman completed the interior repairs and painting within a month, and I advertised the house for rent. While I showed and screened applicants, Mr. Houston and his friend Mr. Jones were engrossed in exterior repairs. Mr. Houston hadn't showed me the termite damage, or asked for my input before they started, so I stayed out of their way. Occasionally I eyed their work in progress when they worked on the front of the house and garage. Mr. Jones's work was that of a master carpenter. Fascia board corners looked flawless, as if he had used one long, unbroken piece of wood. Mr. Houston acted as both employer and messenger. He could have been mistaken for the owner. I didn't know what he told Mr. Jones about the setup, but Mrs. Blackwell, my new tenant, knew to whom to direct her complaints. She had seen my name in the rental agreement. How long is the repair going to be? She asked me. I'm not sure. They are here at 8 o'clock each morning, 5 days a week, Mrs. Blackwell said. I'm tired of it. I don't blame you. I'm sorry it has taken this long, I said, and then lowered my voice. At their age, they can't move fast. We're lucky they are repairing only the outside. Can you check how long they will be? Mrs. Blackwell said. I asked Mr. Houston, and he said to talk to you. I'll check with him, I lied. Who rushed 2 old men on a mission? Mr. Jones would have been home otherwise, vegetating on whatever old men watched on daytime TV. Mr. Houston would have been scavenging for something to do at 52nd Street Homestead. It was a bonus for the 2 men to occupy themselves, and a big benefit for me. Meanwhile, the repairs interfered with Mr. Houston's morning routine. Unlike previously, he now only sporadically dropped in at my house, which was out of his way, before he went to his new job. We're lucky to get a professional for only $10 an hour, Mr. Houston would say, forgetting he told me the same thing before. That's how much Mr. Jones is charging? I would ask. Yep, he said, unaware of how many extra $10 he would end up paying due to their old age pace. Finally, Mr. Houston invited me to the job site just before he and Mr. Jones completed the repairs. He took me around, pointing out details so I could admire their handiwork. He occasionally turned toward me to gauge my approval. I gushed just enough to satisfy him without sounding phony. After we returned to the front yard, I found the tenant, Mrs. Blackwell, standing by her porch, her ears perked. Wanjiru? Sorry, I can't pronounce your name, she said. Is it true they're almost done? Yes, they are, I said. And my name is pronounced Wanjiru. How come you don't correct Mr. Houston? Because he is old. For the 19 years Mrs. Blackwell lived at that house, and to this day, she has never mangled my name again. I'm not sure how long the repairs took, but by the time Messrs. Houston and Jones finished, every board on the house exterior had been replaced, primed, and painted white as before. Mr. Houston never mentioned, and I never asked, how much his part of the repairs cost. The Family. Chapter 21. Actuarial Tables Glitch. By early 1997, it had become clear that multitasking didn't improve my financial life. Instead of helping, it made me spread myself too thin. Consequently, I couldn't concentrate well in any one area. I made changes. I stopped looking for part-time jobs and phased out my tax preparer side business over the next 2 years. I also closed Home Safari Realty after 3 years of operation. I rejoined the Century 21 system and went to work as an associate broker with Century 21 Award on Baltimore Drive in La Mesa. Sunday, July 13th, 1997. Just 2 months after I joined the new company, I felt at peace with the world. Sundays were my rest days, or slow mornings and late breakfasts even when I worked 7 days a week. I usually sat at my kitchen table and sipped adulterated tea with ginger, milk, and honey. Meanwhile, I read the newspaper or watched political talking heads on the little black and white TV, my first TV in America. I had managed to drag it along everywhere I lived for 11 years. Then the phone rang, and my family's dynamics changed. Who could be calling me? Rarely anyone phoned my home on Sunday mornings. I answered on the third ring. "It's me," the voice said. "I have terrible news." "Who is this?" "It's me, Auntie." I recognized the voice of my nephew in Kenya. "What happened?" "It's bad, really bad." "Can you just tell me what it is?" "Something happened to Uncle Steve-O," my nephew said. "He was in a car accident." "How is he?" "Bad," he said. "Can he talk?" "He's dead." My body went numb. I plopped on the floor cross-legged, the receiver still clinched to my ear. "Are you saying Morethi is dead?" I asked, hoping I heard him wrong. "Yes," he said. "I'm sorry, Auntie." How could Morethi just die? At 37, Morethi was my youngest sibling and the most dynamic in the family. His death became too hard for me to fathom. I told my nephew I would call later, since pressure erupted and built up in my chest as if I were about to have a heart attack. I was alone in the house. It never occurred to me to call anyone. I moved about in a daze. My mind refused to believe I would never see my brother again. To me, Morethi had a comparatively good life. His family of a young wife and 3 boys, ages 4, 6, and 7, seemed complete. He and his wife had planned not to have any more children, he had told me. He was self-employed and did well as the sole breadwinner. His wife quit her clerical job to raise the boys. Like most Africans, though, Morethi owned no life insurance. Unless insured through their employers, most Africans believed buying life insurance came close to courting one's death. It wasn't unusual to hear a recycled story about a widow who took her late husband's insurance windfall and spent it with a subsequent boyfriend or husband. The Africans I have come across prefer to leave only what they have earned through their own sweat. In this respect, Morethi had worked hard, saved, and invested what he could while he provided for his young family. He denied himself life's simple pleasures, rarely bought himself clothes. He skipped restaurants in favor of cheap, makeshift roadside cafes we called kiosks. He had vowed his children would never experience the kind of abject poverty in which he grew up. But death shredded all his plans. My brother's death threw me into turmoil. As an adult, after my parents were no longer around, there were only 2 people I believed loved me without reservation. My brother Morethi and my sister Wairimu. Now Morethi was gone, without knowing why I stayed away. Just because I couldn't handle the embarrassment of returning to Kenya worse off than when I left. I never told him how that would have shamed me or how I feared ridicule. My family didn't know I could have done better financially in Kenya, but worse psychologically or socially. Back when I lived in Nairobi, women in general still lagged behind men in the way society viewed them, especially mature, unmarried women without men to provide for them. I tended to take negative treatment or abuse of women personally, even when the offender didn't direct it at me. I have observed that it is hard to overcome mistaken beliefs on both sides of the ocean, in this case the Western world and Africa. Africans believed, and still do, that those who go to America or other Western countries lead lives of opulence. When the new Westerners don't visit their families, this generates whispers and claims that they became rich and westernized and forgot where they came from. Although things are gradually changing, many immigrants in the United States work 2 or more jobs, mostly in lowly positions, like adult care or child care workers, security guards, janitors, or taxi drivers. Most of them work in menial jobs they wouldn't have dreamed of doing in their homelands. The incomes they earn are not enough to support nuclear families and help extended families back home, although most of them try. Meanwhile, the immigrants wait for their American rags to riches story to unfold, or the country's wealth to trickle down to them or their children. These immigrants lead deprived lives in order to send money to their needy relatives, not only to help, but also to show how well they're doing. When they finally save enough to visit, they buy gifts for relatives and give cash to immediate family members. Many times they go into debt in order to keep up appearances. To their families' disgrace, some immigrants avoid the shame of visiting empty-handed and endure ridicule in absentia. They opt instead to settle in the United States or whatever other Western countries, pursuing elusive and sometimes non-existent better opportunities. Some poor souls, mostly the ones who came through schools, may cut off connections with their homelands and disappear into the American population. If they ever reappear, it isn't unusual to hear of a fundraiser to help such a person after things get out of hand because of mental breakdown, homelessness, or death. On the other hand, many Americans believe that all Africans live in squalor and starvation. Therefore, they are to be pitied, called demeaning names, preached to, and sometimes helped. Journalists on location reports come mainly from slum areas, and aid workers' fundraisers on TV show the most downtrodden, starving, scruffy children, eyes riddled with flies. These images have fueled Westerners' generosity, but they have also promoted and cemented beliefs and misunderstanding, and sometimes patronizing attitudes toward the African continent. My brother Morethi wouldn't have cared if I returned to Kenya penniless. It wasn't as if I would have been homeless or destitute after I got there. He therefore never understood why I stayed in America. Over the years, he and I exchanged long letters in which he kept me abreast of the family drunk or the siblings who held our family back by having children they couldn't support adequately. He wanted me to return to Kenya so we could start a business together and uplift our family. On Morethi's vision to see the Warama family improve, laggards agitated him. With a quick mind, free of alcohol or cigarettes, he became the natural intermediary. It saddened me that he died before I asked him why he avoided the mind-altering substances. My other brothers smoked and drank well into their middle age before they quit, leaving one of them still in an occasional dance with the 2 substances. In my case, Morethi didn't understand the psychological demons that resided in immigrants' heads, the terror of going home worse off than when they left. Even if he knew, he didn't expect his sister to be caught up in it. He was also unaware of the unrealistic family financial demands on me and other personal pressures that made me leave Kenya, and I wasn't ready to tell him yet. The other thing that we both failed to appreciate was that my 12 years living in the United States and his life in Kenya had molded us in different ways. He had matured, married, and become a family man, the most exalted status in Kenyan society, especially if a man commanded a healthy amount of disposable shillings. I was an unmarried mother in a foreign country, my dream of living in a red-tiled house with a husband and 3 children long buried. I then busied myself with ways and means to crawl out of a decade of financial turmoil. I never shared my affairs or financial struggles with my family. Those remained my American secrets, best left alone. My family wouldn't have understood anyway. When our mother passed away in October 1985, I returned to Kenya to attend her funeral with the help of a fundraiser. During one of our discussions, I attempted to explain to Mureithi and our oldest brother David about the financial challenges immigrants faced in the United States. They looked at me askance, as if I had uttered a flat-out lie. Ashamed to mention I was an example of such financial turmoil, my two brothers didn't even notice when I changed the subject. The period when Mureithi and I were exchanging letters in the mid-1990s, during and after my bankruptcy, I was on a self-help crusade, bordering on radicalism. I tried to convert him to my ideals. I introduced him to a foreign concept, that he limit his Warama family involvement and let them fall asunder if they chose. Instead, he concentrate on his nuclear family, I advised. At the time, I was oblivious to the extent of the American culture's impact on me. A year before he died, he confessed that my letters had become increasingly preachy. He said he kept them unread until he psychologically braced himself to face my orations. The revelation tortured me. I wrote to him, apologized with a promise to return to Kenya as soon as I could. In one letter, Mureithi asked me to call him on the phone. He just wanted to hear my voice, he said. I called twice, but he wasn't available. We never spoke on the phone, in 10.5 years, a fact I bury in my heart along with my other life's regrets. I was never financially able to return to Kenya in time to see Mureithi as a family man. The only option left was to see him as a dead family man. That I must. My emergency savings totaled less than $1,000. I borrowed $2,000 from my friend Richard McCow, the only person from Kenya whom I could have approached with such a request. "Here is my contribution," Mr. Houston said, and handed me $800 in cash when he came 2 days later. I went to the Los Angeles Garment District Market and bought Mureithi a gray suit, white shirt with a black bow tie and socks. Since the accident mangled his foot, he didn't need shoes. Chapter 22. It Takes a Village Call. We laid Mureithi to rest in his land in Makuyu, Murang'a County, about 41 miles from Nairobi. "We" is a misnomer because I had seen the general area of the grave when men were digging, but I couldn't get close during the funeral. There were hundreds of mourners jammed in a space of about 1/4 of an acre in front of Mureithi's house. As I learned later, while the family committee organized the funeral in David's house in Nairobi, Mureithi's business associates contributed money and organized, amongst themselves without telling the family, the part they would play at the funeral. During the service in front of the house, 3 of those associates called my brother David aside to tell him their agenda. As we learned from David after the funeral, the business associates intended to be the pallbearers. The men became adamant when David said that was our family's prerogative. They abandoned their plans only when David told them that their wish went against centuries-old tradition. A curse could fall on the family if they didn't escort Mureithi properly, David told the business associates. "Let your colleague rest in peace," he said. Nonetheless, after the service, a group of those associates surrounded the coffin on 3 sides, right behind the pallbearers. Other mourners closed in. The procession to the gravesite, led by a pastor and his helpers, turned into a slow but ominous human tsunami. I stepped back in case I got trampled on. After the funeral, before mourners left in private cars or rented vans, relatives and friends hung around, ate or socialized with each other. I later joined the few Warama clan members who planned to spend the night and return to their rural homes the following day. The group met at David's residence in Umoja Estate, Nairobi, where I stayed for the 2.5 weeks I was in Kenya. Mureithi's death had paralyzed our immediate family, not only because of its suddenness, but also because some family members occasionally depended on him for money, advice, or moral support. After dinner, our small group huddled in the living room for comfort and support. The TV stayed on, but no one watched. We reminisced about our late brother, exchanged stories of how helpful he was to each of us. Without Morathi, who would correspond, give advice, or at times render financial assistance? Traditionally, these duties fell on the firstborn son, David in our case. But from experience, we knew he would only tentatively embrace, or seem to embrace, the duties. He would avoid those duties altogether if they involved him spending his own money. While we mourners reminisced, the phone rang. David answered it. "It's yours," he said to me. He scooted from his favorite seat next to the telephone and handed me the receiver. I couldn't imagine who would call me. I had already seen and exchanged greetings with most family members at the funeral. "Hello," I said. "Hello, it's Njeri's mother." "I didn't recognize your voice," I said. "It's been many years." "Yes, I want to speak to you." "This is Wanjiru," I said, in case David heard the name wrong and gave me someone else's call. Years ago, the woman came to my house once to sell me a dictionary and a medical encyclopedia. I hadn't seen her since her daughter, Morathi's widow, was a young girl. "Yes, I asked for you," she said. "I know you and Morathi were close." "Yes, we were." "I also know your family will listen to you and find a way to help Njeri." "I see," I said. "I don't know whether you know about my daughter, but I'll tell you because she's a part of your family. Maybe you should let Njeri tell me." "She won't mind if I do." "Okay." When Njeri completed high school, you weren't in Kenya then, she had a job. When Morathi married her, he stopped her from working and earning her own money. That job would have enabled her to get more training. My daughter is still young and she can return to school. The Warama family owes her that. "Oh," I said. "First she should move from Makuyu back to Buruburu where they lived before Morathi isolated her from her family." "Well, Buruburu is my home," I said. "I allowed them to stay because Morathi lived there with my mother before she died. When Morathi's family moved out, I didn't expect them back. Besides, another family lives in the house now." "That's okay," the woman said. "Njeri can live in the room in the backyard." "What room? The storage shed?" I asked. "That isn't fit for human habitation. It can't even fit in a single-size bed." "I would rather she live in that room than miles away from her family," the woman said. "I would never allow my nephews to live in that tiny shed," I said. David and the other mourners threw me a side glance, which they had done now and then. Tired of making small talk while they waited for me to finish, they had moved on without me. "It's big enough for her," she said, "and things will get better after she gets her training." "Oh, how?" "I know Morathi had several plots that can be sold," the woman said. "After Njeri finishes her education, I suggest their rented home in Umoja be sold. Or she and I can start a childcare business in the house. I have already talked to her about it. She's in agreement. Since she doesn't have a husband now, she can do a lot of things." "Our family will do whatever we can to ensure Morathi's family is well settled," I said, just before I ended the call. What an evil woman! When Morathi lay in a morgue, mother and daughter were scheming on how to liquidate the estate. The mother didn't even have the decency to wait until after the funeral day to introduce their scheme. During the 1-hour call, not once did the woman mention her young grandsons. I felt like telling her that she and her family caused Njeri and her children to leave the Buruburu house. Morathi became tired of his mother-in-law's hatred and disregard for him because he wasn't a Catholic. She had claimed he dealt in drugs. As if that wasn't enough, her unmarried 2 or 3 daughters used much of the household's food and other supplies when they joined Njeri during the day, when Morathi was at work. To get out of their way, he bought a 2-acre plot in Makuyu, built a house, and before it was quite ready, gathered his family and moved in. He commuted over 40 miles to Nairobi for work every morning. After the call, I concluded that Mrs. Evil and her daughter were happy Morathi died. I know there was no admiration between him and his mother-in-law, but it surprised and disgusted me that she preferred her grandsons to become fatherless so she and her daughter could assume financial control. I replaced my guilt for not visiting Morathi and his family with pity for his young boys, and especially when I remembered how passionate my brother was about having a small family, so he could raise his children better than he grew up. My unwavering belief has always been that children well reared are the backbone of society. In our family, that had never been so evident. I feared, because of Njeri's passive demeanor, her almost fanatical practice of some limiting aspects of the Catholic faith, just like her mother, and the mother's misguided influence would negatively impact her impressionable young boys. Morathi had worried how his children would fare if he died. Because of his lack of faith in his wife's abilities, he designated David as the trustee of the house he bought as a bachelor. After his death, some people believed Morathi had a premonition. Chapter 23. The Village Gets Tested. The African proverb, "It takes a village," went viral when the former United States Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton chose it for her book title in 1996. Urbanization and social mobility, however, have diluted the idea over the years. But after Morathi's death, I wanted to put the proverb's wisdom into practice. I suggested to Njeri, Morathi's widow, that the best thing for her sons, Warama, Dongo, and Njero, was for her and them to join me in the United States. The easiest way to get visas was if she went to study and I adopted the boys. Although I kept it to myself, I believed the children would have a better chance in life without her family's influence. A little voice within me warned against the legal and financial responsibility I would put on myself if Njeri accepted. I didn't heed it. During that period, I could have done anything for my brother's family. I hoped the adoption process would take about 2 years, and another 2 for the American visas. At most, I estimated we would complete everything in 5 years. With Morathi's assets, Njeri could afford to attend college in the USA. That way, she could be a part of her boys' lives, and at the same time appease her mother who wanted her to return to school. I was then living in the 3-bedroom house on 52nd Street. Between my house and the 2-bedroom back house, accommodating Njeri and her sons would have posed no hardship. Njeri balked at my offer. I attributed this to mourning. A woman of few words, she didn't give me a clear answer. Whenever I asked her opinion and input, she fidgeted before she said, "That's a good suggestion. I'll think about that." To give her time to consider my generosity, I left the offer open for the last 5 months of 1997 and the whole of 1998. Meanwhile, because Morathi died without a will, a court would settle his estate through probate. Njeri couldn't lay her hands on the funds until the judge signed on the final settlement. But she had access to the savings account in addition to the sizable amount Morathi's business colleagues donated. The bank balance, contributions, and cash flow from the family's rental property in Umoja were enough to support the family for more than a year while the estate went through probate. I returned to Nairobi a little over a year later in December 1998, still guilt-ridden for not visiting before Morathi died. I didn't want anyone else to die before I gave them something. I bought clothing and other gifts for every member of my large, immediate family. My 3 nephews, the only fatherless children in the family, received the most generous gifts. That settled, I believed a year and 5 months long enough for Njeri to mourn and get clear-headed to consider and make a decision on my adoption offer. While in San Diego, before I returned to Nairobi, the family had already filled me with the rumors that Njeri had become secretive about her activities, and that with my adoption offer and her access to money, she needed legal and financial advice. She consulted her friends and Mrs. Evil, her mother. The extent of the consultants' financial and legal skills came from the stories they recycled about widows evicted and left homeless by their late husbands' families. The advisors' other experience came from managing the household allowances they received from their husbands or from their meager monthly wages. Another piece of advice Njeri received was to ensure that the Warama family didn't get involved in her sons' lives. They said our family wanted to steal her children. The rumors persisted now that I was in Nairobi. Besides the claim that the Warama family wanted to steal her children, someone told me Njeri had said she wasn't interested in going to America. I chose not to react. I didn't want to make such an important decision about the children based on hearsay until I heard from Njeri herself. "I've been waiting for your decision about the children," I said, when she and I got a chance to be alone in David's living room. Njeri shifted in her seat, attempted to look at me, then averted her eyes, or face down or sideways, her head slightly tilted. "How can someone my age go back to school?" she finally asked. She was 31 years old at the time. We parted before she said anything about the boys. Subsequently, whenever she came to David's house, where I stayed during my 2 visits, she said hello and hurried to the kitchen, which the family used as a family room and where rumors thrived. If everybody became busy and I remained in the living room alone, I addressed Njeri when she brought me tea before she retreated. I asked her whether she had made up her mind yet. She said little beyond still thinking about it, or she behaved as if she couldn't spare the time to get into the subject, looking toward the kitchen repeatedly as if something on the stove would burn. Since Njeri wasn't talking, at least not directly to me or to David, he and I agreed to call a meeting and state where our family stood regarding the children's welfare. We called a meeting at David's house, a mediation of sorts. Representatives from both families were to attend the meeting. From Njeri's family, her mother, Mrs. Evil, her uncle, Dr. Keguta Nanga, a medical doctor, and her late father's elderly relative for fatherly advice. Njeri's father was deceased. From Morethi's family, David and I. Lucy, David's wife and Mrs. Evil's half-cousin, didn't want to attend the meeting, allegedly to remain neutral, although she fed me most of the rumors that she learned from her daughters after Njeri confided in them. Everybody invited attended the meeting, except Mrs. Evil, who called before we started. She had pressing Saturday church business to attend to, she said. Lucy had warned us of Mrs. Evil's possible abstention. The story went that whenever attendees included members of her family who she couldn't face down, like Dr. Nanga, she never showed up. She would come later after they left, stomp and appeal or muddle any family agreements. I suspected nothing would be conclusive without her input. Nonetheless, David and I presented our recommendations in hopes Njeri would defy her mother and do the right thing for the benefit of her children. Our recommendations: take some of the cash in the bank and pay off the Umoja House mortgage balance of 40,000 Kenyan shillings. We knew the house was safe from mother and daughter's claws, since Morethi bought it before he married. The probate judge had put the house in trust for the minor children and confirmed David as trustee. Use the balance in the bank as an emergency fund for large expenses like repairs or for the children's education. Have Njeri and her 3 boys live in their Makuyo house and use the Umoja House rent as income. Have Njeri sell one of the vacant plots if she needed extra cash. Have David follow up on the wrongful death lawsuit he had filed through attorney Kimondo against the driver who caused the accident that killed Morethi. Besides being our cousin, Kimondo and Morethi were good friends and age mates. Kimondo was the funeral committee chairman. He promised to represent Njeri and her children on a contingency basis. He also agreed to pay for administrative expenses, copies, messenger services, and other miscellaneous costs until the case settled. I repeated my adoption offer a 3rd time. I knew by the time we completed legalities, and Njeri and the boys joined me in San Diego, my finances would be stable. Njeri's side of the family, Dr. Nanga and the elderly relative, talked in turns. They had little to add. Impressed by our outline, they said Njeri was lucky to have a family concerned with her and her children's welfare. They gave her examples of wayward behavior of some survivors of deceased people they had heard of or known. We all chimed in because each of us had heard such a case or two. "These are your children," Dr. Nanga said to Njeri, "and no one can take them away from you. Unless you are abusive, to warrant family intervention, nothing we do or discuss here will take place unless you agree. Search your soul and choose the best course for your young children, without any sway from anyone." During the meeting, Njeri responded with, okay, I have no problem with that. I welcome the help. I'm thankful. I will think about it. My mother wants the best for me, too. After the meeting, David and I doubted Njeri would follow our suggestions. She had breezed through the cash she had access to the previous year, and we now wondered whether she would pace herself. It took me years before one important point hit me, a fact we never considered at the meeting. Njeri was born and raised in Nairobi. Living over 40 miles away in the countryside posed a great hardship for her. But at the time, we had done the best we knew how. It was then up to her. In the following week, perhaps after consultation with her advisors, Njeri informed me she would raise her children. But you can take them when they reach their teen years, she said. Teenagers? Really? I snorted. After she molded them after every which way? I don't recall what I told Njeri after that. I would have sacrificed a lot from my brother's family. But Njeri expected too much from me. She must have believed my emotions would remain raw for another decade. She was wrong. By the time I returned to San Diego with a clear conscience, I had withdrawn my adoption offer. I knew she would manage financially if she followed our suggestions, but I remained convinced that raising the boys on her own would be rocky. The boys, except the oldest one, were hyper, driven like their father. Njeri was on the passive side. I worried they would walk all over her to their detriment. Chapter 24. The Village Fails. After Njeri turned down my offer to adopt my 3 nephews, it took her just 3 years to ingratiate herself to me. She wanted me to help her come to America to work. She planned to leave my nephews with her mother, a woman to whom I wouldn't have trusted with my cat. Unless, of course, I didn't mind the psychological damage and neglect that the poor animal would endure. Appalled, I ignored the email. In another 2 years, I broke my silence and visited my family, particularly to check on the 3 boys. When I arrived in Nairobi, I learned Njeri had fired David from Mureithe's estate trusteeship. The only thing she couldn't wrestle from him was the Umoja house, which remained under the court-mandated trust for the minor children. She had taken the wrongful death case file away from Mr. Kimondo and engaged her own attorney, who I presume didn't deliver because we never heard of the case again. 2 days after my arrival, I couldn't wait to go see my nephews. My sister, Wairimu, and I went to Mkuyu, Mureithi family's homestead. We found the firstborn, then 12 years old, but only the size of a 10-year-old American child. His youngest brother, 9, looked 7. Njeri had taken the middle boy to the hospital, after which the 2 went to spend the night at her mother's, Mrs. Evil's house in Nairobi. It horrified me to see the squalor they lived in. Their homestead had turned into a ghost compound, as if the residents had left in a hurry and left the door ajar. Besides the 2 boys, I saw no sign of life. Somehow the cows, the 2 huge dogs, and the chickens had disappeared. Everything that remained in the yard looked dilapidated, including the borehole pump where their water came from. Mureithe's grave had disappeared into the overgrown vegetation. Days later, when I saw Njeri in Nairobi, I asked her what happened. She confessed that she followed her mother and friends' advice, invested her cash in the stock market, and it evaporated. That explained why she had written and asked me to lend her 100,000 shillings, about $3,500 then, to start a business of growing and exporting flowers. My letter asking her what she knew about flower business went unanswered. Now, when I asked her what happened, she said, "It was just an idea." Mureithi had sworn that his children would never experience the poverty he had endured as a child, and he worked hard to ensure that. But with him gone, his fears were realized. His children ended poor, if not worse off. In time, the older boy did well in his high school entry national exam. He got admitted to Kagumor High School, a reputable public boarding school in Nyeri. I picked up the tab: tuition, books, uniforms, pocket money, and travel costs. 3 years later, in 2006, I returned to Nairobi. I took my 3 nephews on a dream vacation to help dull the fatherless hole in their hearts and widen their horizons. We flew to Mombasa, Kenya's maritime window to the world, and spent a week in an oceanfront hotel. We overate, swam, walked on the beach, went sightseeing on a glass-bottom boat excursion, rode on the ferry, and toured historic sites such as Fort Jesus, from where Portuguese and Arabs shipped slaves. My nephews became the envy of their cousins, most of whom flying was just a fairy tale. Whenever I visited Nairobi, Jerry dropped off my nephews at my place. When they became old enough to travel alone, they came to visit and stay with me for up to a week. Because of them, I always rented a 2-bedroom apartment. I enjoyed their company, and I wanted to nurture our relationship. During the years I helped, not once did Njeri bring me a customary token gift like fruits, vegetables, or a packet of milk, an alien behavior for an African, especially a woman. She never invited me for a cup of tea, or showed me where they moved to in Nairobi after they abandoned their country homestead. Despite our differences, the one unspoken fact remained that she and I wanted the best for her 3 boys. But we pulled them in different directions, which agonized me to no end. Njeri made it known that her major goal was to get the boys into a Catholic school for total religious immersion. It seemed as if she believed religious education took precedent to formal education. It started immediately after Muriathi's death, when the boys were 7, 6, and 4. The day after the funeral, when the rest of us shook off sleep, mother and children, including the 4-year-old, left for 6 a.m. Mass before any of them took even a sip of water. On the other hand, my objective, that I kept to myself, was to get the children farthest from Catholic schools as long as I paid their tuition and other school expenses. I was suspicious of Catholic priests. While I was in high school, I had a brush with 2 priests from a Catholic church I walked by to get home. One of them escorted me a couple of times, and seemed more interested in my personal life than in converting me to Catholicism. Even before I moved to the United States, I heard alarming stories about some Catholic priests and the boys in their care. Those priests ruled not only the boys' minds, but also some of the boys' bodies. My vulnerable, fatherless nephews fit the bill. 5 years after the boys and I visited Mombasa, Njeri asked me for money as if I were her reincarnated husband. Her children must have adopted the beggar mentality, a common theme in underdeveloped countries. I won't go into the whys, I'm just pointing it out. When the firstborn completed high school on my money, he behaved as if I owed him a living. He emailed me, "Auntie, can you buy me an iPhone?" I didn't even own a smartphone at the time. "I need a laptop, can you buy me one?" and so forth. Meanwhile, I paid for a computer course for him where the instructor said, "This young man is so intelligent, he needs to go on with education." Unfortunately, our exchanges deteriorated to a stage where he told me not to talk to him, ever. He must have reconsidered, because after a year he started emailing me without a mention of the ultimatum he had given me. I never spoke to him or replied to his emails for 4 years until I visited Nairobi in December of 2014. When I mentioned his bad behavior to him, he blamed it on youth, although he still didn't apologize for his ingratitude. He seemed to be doing well, but between his mother and her relatives' expectations and demands for handouts, and the ingrained sense of obligation that a son or daughter feels, I could only wish him well. The second-born, with the sharpest and quickest brain of the 3, quit school after middle school. He and I never saw each other after that, and over the years I heard he never gave his mother a moment's peace. I fear the youngest boy might fall under his older brother's influence if he remained under his mother's pray-for-him guidance. At my urging, my brother Gitoi, a former high school principal, helped look for a school for him. The boy was admitted to a private boarding school close to Gitoi's house in Ol Kalou. He fell sick before he acclimated to the cold weather in the Kenyan highlands. His mother went and took him out of school without telling my brother or me, or asking for a refund of the school fees I had paid. It wasn't until the headmaster called my brother to pick up a letter I had sent to my nephew that he, my brother, learned our nephew wasn't in school. and Jerry found him a school in Nairobi close to home. But like his older brother, his school days soon came to an end. When I learned of my youngest nephew's dropout after a year, compassion fatigue weighed on me. I dropped off the help wagon. 4 years later, I visited Nairobi. When I talked to his oldest brother, he told me he and his mother had pressured the youngest brother to resume school. When that failed, they begged him, but that didn't work either. Now that I was in Nairobi, the older brother believed his youngest brother might listen to me. He called and asked me to talk to him. The school dropout and I arranged for him to come to the apartment where I was staying, close to Nairobi's city center. As he entered through the door, he almost floated in clean clothes, buds in his ears, listening to music from his cell phone. After he ate the refreshments I offered him, buds still in his ears, I suggested we have a private conversation. We went to one of the tables under a canopy by the pool behind the apartment building. When I asked him why he left the boarding school, he told me a completely different story from the weather acclimation one his mother had told. He went into a convoluted story about the abuse and hardships he endured at the school. He said teachers and students bullied him because he was a city boy. Finally, I threatened the city boy with the pitfalls he would encounter if he didn't get an education. I also shamed him about living at home and being supported by his mother like an invalid. I pressed on him the critical importance and benefits of education. Finally, I promised him I would pay his expenses and give him pocket money. "I don't see the point of more education," he said. "What will you do without education? I've always wanted to play football." "You can play football in school." "I want to join a team and then turn pro," he said. "I already have more education than some professional Kenyan football players in Europe." "You want to remain functionally illiterate so you can play football?" I asked. "Why don't you do both?" "It's not possible." "Sounds as if you don't want anything to do with school." "I have to think about it," he said. When the city boy and I parted, I hoped he would make a decision before I left Nairobi in 2 weeks. That never happened. In general, gut-wrenching poverty has bogged down my family for as long as I can remember. So by the time most of them struggle financially and finish high school, they don't get good marks to enter into a university. Or the few who do are too desperate to work and earn money. A quarter of them don't even wait to finish high school. Can't someone step in and help? One can only do so much, mainly cherry-pick the most promising. Perhaps my 2 nephews who dropped out suffered the same fate. Even if I paid their education expenses, and had promised them I would even pay their college education, their life at home may have been too strenuous. That could be the reason for their anti-education attitude. But I can only speculate since I never learned the details of how they lived. As for the city boy, it took him a year to confirm through a Facebook message that he would return to school on condition it wasn't in Kenya. I wrote him a long-winded message about life and wished him well. Chapter 25. Family Ties. No matter where I lived, even half a world away from Kenya, I expected one day I would hear a knock on my door and it would be a family member. Warama family tentacles have a long reach. Finally, my expectations came true. Not more than a year after I gave up on the adoption of my late brother's young children, a succession of 2 nieces and a nephew, all siblings and in their 20s, camped in my house on 52nd Street for at least a year. Each occupied Mariana's bedroom since she was away at San Francisco State University. Each of the girls became independent of me after her year ended. Their brother, however, stuck around for 2 years. I paid his foreign student college tuition, books, transportation, room and board, and pocket money. Despite this, his sense of entitlement knew no bounds, a streak that runs in my family and in the larger Kenyan society. But this attitude is not unique to Kenya. With limited funds for a social welfare safety net, and because of traditional family setup, families pick up the slack. Relatives, close and distant, and even non-relatives seem to believe a person has money, or the person is under obligation to indulge them, even when that person is flat broke. In my nephew's case, besides the support I had agreed to, he wanted me to buy him an aged Cadillac, a gas guzzler, for $2,000 from his college mate. As a new American arrival, such an impressive-looking car that a local wouldn't have paid $1,000 or less for made him drool. At the time, my clunker of a car could have fetched about $800. After a year and a half, my nephew obtained a part-time job. He could then pay for his miscellaneous expenses and give me some relief. At least, that was what I expected. But he still asked me for money just as before. I never made an issue of it because I had promised to pay for his school and living expenses for 2 years. But months into his job, my attitude toward him shifted. I walked across the hallway from my home office to get a pencil sharpener from the desk in the bedroom he occupied. On the desk lay a Western Union money remittance form addressed to my brother David, his father, in Nairobi. When my nephew returned from school that evening, I asked him why he sent money to his parents while he depended on me. He winced, embarrassed. I sensed it wasn't because he believed he had done anything wrong, but because I caught him. "I just want to help my mother," he said. "You need money more than your parents do." He kept quiet. Before he came to San Diego, my nephew had done the same thing in Nairobi. He had saved enough money for his air ticket, but when he learned I was visiting, he bought his mother a top-of-the-line musical system and replaced their TV. With all his travel arrangements finalized, he told me he didn't have enough money for the air ticket. When I told him how misguided his action was, he told me he wanted to leave his mother comfortable. As much as I hated it, I paid half of his ticket so he could travel. No doubt spending money on his mother, he never mentioned his father, or sending it to her made him feel manlier and not like a dependent student. Perhaps back in Nairobi, his mother bragged to her friends about her financially successful son in America. His father retired from civil service and received monthly retirement income. In addition, he and his wife had a small rental duplex behind their house, and all their children were grown. I felt cheated, and that he was selfish. More than that, I sensed he lacked empathy. I had already developed doubts about my nephew. He didn't seem to care about me unless he wanted something, a trait I could apply to most of my family members. He behaved as if giving were my vocation, and I shouldn't expect anything in return. I recall a day I told him my wishes if anything were to happen to me. I also said how the family should treat my remains. "Well, if you're dead," he said, "it'll depend on what the family decides." His callous reply jolted me, but he was doing well and was the one family member living closest to me. The previous year, Mariana had declared she wasn't interested in material things after an Islamic religious awakening in college. So I nursed the idea I would have my nephew to manage my affairs in my waning years. What did it matter if he and the family didn't respect my wishes after my death? That was a small sacrifice. After my nephew stayed at my house for 2 years, I asked Mr. Houston to let him rent a studio apartment in one of the properties I managed. Mr. Houston agreed and charged only a token $200 a month. My nephew moved in with his working girlfriend, who he married within 6 months. He also bought a small red hatchback Honda. In months, he replaced the car with a newer Toyota Camry. It didn't seem wise to change cars that fast, but it was his money. With his job in healthcare, and now married, he earned a respectable income. From all appearances, he was doing well. Besides, I still held a soft spot for him, perhaps because of what his mother had shared with me. My nephew had been an enterprising and overactive boy, his mother said. As a result, his father beat him severely, especially in his teen years. David and most of my other siblings had copied the assault behavior from our abusive father. It seemed the motto in my family was, and probably it still is, for any child's infraction, accidental, lack of structure, or parents' lack of parenting skills, beat the child into submission. One day, years before I learned of my nephew's abuse, I visited my brother's family. I heard cooing and flapping on the roof. "What's that?" I asked, my eyes to the ceiling. "Ah, those are your nephew's doves," my sister-in-law said. "Perhaps they want to be fed." "He keeps them on the roof?" Yes, they are safer there, his mother said. I was puzzled. I didn't know what to make of it. When my nephew joined me in San Diego, he told me the Dove story, without mentioning the beatings, unaware I already knew about it. All I wanted was to own a pet, he said, but that was never going to happen under my father's roof, no matter how much I craved it over the years. When all failed, in his early teens, the poor boy built a cage and placed it in one corner of the roof where his father couldn't reach it. He climbed on the roof every day to check on his pets, the only kind that came and went as they pleased and could thrive under such conditions. But all my sentiments for my nephew in San Diego counted for zero when the law came calling. I arrived home from work and found a business card from a San Diego police detective stuck on my security door. A handwritten note at the back of the card said to call him. What would a detective want from me? Mariana was in college, and except for Mr. Houston's daily visits, I lived alone. I laid the card on the fireplace mantel and soon forgot about it. At midday the following day, I received a distress phone call from my nephew. What could be the matter? He rarely called me unless he wanted something, but even then not during the day. Auntie, police are looking for me, he said. The card. My heart sunk. I became speechless, my mind going this way and that, trying to discern what he could have done. The police don't just look for someone. They wait for people to commit crimes, then chase and snare them. Even when a person has a warrant for his or her arrest, the police wait until the person's path and theirs cross. But when they come looking, there is big trouble brewing. Auntie, are you there? Why would the police look for you? I finally asked. After work, me and this woman drove to a party, he said. Along the way, we got together. Later, she reported to the police that I forced myself onto her. Auntie, I didn't do that. I remained quiet. It is bad enough to be sued, but for rape. We are talking about a felony in the same category as bank robbers, child molesters, wife beaters, and even murderers. Auntie, what am I going to do? His voice quivered. Check in the yellow pages for criminal lawyers, or call the San Diego Bar Association for a referral, I said. You need a very experienced criminal attorney. I've already contacted a lawyer. He wants a deposit, but I don't have enough. You and your wife both work? Pay $200 rent and you don't have any money? Quiet. How much extra do you need? $1,500? $1,500, I asked. I didn't expect an answer. That was almost my entire emergency fund, and likely the whole retainer fee that the lawyer asked for. I'll get you the money, but I don't want the police to accuse me of harboring a criminal, I said. It's best that you don't contact me anymore. Tell your wife to call me instead. And when you meet with the lawyer, tell him to help you turn yourself in. When Mrs. Nephew called, we agreed to meet at the Bank of America branch on 42nd Street and El Cajon Boulevard. I withdrew and handed her $1,500 in cash without either of us mentioning whether it was a loan. I didn't expect even a nickel back anyway. I walked away after I handed over the money, but I couldn't shake my nephew's situation from my mind. First, I hated the idea that he expected me to know what he needed to do. Did he ask me whether the liaison was a good idea beforehand? For sure, I didn't want to get entangled in his legal troubles, or for sympathy to cloud my mind. I quietly wished him well. Early in 2001, I was determined not to let anyone, family or not, drag me back into the financial turmoil and bondage I had wrestled with for so many years. I pause here to rant to a handful of my young and not-so-young relatives, and others like them, who let their sexuality run amok, get into legal troubles, or contract avoidable diseases. Other times they bring forth children they can't provide for adequately and expect relatives, or the government in the case of Westerners, to help provide for those children. Don't have a child unless you can feed, clothe him well, provide proper housing, education, and teach him or her about life without slaps or whips when your frustration turns into anger. And for humankind's sake, don't have a child until you are able to support yourself. If you do all the right things, but later fall into hard times, no one will blame you if you seek help. No one will blame you also if a child is conceived because of rape. But if you are one of those individuals who let your sexual urges blow them toward every skirt or trouser, confine your sexual activity to DIY, do it yourself, until you understand the best way to manage your sex life in order to avoid unplanned outcomes. If you don't, then you deserve any psychological, financial, or legal turmoil that follows you. Don't drag others into the outcome of your mindless choices. A mindless choice had put Mr. Nephew in a jam, and he knew it. Chapter 26. The Power of Bloodline. I was mistaken to believe $1,500 could untangle me from my nephew's legal troubles. In about 2 months, the police reminded me that the family bond is etched in blood that I couldn't just will away. One morning, I cruised south on Euclid Avenue, going to Jackie Robinson's YMCA gym, off Imperial Avenue in southeastern San Diego. I was dressed in a sleeveless t-shirt, sweatpants, and tennis shoes. I could have gone to a gym closer to my home on 52nd Street, but I wanted to support organizations in that community in whatever small way I could. About 2 blocks south of University Avenue, I looked in my rearview mirror. A police car trailed behind me on the two-way street. I looked at the speedometer. I was within the residential speed limit. Without flashing lights, I didn't get alarmed. The police car overtook mine but kept its slow pace while another one replaced it at the rear. Having a police car behind and another in front seemed unusual. In a moment, the car in the rear swung to my left and drove parallel to mine. Just by luck, there was no oncoming traffic. Another patrol car replaced it at the rear, and behind it followed 2 more. My heart started to pound. What was going on? America's Most Wanted flashed through my mind. Did they mistake me for a fugitive? Confused, I panicked. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel in case I became too rattled and caused an accident. The car in front slowed to a crawl. A police officer from the car to my left waved his hand sideways, index finger pointing at me and then flashing to the side. "Pull over," he said. I put on my blinkers, found a safe place, and pulled over. Before I turned my engine off, my 2 front doors flew open, commando style, a police raid in full swing, minus visible cameras. "Get out of the car!" "What is going on?" I asked softly when I got out of the car, and 3 officers crowded me. "Do you know where your nephew is?" one officer asked, as if I were a mile away. No. So that is what it was all about. Relieved, I gained some composure. "He lives at your house, doesn't he?" "No." "No?" Eyes blazed at me. "You don't mind us going to your house right now, do you?" "No." The officers exchanged glances. "Okay, get in the car." The officer pointed to a police car. "One of these officers will drive your car." "I won't go in a police car," I said. "I haven't done anything wrong." "Ma'am, I need you to get in that car." He pointed again. "Officer, you have to tell me what you are charging me with," I said softly. The 3 officers, the others remained in or hung by their cars, paused for a few seconds, long enough for me to realize I had them. "I will drive my car," I said. "I can't possibly outrun all your cars." My motorcade turned around, 1 police vehicle in front of my car, the others behind. When we arrived at my house and I opened the door, 4 or 5 officers entered. I told them to search wherever they pleased, embarrassed I had left my bed unmade. In less than 10 minutes they had snooped in every room of the 3-bedroom house, the backyard, and of course, there was no Mr. Nephew. Over the next 2 months, I believe the police and I settled the matter, but I was wrong. They still sniffed around me. One evening I dozed on and off on the couch, waiting to catch an episode on Charlie Rose's TV program at midnight. A series of determined raps on my front door interrupted my slumber. I approached the door. "Who is it?" "San Diego police." Opened the door. Trouble again? I hesitated. All alone in the house and no witnesses. Rap, rap, rap. What choice did I have? I turned the porch light on, opened the main wooden door, and peered through the iron security door. A group of uniformed and plainclothes officers crowded the porch. "Yes?" I said. "We have a warrant to search your house," a plainclothes officer said. I opened the security door. The multitude piled in like a demolition squad. They included whites, browns, one short black one, but no woman. One plainclothes, middle-aged, average-height brown officer said he was the supervisor. He and some of the officers came from National City, where the alleged crime took place, he said. The others came from San Diego, where Mr. Nephew lived. The officers worked in pairs. Some started in the living room by the dining table, others rushed toward the bedrooms, and the others to the kitchen. The bathroom wasn't spared. The supervisor kept an eye on me in case I became a flight risk. He stood by where I sat on the couch and kept questions coming. Where was I hiding, Mr. Nephew? What did he tell me? And on and on. I didn't care how many questions he barraged me with. I had no answers. By midnight, I had forgotten Charlie Rose and become tired of the supervisor's sometimes silly questions. "Officer," I said, "do you know where your nephews and cousins are or what they are doing right now?" The officer stalled, then looked hard at me. "How do you expect me to know the whereabouts of a grown man who doesn't live with me?" After that, the questions ceased, replaced by an occasional threat that he would charge me with a crime if the police found out I had harbored a criminal, concealed evidence, or blocked the legal process. In the first search, the police had gone through my house yard by yard, but with a search warrant, they went through the same house inch by inch. In over an hour, they had combed every drawer, cabinet, looked under the beds, desks, and gone through my files and loose papers. During the search, they listed the documents they confiscated as evidence. The supervisor asked me to read and sign. The list didn't contain much. My will fell into the takeaway items. I made a mental note to write a replacement. Also included was a list of members of a defunct Kenyan immigrant social organization, which seemed benign to me. Within the week, Mr. Nephew's picture appeared all over TV evening news, the first American crack of fame in my family. The news station named the community where his family lived, but they didn't show my house. Nonetheless, I felt like moving to a place where no one knew me. Subsequently, if I met people who didn't know my nephew, or my connection to him, and they heard I was from Kenya, they told me about that most wanted man from Kenya. They also wanted to know whether I had watched the news. I professed ignorance every time. Meanwhile, the police contacted individuals listed on the defunct Kenyan social group. I learned this 3 days later from Richard McCow, who had loaned me money to attend my brother's funeral, and whose name appeared on the list. The rest of the group, most of whom I knew well, some of them Mr. Nephew's friends or acquaintances, cowered and kept mum, a timid lot. I became an outcast, and they avoided me like a leper. In 2 months, Mrs. Nephew moved out of the tiny studio apartment she and Mr. Nephew had rented from Mr. Houston. As for Mr. Houston, I never learned whether he suspected or anybody told him what was going on. He didn't mention my nephew, or ask about him, even after his wife moved out. The only thing he said was that Mrs. Nephew was a terrible housekeeper. Because Mr. Houston preferred to watch documentaries on the Discovery Channel, I hoped he had not watched the evening news, the day the media splashed Mr. Nephew's picture repeatedly throughout several local TV news channels. I didn't want him to see my family's ugliness. For 2 weeks after the search, a man in a van occasionally parked across the street from my house, and at one time followed me when I went to drop my niece at her night shift job. I also suspected that someone listened to my phone calls for a period. Otherwise, the police never bothered me again. My nephew also honored my wishes and stayed away. Nonetheless, I suffered paranoia for at least 2 more years, feeling that someone was following me whenever a car came close to mine. Chapter 27. Lawsuit Seed. As I tussled with family issues, Mariana blindsided me when she planted a lawsuit seed, which unknown to both of us would germinate and sprout years into the future. In early 2000, she was in her 4th year at San Francisco State University, SFSU, in Northern California. I looked forward to her graduation in May, but 2 months before, I learned she still had incomplete classes. She had skipped those classes, and instead studied other courses she preferred in order to widen her knowledge, she claimed. As if that weren't enough, When I saw her transcript, besides the incomplete courses, she had failed in a handful of classes. After the school tallied her credits, she still needed a year's worth of units to complete her degree. To say I was disappointed is an understatement. The news drained me so much I had no energy left to fight. "What do you have to say about this?" I asked, holding her transcript. "What's the big deal?" she said. "The big deal is you've put in 4 years and won't graduate." "You want things done your way," she said, enraged. "I'm an adult. I'll do it my way, even if it means graduating at 25. I had misjudged the signs. As a sophomore, Mariana had come home to San Diego loaded with luggage as if she were rich and famous. She had bought enough clothes, she said, so she wouldn't have to wash until she came home for the holidays, and in her new lifestyle, she needed more clothes. She couldn't afford the clothes from her part-time job. I suspected she used money from her school loan. To top it all, she had converted to Islam, the reason for the upgraded wardrobe. She displayed all the trappings, the long black robe and head covering to match. The look mortified me. She had told me about the religious awakening on the phone months prior, but I couldn't or didn't want to imagine her that way. What was a mother to say? Resigned, I looked at it from a positive point of view. Islam, allegedly notorious for the way it clamped down on its women, perhaps would ward off boyfriends until she completed her college program. I fail to consider that any religious institution is an extension of society. Besides, no religion ever slowed a determined man. During graduation season toward the end of May 2000, Mariana's education status weighed heavily on me. I found it hard to forget that a friend of mine and I had planned to travel to San Francisco for her graduation. Now we had to wait until the following year, I lamented. 1 year would have been more than welcome if I had known of the next phone call Mariana was about to spring on me. My phone rang at about 11:30 p.m., just before I fell into deep sleep. When I answered, Mariana prattled on before I shook off my sleep. "Hi, guess what?" she said, with unbridled excitement. "I met a man. We just got engaged." I placed the receiver on the side table, turned on the lamp, and stacked 2 pillows and propped myself in bed, my sleep gone. "Hello? Can you hear me?" her voice echoed. I picked up the receiver. "Yes. How long have you known him?" 1 week. 1 week. I met him at the mosque." "What do you know about him?" "He is a good Muslim," she said. "What has that to do with knowing him?" "You are not a Muslim," she said, "so you can't understand." I heard cars passing by, an indication she was in someone's car. I poured my heart out for half an hour. I begged and pleaded with her to finish college and do whatever she wanted afterward. I even suggested she bring the young man to meet me in San Diego. We ended the call by her telling me I didn't understand her generation. 2 days later, Mariana called around the same time. Giggling, she said she and her fiancé would marry that Friday. I asked about the conflict of finishing college and marriage to a stranger, let alone into a culture she knew nothing about. "Muslim men and women don't date," she said. "They marry and learn to love each other afterward." "Don't Muslims arrange marriages for their sons and daughters?" "The sheikh at our mosque has blessed us." "Does he know you're a student?" "I'm not underage." "What kind of a sheikh blesses a student's marriage without asking about her parents or their opinion?" "Since you're not a Muslim, you can't understand," she said. "Your spur-of-the-moment decision will doom your life forever," I said, a statement I hated to make, but it bubbled inside me. "You are not welcome to my wedding," Mariana said. "I don't want a kafir, an insulting term for a non-Muslim, to embarrass me in front of my new family." With her utterance, a sudden sharp pain pierced through my heart. I had begged, pleaded, cried, and thrown every parental tantrum I knew of, but I could as well have talked to a stone. I questioned my parenting skills. As an unmarried parent, maybe I was too hard on her. What could I have done differently? I once offered her that we return to Kenya and look for her father so she and he could have a relationship. Perhaps I should have insisted. I slept little that night. I spent that Thursday in a daze. The following day, the wedding day, I didn't have the strength to go to work. I stayed home. Mr. Houston came to my house as usual. We talked casually over a cup of tea at the kitchen table. I told him I would skip work that day. "You have a lot on your mind," he said. "Yeah, I suppose I do," I said, if he only knew. Mariana's mosque ceremonial marriage, the Islamic union that is practiced by others but has no legal standing within American borders, didn't wait for the so-called 7-year itch. Her marriage started the downward spiral from the get-go. I received a distress call in 2 weeks. "I miss you," she said, crying uncontrollably. "I want to come home," she rattled in between sobs. I kept on asking her to repeat herself. She had not gone outside their apartment since she married, she said. She didn't even know of the apartment's location. It was her husband's younger brother's place. Her husband didn't allow her to return to her studio apartment after the wedding or to attend college. Apparently, that was the way the man decided to break her in. As a Muslim woman in 2000 in San Francisco, California, she could not go anywhere or attend classes unless her husband or a male relative accompanied her. Since the brothers had to work, she had nobody to take her. Besides, the man had no college degree. What Muslim allowed his wife to get a degree if he didn't have one? I told Mariana to call the police and tell them exactly what she told me. Perhaps there was a way they could trace her call and rescue her. I calmed her as I spelled out everything for her in between her sobs. By the time I finished, she stopped crying. "I know what is going on is wrong," she said. "But in Islam, I'm supposed to obey my husband." I had nothing else to offer her. Between all that turmoil, Mariana and the man who I hated more than I will ever hate another human being or anything else in this lifetime, visited a justice of the peace and married, legally. I learned about it a couple of years later. Meanwhile, I joined Mariana on one of life's fear-filled, worst emotional roller coasters. It took me 8 years to become exhausted, both mentally and physically. I vowed from then on I would help only from afar, otherwise my health, security, and finances would be in jeopardy. By then, I had a granddaughter, Fatma Iman Warama Essayam, who resided, from 4 months old, with her father's family in Tunisia, North Africa. After gut-wrenching chaos, Mariana filed for divorce in San Diego. Her ex-husband married her former best friend, a 13-year-older white woman. After the two spent a number of years in the Bay Area, they left the United States for Tunisia. Years later, I learned that the couple picked up my granddaughter at 7 and moved to the United Arab Emirates. When the baby was about 6 months old, and without my knowledge, Mariana had traveled to Tunisia to see or retrieve her daughter. I only learned of it because she needed my help. She called me from Tunis after her attempts failed, and she couldn't pay her hotel bill and had no money to eat or to buy a ticket back to the USA. Years later, I learned she had traveled, at great personal risk, to Tunisia several more times. Finally, she couldn't work to support herself, let alone earn money to search for her daughter. She gave up on life and stopped to function. She gradually lost everything, including her sanity. Tribalism. Chapter 28. Can we really get along? Work and family weren't the only aspects of my life I struggled with. In my daily life, I dealt with tribal or gender mild irritations on a daily basis. But I occasionally encountered a jab that seemed to imply I needed to be put in my place. This is not an attempt to take sides in the American political or tribal discourse. There are other qualified writers to do that. Nonetheless, it would be unnatural for any person of African descent living in the United States to write an autobiography or a memoir without touching on the tribal prejudice malignancy that affects this country. It may seem in remission to the ruling tribe, but is still active or raging in the life of any black person who walks on this great land. A transplant from Kenya, like me, one of the previously so-called third world countries, has a slightly different viewpoint from that of a native-born American, which I will get into in due course. For now, I can attest that for 14 years, besides the slights I suffered here and there, no one had ever questioned my American authenticity or declared I had no right to be in the country. That changed one afternoon when I met a real estate broker at a gas station. I noticed my gas gauge close to empty when I drove east on Martin Luther King 94 freeway. I exited on Broadway in Lemon Grove and pulled into the first gas station. My vehicle, a Honda Accord, displayed 2 signs on its sides. Wanjiru Warama came in giant letters on the first line. Below it, real estate broker, and my imposing phone number at the bottom. The signs were for publicity and for the off chance that a prospective house buyer or seller would jot down my phone number and call me for business. Before I walked to the cashier's station to pay for my gas, I locked the car doors to avoid a thug slipping into the back seat. A woman can't be too careful. Back at the gas pump, I freed my hands by latching the little trigger of the nozzle for automatic delivery. A man at the pump behind my car stood by, waiting for his pump to finish. He turned from his small truck and faced toward me. "Hi," he said. "How's the real estate market?" "Oh, great," I said. "Great?" he asked. "People have to live somewhere," I said, echoing the Century 21 and Realty Guru's teachings. "How are you going to motivate prospects if you don't believe in your product?" they barraged salespeople. "Do you make a living in real estate?" the man asked. "It's hard to succeed in real estate if you don't do it full-time," I said. "You don't have another job?" "This is all I do." "I was a real estate broker once," he said. "Oh, which areas did you prospect?" I asked, happy to shift the conversation back to him. "What do you care?" "I was just asking," I said, somewhat subdued. How could he flip that fast? "I was just asking," he mimicked a girly voice. "It's because of people like you that I couldn't make it in real estate." He inched toward me, without seeming aware of it, ready to say what bugged him. "I have to do menial labor to support my family. Well, you people come and take jobs from Americans," he said, as he poked his index finger toward me. I watched him, my mouth shut. Meanwhile, his pump stopped. He returned the nozzle to its holder and capped his truck's gas tank while he murmured. Shortly, my gas pump trigger clicked off, a good time for me to hustle and leave. But my gas tank had filled before the money I paid ran out. I debated whether to forget my $2 and change, or walk about 10 yards to get it from the cashier at the Food Mart's counter. By then, the man seemed unaware he needed to leave, and instead held court no more than 8 feet from my car. He talked about welfare, you people taking over our country, and such. I chose to go get my change, and wait inside the Food Mart until the xenophobe left. Meanwhile, the tall, youthful, emaciated-looking cashier appeared. He stood transfixed at the entrance and watched the verbal commotion. Relieved we had company, I started walking toward him. The verbal attacker made as if to follow me, perhaps to finish whatever he intended to tell me that afternoon. I turned and sidled, my eye on the man in case he escalated his verbal assaults to a physical level. His upper body bent toward me at his every finger thrust, propelled by the energy to drive his point home. Halfway to the Food Mart, I turned my head and eyed the cashier who remained transfixed. I hoped he would heed my eye please and call the police. He never did. Was the man slow or just a coward? Would he act this slow if this nut were black and I were white? With no other customer in sight, I made a quick mental note to patronize a gas station only when there were other patrons. I was now close to the entrance of the Food Mart, where the coward stood. If the enraged man rushed me, I planned to sprint into the Food Mart and secure the door behind me. Even a coward has her brave moments. My fear morphed into a rush of energy. I stopped backing off, stood still, and gazed at Mr. Broker Struggler. "FIFO," I said, in a quiet, ominous voice. At least I thought I did, ready to turn and dash in if the man became more agitated. Mr. Struggler stood still, his gaze on me. Perhaps he was confused at what I had just said, or he suspected it was an African curse and didn't dare venture where he didn't understand. Fear coursed through me, but I willed myself to keep my eyes on him like an emotional dare. We both stood our ground. His head made a series of slow nods before he spat out, "Why don't you people go back to wherever you come from and leave us alone?" He turned, marched back to his truck, muttering, got in, and drove away. I learned about FIFO, first in, first out, and LIFO, last in, first out, accounting methods in a production class I studied in Nairobi decades ago. The terms refer to the two methods factory warehouses controlled their inventories prior to the digital age. When it came to immigration, Mr. Broker Struggler was probably a believer in LIFO. The last immigrants into the country should be the first ones to get out, including naturalized Americans and legal immigrants. I don't know if FIFO made any sense to him, but it did to me. Before I reached my destination, my mind replayed the gas station incident. How could a 40-ish, 6-foot-tall white man, anywhere in the world, with all the mountain of psychological and other advantages, believe a 50-ish, 5'3" African woman could take business from him? That's a common mentality of confirmed strugglers who feel deprived, buy into the limited supply premise, and blame others for taking what they reckon is their birthright. "Why don't you people go back to wherever you come from?" is a popular line strugglers or politicians who want to cause discord invoke whenever they run out of reasons with which to assault their targets. What I want such people to know is that places and people grow into a person, like in the Sinatra song, "I've Got You Under My Skin." In my struggles, even though I didn't wish to settle permanently in the United States, America grew stealthily on me. Without design, by pure serendipity, I ended up with two mothers. Kenya, my birth mother, gave me life and a grounding of self. As a Black person, given my humble background, I believe self-awareness is an essence I wouldn't have acquired anywhere else. The United States, my adoptive mother, legitimized and ratified my belief that I wasn't put on this earth just to cater to men's whims, but to confer with them on an equal basis and render and receive support as a full-fledged human being. America also gave me a worldview I wouldn't have had otherwise. As my mother used to say, a person who doesn't travel thinks only his mother cooks well. In short, I have no plans to abandon either of my two mothers. Both are my anchors in my life's dance to honor the self and benefit as many lives as I can before nature takes its inevitable course. Chapter 29. The List. You might wonder how I came up with FIFO during such an intense moment. It is because I had a ready mental list to lean on as a safeguard to my psyche when my path crossed the likes of Mr. Struggler. The list resulted from my occasional negative experiences when I encountered white people. My mind was always on the ready, just in case, stress be damned. I was pleased when I met white people whose conduct let me lower my guard, and my list went unutilized. The list. 1. Gawking. Gawker, just curious, needs to know, harmless. 2. Sneaky glances. A sly or shy gawker's curiosity, a doubt of my abilities. How did she get here? What is she doing here? Mostly harmless. 3. Slights, overlooked, singled out for questioning. These are many times so subtle and unconsciously commonplace, and sometimes intentional. I look the other way and trudge on. Welcome to a Black person's daily life in America. It seems to be deep-rooted in the white majority culture, almost something genetic. 4. Verbal insults. A sign of ignorance, cocoon mentality, or bankrupt souls. If the insults are vicious, I apply the old adage, "Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never break me," and walk away. We now know the adage is flawed, but what is a Black person to do? Act cowardly and try to avoid any escalation? If an escalation is only slight, I apply whatever appropriate comeback comes to mind, or act ignorant or unaware. My non-American accent comes in handy in this regard. I recall a time I walked from the post office off Bonita Road in Bonita, 4 white teenage boys walked leisurely about 30 feet from me. They talked among themselves and occasionally looked at me. One brave soul faced me and said loudly, "Niggers are everywhere." The others turned their faces toward me and giggled. "What do you mean?" I asked. "I don't understand." I stood to wait for the boys' reply. The boys squirmed, looked at each other, lost for words. A different boy said something. They started to walk away at a faster pace. 5. Job-related issues. I hope the law is alert. 6. Secluded areas. I avoid alleys, country roads, or questionable secluded areas. I don't want to live on the outskirts of a city. Sorry, suburbia. I will stay near the city, preferably the inner city. There is strength in numbers is my motto. 7. Public figures mouthing off. It takes guts to say in public what dimwits, cowards, the ignorant, and those who use tribalism as a political weapon believe and say in private. Besides, people use the language that will hurt the most. 8. Profiling. This is a common tool used for various reasons. The Supreme Court of the United States blessed tribal profiling on May 18, 1896, when the court upheld state racial segregation laws for public facilities under the doctrine of separate but equal. The effects of that ruling are still felt, and will continue to be felt in the foreseeable future by the prejudiced segment of the population. I am ashamed to admit that at a rare moment when my mind feels helpless and wonders whether there will be an end to racial oppression, a rogue thought has flashed through my mind, nudging me to count my blessings that I am not a typical black man in America. Men of African descent single-handedly shoulder the bulk of racial bigotry in the United States. Chapter 30. Tribalism Seed. I never told Mr. Houston about the ex-real estate broker who accosted me at the gas station. I was afraid of my reaction if he downplayed my experience by saying, "Oh, that's just another nut." At the time, we enjoyed an untainted relationship. Not because we were not prejudiced, but our personal needs and wants took precedent, and therefore we had compartmentalized our lives. As a result, we looked at each other purely as individuals, so we didn't stray to sentiments we might have aired in different settings. I say this because while I lived in Kenya, I believed I didn't have a shred of tribal bias. But after residing in the USA for a number of years, I gradually realized I wasn't immune. My prejudice ignited when I was a little girl, way before I knew America existed. At 6 years old, I didn't know the word tribalism. My family and I lived in an isolated homestead in rural Kenya. My life started and ended with my parents and siblings. Except for us, the only other person I heard mentioned was my parents' employer. They called him Motongo, or Mochomba, white person. My parents went to work for him every morning, 6 days a week. Sundays were their off days when they attended to their personal chores. The sheltered life ended after I turned 6, after my brother Maury was born. Because Mother had to return to work, she took me along to babysit. She carried Maury at her front, and I trotted behind her for about 3 miles to the designated coffee plantation where she and others were to pick coffee cherries that day. At Mother's row, she spread a sheet of cloth in the shade under a coffee bush, where she laid baby Maury and instructed me to sit and watch him. After she progressed for about 30 yards, she came and moved us to another coffee bush nearer to her. At times I dozed off and slumped down by the baby and slept. Other times I nodded this way and that before Mother came to feed or relocate us. Late afternoon at the coffee factory, the coffee pickers staked their spots on the grassy lot next to the factory's silo. It was like an open-air market or a hodgepodge swap meet with noisy mothers calling to their children not to stray. Mother picked a prime spot close to the silo. "From here, one doesn't have to walk far, carrying a heavy tin full of coffee," she said. This enabled me to watch people pour their coffee cherries into the silo. But I didn't understand how the pouring converted into shillings. People blocked me from seeing the next stage. I stood timidly to get a better view, concerned Mother would order me to sit back down. I zeroed in on one woman walking strenuously, hugging a tin full of reddish coffee cherries. She passed by my father, who I didn't yet know was the overseer, and poured the coffee cherries into the silo. My father visually scanned the cherries as they cascaded down the smooth concrete surface to ensure there were no unripe or defective ones. He then tilted his head, and the woman followed the direction he indicated. My 6-year-old brain filled with curiosity. The coffee pouring, the head tilting, how would that convert into money? My eyes followed the woman. Then I saw him. An apparition? My little mind went into overdrive. This had to be the ogre Mother threatened us with, the one that ate naughty children. But nobody would be that stupid to go near a human-eating monster. This one looked like a man. He wore a shirt and a pair of shorts like my father. He wore shoes, too, but his shoes didn't look like the sandals Father wore. His were the color of soil and reached up to his ankles. A piece of cloth was wrapped around each of his legs just below his knees. His body was the color of a plucked chicken before Mother cooked it. What happened to his skin? Was his covered body skinless too? And his slimy hair looked like mucus. With my parents here, I should be all right. I wouldn't go near the skinless man, though. The woman who poured the coffee didn't fear. She headed to where the strange man sat on a stool, a small lumpy sack by his side. She tilted her empty tin toward him. He dipped his right hand in the sack and retrieved something that he threw into the woman's tin. It made a clinking sound as it rolled to the bottom. The woman gave up a whole tin of coffee for that? That was money? That was how coffee pickers make money? When Mother took her coffee cherries, I learned the silvery coin was a shilling, which she retrieved and put in her skirt pocket. The strange man must be the origin or carrier of money. He must be the motongo. That's what a motongo looks like? Confused, I didn't know what to ask about the phenomenon. Even if I did, I had already learned through my brothers not to bombard my mother with questions, especially when she was busy, and to ask none of my father. He was too important for childish questions. There was no going back. The idea of us and others was born. From then until my late teens, I believed white people had no skin. How would it feel to touch a skinless hand? Would the person feel pain? 50 years later, I found myself in a situation where I amplified my fear of prejudice to a point of hysteria. Then I met a boy who had never seen my kind. My skin terrified him. In his case, however, he had the freedom and courage to overcome his fear and face me, ask a question, touch my skinned hand, and reach his own not yet adult-tainted conclusion. Chapter 31. Tribal Pecking Order. At my babysitting job, besides Mr. No-Skin, I saw other people who looked like my family but didn't speak Kikuyu. Why did they not know how to speak like us, I wondered. My parents spoke to them in Kiswahili, a language I learned to speak 2 years later. For the next 10 years, the concept of us and others, or we and them, evolved and took hold in my psyche. I learned Mr. No-Skin employed my parents and the other people who turned out to be from different tribes. Because of his money and power, and the deference my parents and other laborers gave him, I concluded the man was a powerful human being, with a strange, skinless appearance as just a quirk. Mr. No-Skin rarely came inside the farm among the coffee pickers. If he did, he stayed on the periphery where my father joined him at a tractor track. He conferred and relied on my father, as the overseer, to keep him abreast of the day's happenings. If my father caught a coffee picker breaking rules, breaking branches while trying to reach the cherries at the top, picking too many unripe green cherries, or picking in cordoned-off tracks reserved for later harvest, he stated the penalty on the spot. This amounted to forfeiture of a certain amount of coffee equal to his assessment of the violation. No appeal existed. Workers grumbled but always said my father applied his punishment fairly. Sometimes he warned somebody not to repeat an infraction, leniency never extended to his own family. Based on his job and powers, I believe my father was more powerful than the other men, which made our family better than the other families. My notion of superiority extended to the Gikuyu people, who were the majority in Solai. As agrarians, they were more settled than the other handful of families of other tribes in the village we later moved into, a story beyond the scope of this book. The Gikuyu people always had food, except the lazy ones who gardened as if the soil would bite them, my parents used to say. Because of their laziness, these people depleted their produce before the dry, January to March, non-productive season. They don't even save seeds for the next crop, my mother said. The non-Gikuyu families, two Luwas, one Tariki, and one Tugan, had food challenges. The hardest hit by food shortages were the Tugan, a subgroup of the Kipsigis tribe, seasonal workers who didn't garden at all. In their homeland, they were still at the level of hunters and gatherers and mainly lived on milk and meat. But on the farm, they relied exclusively on the weekly ration of cornmeal and a daily quart of skimmed milk that Mr. No-Skin supplied to each worker's household. Their "Nguno," give me, with outstretched open hands, was legendary. An exception was a single Tugan man who villagers said had wisely copied the Gikuyu lifestyle, and who, the rumors went, would have to marry a Gikuyu woman if he wanted a stable family. Fortunately for him, the one Tugan family's daughter, born and raised in Solai, came of age, and the senior bachelor married her before she hit 20. Gradually, a few Tugan couples abandoned their temporary seasonal work lifestyle, married, and settled in Solai. Some of the couples gave their newborns Gikuyu names, and those children spoke Gikuyu language when outside their homes. Except for my brother Simon, who spoke the Tugan language, the rest of us saw no need to learn what we considered an inferior language. Based on that limited exposure to other tribes, and the general Gikuyu disdain for the backwardness of the non-Gikuyu people in the village, I believed, through unspoken awareness, that the Gikuyu tribe was superior. To us it was clear who was superior, who was in between, and who was at the bottom. Mr. Patel, the Indian who owned Patel General Stores where we bought the few supplies we didn't produce ourselves, was an anomaly. I didn't know until much later in high school where he fit in. After Kenya's independence on December 12, 1963, the new government integrated schools that the British colonial government previously had segregated into European, Indian, and African schools. When I went to Menengai High School in Nakuru, our hometown, Indian students were about 90% of a population of a few hundreds. The students who lived more than 3 blocks away were dropped off at school by their parents in the mornings, picked up for lunch, dropped off again after lunch, and picked up after school. Similar to others who lived outside town, a driver drove Mr. Patel's children who lived 20 miles from school. As if that wasn't rich enough, some students drove their own cars to school, a phenomenon I never knew existed. This culture shock so overwhelmed me that together with my parents' lack of money, it interfered with my studies throughout high school. From then on, the pecking order in my mind was clear. The no-skin people were at the top, the Patels were second, the Gikuyu a distant third, and the other tribes at the bottom. But since, except for high school, we hardly mixed with the no-skin and Patel people, it seemed my tribe was always at the top. Chapter 32. The Human Affliction. 50 years after I first set eyes on a white man, my 6-year-old innocence came full circle when I myself became the ogre to be feared by another innocent child. In November 2002, my travel group and I enjoyed a fantastic stay in Queenstown, New Zealand. On the eve of our last day at the Millennium Hotel, our guide asked us to remain with our overnight bags and put the rest of our luggage outside our rooms. When we left in the morning for our day's tour, I didn't check the itinerary. With our luggage packed and stored by the hotel, I expected we would leave Queenstown that evening. When on vacation, I sometimes don't indulge in too much planning, opting for pleasant surprises. But the surprise I got when we returned to the hotel late that afternoon turned out far from pleasant. After we assembled in the lobby, our guide said we would spend our last night with host families. "What do you mean with families?" I asked. "Private homes," the guide said, and continued to address the group. He said each of us had been assigned to a family who would come for us between 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock. "Oh no," I said, shaking my head. "I'm not going anywhere." I moved to the back of the assembled group. After most of the people left, I told the guide I would rent a room in the hotel and rejoin the group in the morning. The guide didn't care for my suggestion. He said the host family's expense was included in the travel package I paid. He didn't want me to lose my money, he said. We went back and forth. I remained adamant. Mr. Tour Guide had no clue why a night at a strange white family's house terrified me. As the only black person in the group that covered Australia and New Zealand and later Fiji, I had already endured stares and askance glances by hotel staff and fellow travelers without making any fuss. But when we reached Sydney, the isolation became real. I spent 2 days, one of them walking around Sydney, and even took a boat to the suburbs without seeing a single black person. I also attended a presentation on the plight of the Aboriginals. During the presentation, by a man who looked nothing like an Aboriginal, my mind raised questions and poked holes in the facts that I suspected he presented skewed to favor the status quo. I compared those Indigenous peoples' past and present life struggles with that of Native Americans' plight, African slavery, and colonization. Later, we visited an Aboriginal cultural center where dancers entertained us. And when we arrived in New Zealand, we enjoyed a fantastic traditional dance exhibition after the greeters welcomed each of us by rubbing our noses with theirs to demonstrate their traditional greeting. "Are these dancers Maoris?" I asked a woman greeter who looked like a typical Native American. "Only about 5% of us are left," she said. "We are trying to revive our culture." Both the Australian and the New Zealand dancers didn't look like any Aboriginal or Maori people I had ever seen on TV. I had not seen any on the streets either. Because we visited both New Zealand's South and North Islands, one day we rode on a bus and toured a whole day through the countryside. We even enjoyed a buffet lunch at a rural home. When Mr. Guide ran out of sights to show us, he embarked on historical monologues. He told us about Tasmanian settlers' human hunting parties, a genocide that cleared the island of its indigenous people. He also told us about Aboriginals' welfare dependency, blame somebody else mentality, lack of drive, illiteracy, and drunkenness. On stretches of road through open fields, Mr. Guide didn't have anything more to tell us, so he socialized and traded stories with 2 American men seated near him at the front of the bus. The men discussed and analyzed the American Civil War. They took the side of the Confederacy, painstakingly going over Robert E. Lee's skills as if the South won the war. Now, at the Millennium Hotel, information about oppressed people still played tricks with my mind. I feared a host family could be secret Confederacy lovers or sympathizers. They might even thrust me into a basement, never to be heard from again. So regardless of Mr. Guide's reasons, my mind remained hooked on rent a hotel room and self-preserve. Exhausted by my arguments, Mr. Guide introduced me to Ed and Carol from Florida. He said they and I would go to the same household. Why didn't he mention these Americans before? By then I felt frustrated, tired, and somewhat embarrassed by my seemingly unreasonable protests. I agreed to go, but I resolved to keep alert for anything unusual. My protests had put Ed, Carol, and me at the back of the line. Everybody seemed to have left with their host families. Perhaps our host waited somewhere because it didn't take him long after we settled the matter before he appeared. The man drove an old station wagon. He got out of the car and approached us in front of the hotel. With a big smile, he introduced himself as Murray and shook our hands with enthusiasm. He didn't even indulge in one of those tiresome white people's double takes when he laid eyes on me. At about 5'10", average build, he wore semi-tired clothes and displayed an after-work, general, exhausted appearance. But his firm handshake and his jovial mood suggested a middle-class struggler, the upwardly mobile type. Nothing like a confirmed struggler, similar to the real estate broker who accosted me at a gas station 4 years earlier. We piled into Murray's station wagon. Ed took the passenger seat in front, and Carol and I the back seat. Murray said he and his family lived in Arrowtown, a suburb of Queenstown. In about 2 miles, we branched off into a narrow, country-like road with no lights. I mentally counted every mile as the car became one with the night. We definitely headed to a lonely, secluded property. I stuck my face to the window glass and strained my eyes to look for assurances of civilization. My gaze met with solid darkness. From then on, slightly bent, I fixed my eyes to the front where our car's headlights illuminated the road, bordered by a mixture of scrubby vegetation, shrubs, and trees. Darkness swallowed everything the minute it appeared. Every shrub and tree so swallowed meant more distance to cover, and this discomforted me even further. Ed asked Murray all sorts of questions about New Zealand. I asked him the one question that interested me the most. How far is your house from town? Only 15 miles, he said. Without buildings to distract me, those country miles appeared longer. At last we branched onto an even narrower road, and soon a ranch house came into view. The porch light came on before Murray turned off the engine. A slender, pleasant-looking young woman, wearing a white blouse, light green skirt, her blonde hair tied in a ponytail, kindergarten teacher look-alike, appeared at the door, along with a young boy. "They're here! They're here!" the woman said, and the boy echoed as they both stood at the porch. Murray introduced us to his wife Sandra and 6-year-old son Logan. He took the rear while Sandra led us through the foyer and into the living room. Murray carried my overnight bag and showed me to my assigned bedroom. Sandra showed Ed and Carol to theirs. "Come and join us when you're ready," Murray said, after he set my overnight bag by the closet. The family seemed okay, but their house seemed too secluded. A lonely property with no one close by to answer a shout. A mere telephone connection to the outside world was no match to a hacker who might come with a gun back up. So I planned to look for a mitigating factor. First, I checked the door. It had no lock. Somebody could breeze in while I slept. I looked around. At a corner by the dresser stood a white woven chair. It looked weak, but sufficient if I backed it up and stuck it under the doorknob. Even if it didn't slow a determined attacker, its breaking would make enough racket to wake me. It's better to face an attacker, if for nothing else to give Eyes a final fighting chance to plead with his soul. Security measures settled, I freshened and joined the others in the living room. Since I entered the house, delicious food smells engulfed my nostrils. The coffee table held 2 trays full of all sorts of pastries. I resisted eating them so I wouldn't curb my appetite. Besides, the pastries looked more like decorations than edibles. Murray brought in some liquor and wine, and the party began. Logan confined himself to a nearby small table. At 8 o'clock, his mother walked to his table. "It's time to say goodnight to our guests." "Good night," Logan said softly, standing next to his mother beside me, facing Ed and Carol. He trotted alongside his mother out of the living room. We sipped our wine and traded stories about Florida, California, and New Zealand. Nobody asked about my country of birth, and it didn't bother me. I'm not sure when my fears dissipated, but I guess they started to wane when Sandra and Logan first appeared on the porch. When Sandra announced dinner, we transferred to the 8-seat dining table near the kitchen. Platters of fish, beef, and chicken, with all kinds of vegetables and desserts, decked the center of the table. "Is this the way you eat?" Ed asked, halfway into the meal. "Oh no, we can't afford to eat like this," Murray said, shaking his head. "Hosting supplements our income. We've done it for a long time and are paid well for it." Sandra nodded but didn't interrupt her husband. I couldn't help but admire their frankness and authenticity. Good family. After dinner, we returned to the living room for more conversation. When some of us couldn't suppress blinks and a nod or two, we bid each other good night. Murray must have sneaked back in and turned on the heat because I found my bedroom preheated, warm, toasty, and inviting. The heat came from a rectangular heater, inches off the floor, attached to water pipes that ran inside the walls. I couldn't brush my teeth and wash my face fast enough to snuggle in bed. I fell into a deep sleep within minutes. After I showered and got ready in the morning, I retrieved my handkerchief from my purse that I kept the previous night on the white woven chair at the corner and went to look for the others. I found Sandra had already placed tea on the coffee table and returned to the kitchen to cook breakfast. When Ed and Carol joined us, Sandra offered us tea. She would serve breakfast after her husband returned from taking Logan to school, she said. After the tea, we all went outside to see father and son off. I lagged behind so as not to disrupt the two families' formation. Ed and Carol stood on my right, about 8 feet ahead. On the left side, a couple of feet farther, stood Murray next to his wife. He held Logan's hand in his and a little school bag in the other. Murray told his son, "Go say goodbye to our guests." Logan ran and hugged Ed and Carol, one by one, turned around, and skipped toward his parents. "One more," his father said. "Oh," Logan said, turned and ran toward me. I knelt down on one knee, as I do when I address or hug young children. Our cheeks touched when we hugged. He stopped abruptly, gasped, and jerked backward, wide-eyed as if he had just encountered a paranormal creature. He vigorously wiped his cheek as he stared at me, squinted, and stared some more. "You put something bad," he said. Over Logan's shoulder, I saw his parents' face turn a shade redder. Ed and Carol didn't fare better. We all kept still while the boy composed himself. Then his eyes scanned my face, my neck, and my uncovered hands up to the wrists. "What did you do to yourself?" he asked, after he finished his inspection. For whatever reason, before a pure mind not yet contaminated by grown-ups, I didn't falter or react. Instead, my mind cleared like a cloudless sky. I faced Logan as if I expected his question all along. "Where?" I asked, while I flipped my palms, fingers spread, up and down in exaggerated motion, looking from one hand to the other. "Not there," Logan said, pointing with a hesitant finger at my palms. "There and there," indicating the back of my hand and my face. "Oh, I use a special lotion," I said. My face lit in a careful, expectant smile. I pulled up my jacket sleeve to expose my arm. I made up and down slow sweeping motions on my arm with my right palm. "See?" I said to Logan. He hesitated, then edged cautiously toward me. Our eyes locked. The bystanders watched, quiet and still. The boy stopped less than 2 feet from where I knelt. I stopped feeling my arm and invited him to try. He extended his right hand hesitantly. When his palm touched my hand, he slowly started making back and forth sweeping motions. "Her arm is hot," he said. "And smooth, too," his mother said. "It's soft," Logan said. Uninvited, he raised his right hand, stepped closer, and laid his palm on my left cheek, felt it, then said, "And she smells good." My smile bloomed. Murray shifted his weight to the opposite leg. Sandra dropped her arm from her stomach to her side, and Ed put his hand on Carol's shoulder. Meanwhile, Logan lunged forward and hugged me with our cheeks touching. Without saying anything further, he turned, skipped toward his father, and away they went. After Murray returned, we ate a big breakfast of assorted bread, eggs, sausages, bacon, juices, and fruits. We then took pictures at the side yard, which had well-manicured shrubs, rose bushes, and other flowers and grass. Ed, Carol, and I gushed our thanks and exchanged goodbyes with Sandra. When Murray drove us to rejoin our group at the Millennium Hotel, no one mentioned the special lotion incident. But I hoped each of us had noted that prejudice is a taught and learned human affliction. Boyfriends. Chapter 33. Business, but no fella. Back in 1998, when I waited for Njeri to make up her mind about the adoption of her 3 boys, a woman called me at the office. She said her name was Jewel, and that somebody had referred her to me, but she wouldn't disclose the person's name. Jewel kept books and did taxes for small businesses and individuals, she said. One of her clients needed a property manager for 24 houses in small units. I asked Jewel who the client was and other details to help me assess the business. She gave me the general location of the properties but wouldn't give me the owner's name. "It's a trust," she said. "The trustee wants to change the current management because it's not working." I dithered. Not working meant mismanagement and possibly deadbeat and difficult tenants to purge. My mind churned with all sorts of scenarios. Tenant screenings, collecting rent, record-keeping, illegal tenants, repair people, evicting or dealing with tenants who moved in as angels only to have neighbors complain about them before the month was out. How could I make the right decision with such scant details? But that wasn't my only dilemma. So far, I managed 6 properties. To get another 24 in one swoop and be expected to confirm whether I wanted the business on the same phone call made me nervous. It would improve my financial life, but how about if I couldn't manage them well? On the other hand, here was a prospect who could say, forget it, and contact the next broker if it weren't for the referral. I racked my brain to make a quick and sound decision. After Jewel and I went back and forth, she said I could think about it over the weekend and let her know my decision the following week. When she and I spoke next, we made an appointment for me to meet the trustee. The two of them came to my office on Baltimore Drive. By then, my mind had gone over the benefits of new business multiple times, and my jitters had calmed down. I had also mentioned a possible property management opportunity to my faithful consultant, Mr. Houston. "When will you start managing?" he had asked, as if I already had the business. The trust turned out to belong to people I knew about, and the referral had come from Mrs. Bessie Smith, whom I had met at her house several times after a random knock on her door while I prospected at her neighborhood. As I feared, a third of the properties were as troubled as I expected. A tenant or two claimed they had given favors to the previous manager in lieu of rent. I conducted evictions, attended court hearings multiple times, and was called unflattering names by tenants on their way out after I evicted them. The trustee also fixed and sold several properties that she considered troublesome. With the help of an attorney, the good hands-on trustee, and an Excel spreadsheet, I stabilized the properties within 3 years. For 10 years, the trust provided me an income that covered my basic monthly expenses of rent, gas and electric, telephone, and my car's maintenance, whether I sold a house or not. Well, at least for the first 4 years before the housing market sizzled and bubbled and the management fee became a fraction of my income. Then I rode the wave that shot up my income, as well as my expenses, to an eye-rolling level before the Great Recession, when my good senses to cut back kicked in. Because of my brother's tragic death at a relatively young age, and now with the new business, I put my life in perspective. It had started a year earlier in 1997 when I went to Kenya for his funeral after being away for a decade. At that time, I found Kenya, the country I loved, in shambles. It suffered under a dictatorship with an undercurrent of ethnic cleansing. Building codes didn't seem to matter anymore. People had turned lush communities with single-family residences into apartment building estates. Property owners built multiple units in plots formerly zoned for single units or roads. People put gates at cul-de-sacs to curb crime. Streets like Government Road had been renamed, and shops I enjoyed strolling along, Window Shop, were now chopped into small cubicles from where people sold their wares. Corruption and mismanagement had reached a stage where Nairobi had mounds of trash on the side of the streets. Sneaky neighborhood butchers and shopkeepers had graduated from a thumb on the scale to sneaking an actual extra weight. People took law into their own hands instead of handing over alleged criminals to the police, some of whom citizens feared and accused of being part of the criminal network. In small towns, people beat and put old tires around the necks of alleged criminals, like Maasai bead garlands, and then torched them. As if that wasn't enough, Nairobi's population seemed to have tripled or quadrupled in the case of slums since I lived there. In a little over 10 years, the city and I had become strangers. My desire to return to Kenya withered. I resolved to work on getting comfortable in the USA right where I lived, with an occasional dash to Kenya to see my family. Back in San Diego, I stopped postponing things until I retired. With more financial stability, I became more decisive and appreciative of what I had. I exercised regularly and did activities that weren't in my world when I was growing up. I threw a party, learned to roller skate, and started to travel to a new destination every year, among other things. When I returned to Kenya in 2003, I found the government had changed hands and there was a semblance of normalcy. But by then, my American roots had become too entrenched. Mr. Houston still hung around. As he passed by during the car repair business, he had eyed Tom, greasy and sweaty, hard at work, without talking to him. I doubt he said a single hello to Tom. If he did, I never learned of it. Just like he hardly said anything about my family, he never asked me about the car business, then or after it fizzled. He and I coasted along, sharing a cup of tea and stories, mainly his stories, in the mornings. Occasionally he asked me, "Have you met a fella yet?" I questioned the genuineness and concern for my love life from a man, especially because he hung around my house like a husband, one time even asking me to darn his socks. I never knew one could darn socks. I wasn't about to start, though. Another time he brought 2 striped shirts with worn-out collars. "These shirts are good," he said. "All you need to do is open the collars, flip them inside out, and sew them back on." He demonstrated. I never knew one could do that with a collar, either. I took the shirts and kept my lips closed. The man was worth at least $3 million then, but he couldn't shed his Great Depression trauma. I trashed the shirts and bought him 3 new ones and 4 pairs of socks from JCPenney. He didn't react to my waste when I gave him the package or ask what I did with the old shirts and socks. My action, however, stopped any more darning requests. But I had no way to stop. "Have you met a fella yet?" We both cherished the business arrangement and the friendship we enjoyed, but that didn't mean Mr. Houston wouldn't have changed or withdrawn his business and evicted me from my affordable residence if he smelled another fella around. So any question he asked me about a fella met with a chuckle and a decisive no. Chapter 34. Mr. Vegas. Despite my emphatic denials when Mr. Houston asked about my love life, I had met clingy fellas behind his back. I never warmed up to them, though. Except for a narcissist I met in college more than 10 years prior, no other fella had made my heart flutter. Then I met one who seemed to have potential, if first impression was all I needed to make a sound judgment. I met Mr. Vegas at a store near 54th Street in San Diego. Tall, fit, clean-cut, no sweaty caveman braids harnessed with a bandana or in a ponytail. He exuded authority. He said hello in a smooth, come-hither voice. I responded, and small talk ensued. He asked for my phone number. How could he be available? Maybe he was on a rebound after a fresh breakup. I had heard warnings against rebounders. He called me in 2 days. We agreed to meet at Adams Avenue Cafe in Kensington, late afternoon before dusk, perfect time for my evaluation. I prefer daytime for first dates, ideal for assessing a prospect under natural light. Artificial lighting tricks my eyes in favor of the prospect. Of course, my prospective catch could have claimed the same, but that wasn't my concern. We indulged in get-to-know-you small talk. He smelled of cigarettes. Strike 1, enough to turn the date into a first and last one. But because of his good looks, I suspended my non-smoker rule and decided to wait and see. Maybe he will quit smoking if we start dating. Happy with our first date, we parted with a promise to meet again soon. When we met the second time, Mr. Vegas told me about his divorce, 1 son, and a brother in jail. He didn't mention parents. On another occasion, he talked about his millionaire sister who he wanted me to meet. I chuckled without answering, wondering why he wanted me to meet his relative, the rich one, after just 2 weeks of our meeting. This reminds me of a dating point I'm never clear about. Say two people haven't declared a relationship. At what point are they dating? In my case, I continue telephone conversations or mini-dates until it hits me, oh, I guess we are dating, what young people call going steady. And even then I might still be in denial and never call him a boyfriend until the dating becomes obvious. At times, I've broken up with someone after months of rendezvous without admitting to myself that we were a couple. So far in my mind, Mr. Vegas and I were on an exploratory mission. One day he called me at the office. He wanted us to go to lunch. I tried to wiggle out by saying how busy I was. Perhaps because of his smoking or the way he talked about issues, I felt something wasn't right about him. But I had no reasonable objection to his, "You have to eat anyway." He suggested we meet at Hometown Buffet at University Avenue Square. Another strike. What man takes a woman to a hometown buffet restaurant for a first major meal? This is where a man takes his Mim Sahib and a string of their hungry offspring. He knows one visit would fill their little bellies and shut their mouths for the rest of the day. Anyway, I met Mr. Vegas there. He and I joined a line at the restaurant, next to a bench by the wall for patrons who couldn't stand for long. Without anything meaningful to discuss in such a setting, my mind fell into a blank, restful state. "We don't have all day," Mr. Vegas said, loud enough for the person ahead of me to hear. A jolt hit me by his second word. I hate surprises from behind, but my reaction seemed unusual. I stifled the comment I wanted to make in support of the supposedly slow cashier. We soon reached the counter. He paid, and one of the waiters led us to a table by the window, a small consolation. He and I walked to the food islands. Mr. Vegas loaded on his plate and returned to the table. I, too, heaped my plate, then headed to the desserts counter a few feet away, determined to make only one food trip. I picked up a slice of apple pie from the lineup of little bowls of assorted desserts. Back at the table, I laid my food and silverware as a waiter would. I lacked one item to complete my food ensemble, so on to another trip to get a drink at the center of the sprawling restaurant. At the fountain, I filled one glass with water and another with milk. I weaved through tables with a glass in each hand. Someone called my name, and I turned to my right. Charles, a fellow real estate broker, sat at a table with two other men. I stopped. We exchanged pleasantries, but he didn't introduce me to his companions. At our table, Mr. Vegas had already started on his food, which consisted of 2/3 meats and the rest carbohydrates. I put my 2 glasses on the table, and just before my rear touched the seat, he said, "Do you want to tell me you are socializing with men in my presence?" My brain froze. It does that at times when it is unable to come up with a plausible reply. With my mouth closed, I sat down and mentally noted another strike. The man had by then garnered 3 strikes within 3 weeks. By all rational rules, I should have stormed out, never to talk to the potential predator again. Perhaps I thrived on difficulty, or perhaps I wanted to avoid public embarrassment. Also, perhaps my brain wasn't wired to make such abrupt decisions, or I was just too hungry to react. When I was growing up in Solai, I never learned that I could walk away after only 1 strike. My parents and community mulled over things and weighed their limited options before they made decisions, and no matter what, they considered what other people thought. Perhaps that explained why my hungry brain stalled. All Mr. Vegas received from me was a questioning glance. He must have liked that. A demure, submissive woman, manageable. Why some men like such types of women escapes me. We finished lunch and left the restaurant as if nothing untoward happened. Someone might question my intelligence, but the idea of having my own perfect man must have triggered needy emotions in me. I admit sometimes my brain doesn't compare notes with my emotions. That's why it often takes time for a woman to get the courage to override her shame and admit she is in an abusive relationship. I saw that was where I headed. I had suffered physical and mental abuse before, but I felt a pull, and my mind didn't have the power to stop it unless something drastic happened. Before long, I might fall on that stupid thought that has trapped women from time immemorial. Maybe I can change him. Fortunately, although we had shared what we did for a living, neither of us knew where the other lived or where we worked. So far, I had gone in my own car to the handful of places we met. In another week, Mr. Vegas arranged to take me to a jazz place in Serra Mesa. A nice place to listen to music and dance, he said. He insisted on picking me up in his car. I gave him my address, another unexplainable behavior. We danced, and during the intermission socialized with a couple of band members he knew, and he smoked up a storm. In those days, public entertainment places in California were like smokehouses. As if that wasn't enough, on the drive to my house, the man chain-smoked as if I dared him. Occasionally, I fanned the smoke off my face with my open hand when the wind from his open window blew it toward me. The fresh smoke, combined with the old musty smell, gobbled all the oxygen inside the car. At one time, I sneezed and became disgusted. Why did I agree to ride in such a smelly car? Why did I go out with such a person? Even then, I didn't complain. All I wanted was to get home. I sighed with relief when he finally pulled the car into my driveway. I had left the porch light on so I wouldn't have to fumble with my keys. As Mr. Vegas switched off the engine, I wished I could spring out of his car without another word. Civilization got in the way. I urged myself to keep calm. After all, I was in my driveway. We engaged in small parting talk. When I gauged it was decent to leave, I thanked him and bent down to pick up my purse from the car's floor beside my feet. "Are you a spontaneous person?" Mr. Vegas asked. I froze in place and turned to face him. His head cocked, with dreamy eyes focused on me, waiting. In my mind, his eyes looked wild. Does he want a goodnight kiss? My mind ventured. Oh no, not with a cigarette mouth. Finally, I said, "It depends on what is involved. Just want to know whether you are spontaneous." "Sometimes," I said, and muffled an unsure giggle, hoping sometimes was non-committal enough. "What do you say we drive to Vegas and get hitched?" Oblivion. Blank. I have no memory of the next 2 or so seconds that followed. It was my first time to experience that. When I came to, I stood outside the car with my right hand holding onto the top of his open car door. I trembled inside. I started to say something, but I feared my voice could give me away. I took some seconds to compose myself. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Can you please hand me my purse?" I said, my left hand outstretched. "You sure you're okay?" I kept mum, facing him. "You're that fearful of commitment? Will you hand me my purse?" He reached from his seat, got my purse, and handed it over to me. "Thank you," I said. The minute the purse touched my hand, I said goodbye, turned around, and quickened my steps to my porch, opened the door, and closed it without looking back. Inside, I slightly pushed aside my drapes to see Mr. Vegas's car pull out. Chapter 35. Superior Court. The fear of Mr. Vegas's sudden offer of marriage engulfed me. What type of man would want, at a spur of the moment, to marry a woman he hardly knew? Negative abuse scenarios of a wife-beater, drug dealer, and others bounced in my mind. I woke up several times that night as though from undefined nightmares. My mind replayed the details, from when he invited me to the jazz place. When he came to pick me up that evening, he turned down the seat I offered in my living room. Instead, he walked to the mantel, hands in his pockets, and looked at my family photos, along with the paintings on the walls. His assertive behavior reminded me of Mr. Savior, my abusive boyfriend in college years ago. In the following days, Mr. Vegas called me constantly. One time he offered to bring me food in my office when I claimed I couldn't spare time for lunch. But by then I knew better not to tell him the address to my office. I gave him multiple excuses about why he couldn't come to my office or we couldn't meet. Excuses worked for a week, but my fear didn't subside. unexplained terror didn't wander far from my mind. To dispel my fears, and without the internet that we now take for granted, I turned to my probate and other search experience I acquired at a former job. I went to the Superior Court criminal section at 220 Broadway. It was my first time I did a non-job-related search on anybody. My handwriting turned out messy from the nervousness I felt as I completed the form to request Mr. Vegas's file. I felt as if I were stalking the man, and that he knew it. When the attendant brought me his file, I clasped it against my chest like a secret weapon, and headed to the counter along the wall where searchers sorted papers or flipped through files. As I started on the pages, I hoped that my fears would turn out unwarranted. I first read each heading and a first paragraph and flagged whatever seemed promising. Mr. Vegas's rap sheet contained a short but impressive criminal record. I flagged 3 charges. Among those, there had to be something specific that would explain my creepy feeling about him. The first charge showed he had broken a man's arm. A chill ran through me, but that didn't seem pertinent to what I needed to know about him, although I wasn't sure what. He had already told me that story when I asked him whether he had ever been in prison. In answer to my question, he told me a convoluted story, the only one, about a self-defense case. The second case was a complaint that involved an immigrant woman, his ex-girlfriend. An immigrant woman raised my interest. The woman had accused him of beating and raping her while the two vacationed in Mexico. There lay the proof and source of my fears, hidden in plain sight. When the two returned to the United States, the woman filed a lawsuit, but later withdrew her case. The records contained no explanation or reason for her withdrawal. I took a guess. What was the point of a win if she needed to look over her shoulder for the rest of her life? Instead of feeling better, now that I knew the reason for my fears, my terror heightened. I didn't even bother to check the third charge. On my drive home, I struggled to come up with a viable excuse for not accepting Mr. Vegas's invitation the next time he called. Maybe it was best to stop answering his phone calls. No, he might come to my house to check on me. When Mr. Vegas called next, I had come up with a rational exit strategy. "I've decided to get back with my ex," I said. "Is that so?" he said. "Now I know why you've been avoiding me." "It's been really hectic in the office. I don't understand women," he said. "I'm ready to commit, and you want to go back to a loser who left you?" It wasn't like that at all. Before we bid each other goodbye, we agreed to reconnect if my rebound with my ex didn't work out. I never shared the mishap with Mr. Houston. Such escapades took place at night, weekends when he didn't visit, or while I was at work. Mr. Vegas was definitely not the kind of fella Mr. Houston would have approved for me. Chapter 36. Mr. Distinguished. After writing about Mr. Vegas, perhaps my best option was to keep quiet about any more outcomes of my poor man-picking skills. But sometimes a person comes along whose story begs to be told. I met him at a dance. At the end of 2011, someone told me about a dance class for people aged 50 and over at the Norman Senior Center, 10 miles away in Chula Vista. There I could learn ballroom and Latin dances on the cheap. I got myself to the venue in a hurry. The instructor, a methodical Russian transplant, spoke spotty English but knew her craft well. That was great because the patrons seemed to need lots of hand-holding. The men wannabe dancers bobbed their upper bodies, which made their waltz look like the up-and-down moves rap singers make. I concentrated only on the steps the Russian instructor demonstrated. The men came with their partners. The few women solos like me shared the men with their wives or companions. I should have been grateful to the women for sharing their will-never-be-dancers men, but I focused, without a twinge of shame, on how badly they danced. After a month, our class broke off for the December holidays. I hoped better dancers would stream in when we resumed in the new year. After the holidays, we regrouped. No new faces appeared. Perhaps a couple of women showed up, but those didn't count. Men to partner with were the ones in short supply. Before long, a couple dropped in who danced as if they were training for a waltz championship. They kept to themselves, and the instructor couldn't announce the end of class fast enough for them to scuttle through the door. The situation changed shortly when a man in gold-rimmed eyeglasses rambled in, carrying a backpack. He wore a gray sweat jacket over black trousers. He didn't change from his heavy black tennis shoes. Happy for a partner to dance with, the women looked at him with welcome in their eyes. I danced with the man once. My welcome fizzled. The man bobbed his whole body from the knees, his feet still planted on the floor as if they were too heavy for him to raise. Women sighed or acted confused around the line of dance when their turn came to dance with him. In the confusion, I rushed to another dancer when it didn't look too obvious. At that rate, I would drop out of the class sooner than I intended. Sooner didn't come fast enough. As I concentrated on my steps, a medium-build tall man entered, 10 minutes late, without a word of apology or embarrassment on his face. He already wore black dress shoes and walked in as if he owned the place. The man must be lost. No way could a man with such a commanding presence come to a mediocre class like this one. Dancers rotated, and I danced with him. He, too, confused waltz and rap. I didn't hold it against him, although a swing around the floor with him would have been a dream come true. The man looked distinguished, and possibly had more important things to do than concentrate on a senior dance class. After the class, we changed from our dance shoes standing or seated at one corner of the hall. Instead of joining us for the small talk we engaged in before we dispersed, Mr. Distinguished walked right out. Before long, when my turn came to practice with him, soothing sensations erupted like tiny electric currents on my back where his hand rested. At one time, he squeezed one dose of ecstasy that I believed was intentional, despite his apology. I reminded myself not to get carried away. My back had a history of going along without question, but my head harbored multiple questions. I had looked forward to a black night coming to save me from my persistent, episodic singlehood. I didn't welcome any of the myriad riffraff I met, but waited for a catch, as a good woman was supposed to do. But what appeared? A white knight. What would I do with a white knight? He was just too white, as if he came from the North Pole, where sunshine came at a premium. Talk about Mr. No-Skin. One day after our lesson, the dynamics changed. The whole-body bobber wanted me to partner with him at a private dance lesson he had booked at a studio. I lied to him that I wasn't ready for such a high-level, focused lesson. After I changed from my dance shoes, I rose from my chair. He rose too and crowded me, ready to follow me to the hallway. He kept on his invitation pitch. Meanwhile, Mr. Distinguished didn't leave as he usually did. He remained within earshot of the private dance lesson negotiations. I sensed he wanted to interfere, and my memories of my back sensations resurfaced. I needed to shake off Mr. Body Bobber. I headed toward the door to the hallway. The man wouldn't let go. Mr. Distinguished followed, not more than 4 feet behind us. In the hallway, it seemed as if our procession would squeeze through the open side of the outside double door. Just before the threshold, Mr. Body Bobber slowed his pace. Finally, Mr. Distinguished slid between us. The two of us, he and I, hardly reached the sidewalk before he talked as if he had only a split minute to ram in all he needed to say. He told me about his daughter. She was my daughter's age. By the time we reached where I parked my car, we had compared enough notes, careers, education, and family setup. We had so much in common, a black-eyed pea and a white-eyed pea in one pod. My brain raced. I had deviated before, crossed the color chasm, but no sensations arose then to confuse my mind. But with Mr. Distinguished, I didn't feel confused. Instead, I saw the possibility. Better still, the man didn't strike me as a 1%er, people at the upper rungs of the social and economic ladder. In my firm belief, from the stories I have heard over the years or from pure paranoia, a 1%er would stress a woman to no end. He would forever harbor a nagging thought, at times throw it in her face, questioning whether it was him she was interested in or his little stash. Who needed that kind of stress? But Mr. Distinguished seemed to fall somewhere in the middle. The middle-class group who had conquered the financial doldrums and still kept their egos in check. How did I know his societal standing in such a short time? I couldn't tell you for sure. But born and raised in Solai, and having clawed all my life to get to the middle, I could recognize someone's status in minutes by the places he patronized, the way he walked, spoke, and dressed, even before we spent prolonged time together. Anyway, there we stood beside my car. After I opened the door, he rested his arms on top of the open door. I looked at the bespectacled, perfect specimen of a man. He asked whether I would join him for coffee. No, I said. Why I said that, I don't know. The word no just popped out. Trust a woman to play a game on a man for no reason whatsoever. It isn't a plan. I bet it's in the DNA. He just looked at me, lost for words, unaware I was toying with him. We both held our breath. I enjoyed every second of the interlude, wondering what he was thinking. But I can join you for tea, I finally said. He let out a sigh of relief. Yes, he did. His facial expression relaxed to a sly, crooked, you-got-me smile. We looked at each other and burst out laughing. Then exchanged phone numbers. Chapter 37. The Trance. A week went by before Mr. Distinguished and I enjoyed that tea we agreed on. We settled on an afternoon at a bookstore cafe at Seaport Village by the San Diego Bay. It seemed ideal for a first date, which always makes me nervous, as if it were a job interview. I hate interviews. I prefer a shared activity where I learn about the other person in the process. I therefore dressed casually, a top and pants, matching gold sweat jacket draped over my shoulders, and tennis shoes. At the cafe, I found Mr. Distinguished standing by the window facing outside, hands in his pockets, oblivious to the people reading or working on their laptops with coffee cups at hand behind him. Here was a man I couldn't pick up from a crowd as my companion, and yet his touch caused such sensations in my body. Okay, here we go. I approached him. When I got closer, unaware I looked silly to the other patrons, I tiptoed toward him and whispered his name, followed by, "I'm here. Look behind you." He didn't stir until I tapped his shoulder. "Hello," he said as he turned. "Here you are." "Did you wait for long?" I asked, and then wondered what we needed to do next. Do we hug? Do we shake hands? "No, I just got here," he said, and touched my shoulder to imply "after you," with the confidence of a master. "Let's get some coffee." "Can we walk around the bay first?" I said. "It's really beautiful." 5 minutes into our walk, it started drizzling and we rushed back to the cafe. At the counter, he ordered coffee for himself and tea for me. We sat at a table for two. I talked my poor head off, something I do when I'm nervous. I suspect I fell into a trance, my first ever if I don't count the seconds I lost during Mr. Vegas's spooky proposal. How long was the trance? I have no idea. I came to with a start. I couldn't remember my whereabouts. I panicked. But Mr. Distinguished still sat, one leg on top of the other, across the tiny table from me. Awareness dawned on me gradually as I vaguely recalled we sat in a cafe. I turned right and then left. Except for the two of us, the place looked dim and deserted. I worried the cafe workers forgot about us and left for the night. I reached the back of my chair to pick up my sweat jacket, ready to leave. The jerky turn alerted me fully. I heard human noises downstairs. Those must be the rest of the customers. I pretended I reached for a hanky in my jacket pocket. I shifted in my seat as if to get comfortable. I hoped Mr. Distinguished didn't notice my mental absence. If he did, he didn't show it. Who goes into a weird, stupid trance while on a date? To my relief, the trance wasn't a deal-breaker. He called me a second time, and again, and again. At the dance class, my body continued to relish the back sensations. Why not? With my parents safely in their tombs, I hardly had anyone to disappoint by venturing outside the Kikuyu community. Granted, my liaison might have freshened my family's tired, recycled gossips, but at my mature age, they would have settled for mere whispers behind my back. To my credit, I didn't think outside the dance hall. A night was a night. Why not enjoy the back rubs and leave it at that? My back tricked me they were only back rubs, nothing more. Meantime, Mr. Distinguish's cute comments made me break into restrained giggles, which he shamelessly backed with boyish, throaty chuckles. "We are in class," I whispered. "We should behave ourselves." At times, we elbow-tapped each other so the Russian instructor wouldn't notice. She had occasionally thrown us looks or made cute quips. I had no idea what the man planned. I didn't plan, at least not initially. I wanted a take-charge warrior, not a wimp. Although at that stage, I didn't care one way or the other. I was just along for the sensation. In the following weeks and months, he whispered in my ear enough relationship tidbits to make any woman enjoy and get ideas from bridal shows on TV. But he also omitted a salient fact that would have made me rethink those back rubs I had enjoyed so much. Chapter 38. Dr. Credentials. Although I took Mariana's life choices in stride, with all the activities in my life, I couldn't handle a healthy relationship. Besides, I didn't want to explain to anyone the little, big, legal trouble I was entangled in. One time I mentioned the lawsuit to Mr. Distinguished, but he didn't ask for any details, so I concluded he couldn't offer me the nurturing relationship I needed. We kept seeing each other, although I kept myself busy in other ways, including attending other dances. I no longer attended the Russian women's class. Among others, I attended the bi-monthly dances at the Balboa Park Club. During those afternoons, the organizers split the huge hall into two, one side for dancing and the other for dining, with laid-out tables covered in maroon-colored linen and small vases of fresh flowers. For only $3 per person, attendees danced from live band music and ate ice cream, fruits, pastry, coffee, or tea. Everyone was welcome, the young and the old. Because the dances were held during the day, however, mostly the self-employed, the retired, and the elderly attended. Sometimes dancers met, and relationships blossomed. I met one such person who counted 4 dance events he attended weekly. He had danced most of his adult life, he said. Although I enjoyed his robust dance style, some of his steps seemed dated, slightly rougher than dance instructors would have approved. "I'm not a good dancer," I said when one or two of our steps collided. "I take dance lessons." "Where do you take your lessons?" he asked. "Oh, it's just a senior class." "Where?" "At Kimball Park in National City," I said, just small talk among fellow dance enthusiasts. The following week, the man tracked me to my dance class, but I was absent that day. He took a lesson he didn't need, as I learned later. He left his business card with the instructors, with a message that he was leaving town for a conference and that I should call him the following week. When I resumed my lessons, before I finished changing into my dance shoes, the woman instructor approached me with her partner right behind her. The two possibly believed they had the answer to the man search they believed any single woman needed to conduct. They relayed the man's message and his business card. No matter how much they described the catch, stressing his credentials, I couldn't remember him. I refused to take his card. They eyed me funny, maybe with pity. When Dr. Credentials returned from his conference, he dropped by my dance class again. Yes, I remembered him. He had one major problem. Not sickness, at least I didn't think so. His credentials and package didn't match. His 5'7" frame wasn't the problem either. He had an Albert Einstein wild hair look that seemed more suited for a laboratory than on a dance floor. He complained that I didn't appreciate his sacrifice of wasting his time taking dance lessons he didn't need. He criticized poor dancers and implied a woman is lucky to have me. His cockiness and self-importance made him quite unattractive. Subsequently, he phoned me several times a week, and just in case I misunderstood him before, he restated his needs. "I don't want to be alone." He was like a tsunami, with no respect for dating protocol. He sounded hungry for female companionship, and most likely for that which most men crave. Perhaps he had gone without for a while, and needed a woman fast, without wasting his time with preliminaries. He invited me to watch a movie at his house. Like any man, he knew women were suckers for good nests and no doubt wanted to show his off. "When you see my house," he said, "you will understand me better." I didn't need to see his house to understand him better, but I kept it to myself. I couldn't help but wonder how men insist on seducing mature women using outdated props or pickup lines that would only work with much younger women. But good solo dance partners were hard to come by. Besides, I enjoyed men's company whether I had a boyfriend or not. I had been trying to have sexless men friendships since my 20s. Except for Mr. Houston, my attempt had failed miserably. I always wondered what secret some women had when they claimed they had good men friends without the sex part. Maybe I could turn Dr. Credentials into such a friend. Therefore, I agreed to accompany him to a dance, provided I drove in my own car. We met at a central place by Marie Callender's, west of 70th Street in La Mesa. I parked my car, and we rode in his car to the Trellis, an intimate wine and dine place at the Town and Country Hotel in Mission Valley. He drank 2 glasses of red wine to 1 of mine. We danced and laughed with abandon. We met at 4 dances the following 2 weeks, 2 by mutual arrangement and 2 by chance. He harped on wanting a relationship. I ignored his innuendos and focused on having a great time. Just to remind him, dancing was my only interest. I took my girlfriend Zion to the final dance we agreed on. I made sure to pay both of our cover charges. He paid for the wine. "The man is smitten with you," Zion said. "You shouldn't accompany him to dances if you aren't interested in him." "Okay," I said. From then on, I let Dr. Credentials' calls go to voicemail. 2 weeks later, I met him at a big band dance in Santee in East County. Fortunately, he and a woman sat at a table for 2, sipping wine. He introduced us. He later came to my table where I sat with other dancers and asked me for a dance. While we danced, he said the woman was his ex-girlfriend and that the 2 wanted to reconnect. "Good for you," I said. He didn't say anything. We ended that dance without talking about relationships again. Before the band closed the dance, Mr. Credentials came again and asked me for the final dance. We talked while we danced. Just before the music stopped, he slowed his steps and said, "There must be something wrong with you." "What?" I asked, surprised by the abruptness of his statement. "Yes, to make you turn down my offer." By the time the dance ended, the man had called me a lesbian and something to do with animals and children. An educated man with mean ways. Chapter 39. The Brothers. During the dance goings-on, Mr. Distinguished and I were on skids. It made me wonder what skills I needed to pick a viable partner. None of the men I crossed paths with met my criteria: similar values, education, and standard of living. Besides, cultural differences diminished my chances. But perhaps I looked at it all wrong. Why had I not come across brothers, men of African descent, gliding around the dance floor? When I started my dance lessons, my plan was to spice my exercise routine. Besides, I had always enjoyed the elegance of ballroom dancing. It also helped me to socialize, take a break from the daily grind, and enjoy the euphoria that makes dancing so pleasurable. Men, brothers or otherwise, had not featured in my decision. But when I got attuned to relationship possibilities, I realized, in general, brothers weren't known to patronize ballroom dances. I knew some of the caliber of men I could choose from attended football or basketball games, but I had never been interested in those events. Perhaps I could grin and bear while I dragged myself to a game, in support of my brother if I secured one. If I wanted to get a brother, though, I needed to patronize the circles they frequented. Where else did brothers go in San Diego? I already knew where to find them. They flocked in churches, a long tradition. African American Sunday church services and celebrity Oscar events are indistinguishable. In the fanfare, perhaps I would bump into a brother of my fantasies. I had already made the church rounds, although not for a brother stakeout. I ventured to church for two main reasons: to get some business and the need to belong to a community. Attending weddings and funerals came on very rare occasions. If I were on a brother stakeout at a church, however, the selection process would have posed a challenge. The well-fed or overfed men, as clean as could be, wore suits, from minimum age earners to millionaires. In my old country, poor diet or cheap clothes drew a clear line between the haves and have-nots, and that helped a woman on the prowl. Seated in a church, the prowler could spot a catch 10 pews away, but not in the United States, the land of plenty. I occasionally watched Joel Osteen on TV on Sundays, all the way from Houston, Texas, a 2 to 3 day drive from San Diego. He kept me abreast of what the enlightened religious world was up to. He never talked about the wrath of the judgment day, the forever gnashing of teeth, and downers that some pastors couldn't have enough of. I also liked his jokes. Don't make light of a man who can make a woman laugh. I spotted a good number of brothers in his congregation, but couch and TV, no matter the message, remained a long way to a Houston brother's heart. The other challenge? The brothers I met close to home behaved too swiftly for me. I suspected most of those hovered on the lower rungs of society and had to be quick about it. They didn't dilly-dally before they declared without hesitation their intentions. While I took my time to assess whether a man was cross-eyed or was of questionable lineage, he was ready to Rambo. The Mayflower descendants I had met took their time, doctor credentials accepted. Those men were crafty like the Africans from the motherland. They underplayed their interest, and before a woman knew it, she was in their clutches. Perhaps I should have nursed a drink at an upscale place to snare a catch. Motivational speakers' common advice was, fake it till you make it. I shared their enthusiasm in business, but it didn't work in my search for a brother. No way could I withstand lonely and obvious stakeouts. Yet, I once met a brother at one of the Balboa Park Club monthly dances. The bandleader announced the next dance would be a mixer, meant to give unaccompanied dancers, known as wallflowers by older folk, a chance to dance. At the mixer, men lined up on one side of the dance floor and women on the other. The first man walked to the women's line and picked the first woman. The next man picked the second woman, and so forth. When a man danced with his partner around the dance floor once, he returned her to the back of the women's line. He then walked to the front and picked the next woman. The band replayed the foxtrot song repeatedly until everyone in line had a chance to dance at least twice. My turn came after about 10 women. That first round went without drama. In my second round, my partner and I immersed ourselves in the foxtrot. In a few turns, he disregarded or didn't understand the line of dance rule, to proceed clockwise so as not to collide with the other dancers. He led me back and forth. Before I protested, he headed to the middle of the floor. Just as well, because that was the place for slow dancers. The man started with small talk, then, bam, "I'm black, African American," he said, as if one label wasn't enough. I squinted. My brain jammed. It didn't know what to believe. The man could have passed for a member of the Mayflower clan. He sensed my doubts. He stopped smack where we danced. His hand went to his trouser back pocket and whipped out his wallet, while he muttered, "You don't believe me? You don't believe me?" He fanned through his credit cards and IDs, oblivious of the people dancing around us. My body swayed from side to side while I waited for proof for whatever it was worth. He showed me his driver's license and military ID card. I bent toward him slightly and squinted again. In one of the photos, I noticed a trace of mocha. I knew I was entangled in America, and that I belonged when I realized I could detect such minute traces of non-whiteness. It seemed as if when Mr. Mayflower Jr. and Miss Kunta Kinte crossed paths, the Mayflower genes dominated. While I considered the man's dualism, and with no idea of what to say next, he went on, "I suffer from vitiligo, like the late Michael Jackson." "I see," I said. I didn't know what to do with the information overload, or what he expected it to accomplish. He tucked his IDs back in his pocket and we resumed dancing. But our dynamic had shifted. How did I interact with a man who looked one way but claimed another? And I felt squirmy about the disease. I had heard it wasn't contagious, but so much information at one dance routine. From then on, I focused on his dualism and disease instead of any mutual possibilities. Mr. Dualism didn't return me to the mixer line. He didn't want to share. Perhaps he expected to close a deal in one shot. The dance ended. He walked me back to my table and we went our separate ways. There went another chance for me to get a ready-to-Rambo brother. Chapter 40. The Lie. When Mr. Distinguished and I dated, we spoke on the phone or texted each other several times a day. But we dated per his agenda. He planned all our lunches and meetings, which made me quite suspicious. But my business and a health issue I had to deal with distracted me for 3 months. On 2 occasions, he told me he had divorced 5 years earlier. But he traveled, became sick, or disappeared during weekends. Eventually, keeping the secret became too uncomfortable for him. "I'm still married," he said, while we were at Roar Park in Bonita. "But I don't feel married. I'm attached in name only." I squeezed my eyes shut and tightened my body to control myself before I spoke. "Why aren't you divorced then?" I asked. "I'm waiting for the economy to turn around," he said. "I've worked so hard, I can't just walk away." "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked, afraid to say lie and hurt his feelings. "Selfishness," he said. "But I didn't mean to hurt you. You now know everything there is to know about me." He repeated that no intimacy had happened between him and his wife for years, and he was definitely into me. The reason didn't matter to me. That was the end of us. Fortunately, I had driven in my car instead of riding in his. I walked to my car, hurt and drained, and drove off. I was done. 2 long, unbearable days passed. On the 3rd day, Mr. Distinguished called and left a message. I felt better because I had withstood the anguished silence longer than he did. Better still, I would ignore his message, hit delete without listening to it. But my nosy, curious heart wouldn't let me. It wanted to hear his voice one more time. To pacify my aching heart? No, I just wanted to know what he said. Just to know, nothing more. I hit play and listened to the message. With an extra smooth, begging voice, Mr. Distinguished went into a mini narration of our time together. He stated how he cared for and missed me. Instead of getting pacified, my heart ached even more. No backbone whatsoever. Oh, stupid, stupid. I called him back. Chapter 41. We Need to Talk. Mr. Distinguished was oblivious to my experiences at the dances where I met the ready-to-Rambo men. If he knew my heart fluttered only for him, it might have swelled his ego. He remained in the beginner's dance class, which he had attended sporadically for 2 years, he said. After we started dating, he didn't want to attend unless I went. Initially, I obliged his please come whines, but soon outgrew the class and became bored. During this time, I couldn't help but wonder whether dancing was his pickup venue, because he dropped out of the class. Despite the pickup possibility, and learning of his deceit, my heart wasn't ready to call it quits, but I still felt sulky. Our relationship swayed like a skyscraper on a weak foundation, waiting to topple over. Perhaps I wanted him to shower me with 100 pleas of how sorry he really was. Things remained just as before, and we never discussed or mentioned the subject again. My mind, however, kept the matter alive. But he has not lied again, a voice within me claimed. Still, the lie tumbled through my mind and gnawed at me constantly. I overruled the logical voice, stirred things up with a phone call. "You get more from our relationship than I do," I charged. "What are you talking about?" he asked, so innocently, as if my claim was a typical woman's neurosis. I repeated my charge without giving specifics. "You sound upset. Are you?" "I'm not upset," I said, my mouth and jowls tightened. "I'm just saying." "We need to talk," he said. "We need to talk" was just a ploy to disarm me. I had noticed from previous incidents that whenever we discussed a thorny issue in person, he sweet-talked me. Consequently, I forgot my well-prepared speech. I also expected him to introduce the "we need to talk" topic because he had suggested it, but he never did. Why did I not introduce the topic? Perhaps because he behaved so nice that my brain forgot. One time I mentioned, with him in mind, that I didn't have luck with relationships. "We have to change that, don't we?" he said. A day or two after "we need to talk" meeting, I remembered we never talked. I then sprinkled a nag here and there during our phone calls or subsequent meetings. Maybe it made me feel better, but I remained conflicted. He could only offer me a tangled companionship, not the exclusive type that I longed for and needed. But I didn't have the resolve to walk away, and yet it wasn't clear what I wanted him to do. Chapter 42. Dominance and Submission. One time when Mr. Distinguished invited me for lunch, I offered to buy carry-out Chinese food instead of having him pick me up from my office, as he usually did. I wanted some fresh air instead of being cooped up in a restaurant. We met at Choice Lake by College Grove Shopping Center, where we ate on one of the concrete tables. Afterward, we walked around the lake, savoring the tranquil scenery. I hung my handbag on my back like a backpack, and playfully walked backward in front of him while we exchanged inconsequential, soul-nourishing words. A third into our walk, he stopped, as if a revelation hit him. I followed suit, watched him, and waited. "Do you trust me to make smart decisions?" he asked. "Of course," I said. "Otherwise I wouldn't be with you. I don't date men who are less intelligent than me. One has either to be at par or smarter." No wonder he said I talked too much. He asked me a simple question, and he endured a monologue. "What I mean is," he said, "if I make a decision for both of us, would you go along without objections?" "If it's a sound decision, of course I will ratify it," I said. What kind of decision would he make without my knowledge? Why? Would it be about financial, social, travel, or general conduct? I had been responsible for my well-being for most of my adult life. I could never give control of any aspect of my life to anybody without a plausible reason. The topic ended unresolved, and I soon forgot about it. When we came by an inviting concrete bench, feet off the trail, shaded by eucalyptus trees. "What a great spot," Mr. Distinguished said. The bench commanded the entire lake view, the swimming ducks, the pigeons, the trees, and the shrubs. Cool, clean-scented air breezed softly through the vegetation. At the bench, Mr. Distinguished sat down. In seconds he removed his shoes, lay on his back, his head on interlaced hands, propped over one arm bench, his feet on the other. I stood by and watched without a word. He folded his legs at the knees, yielding a third of the bench. Before my bottom settled on the freed space, he quickly stretched his legs onto my lap. His feet always seemed to find their way to my lap before mine settled down. I made a mental note to remember to bring up the disparity the next time "we need to talk" rolled around. 3 weeks passed after our Choice Lake meeting. During one phone call, Mr. Distinguished assumed a serious tone. "There are things I would like to experience," he said, "but I don't have a chance." "What things do you mean?" I asked. "Some things, you and me?" He trailed off, tripped over words as he searched for suitable ones. "Do you feel deprived?" "No, it's just that I would like to have what I want." "What do you want?" "Have you ever heard of DS?" I racked my brain. Nothing came up. "No? What do the initials stand for?" "They stand for dominance and submission," he said. "It's a form of lifestyle. A lot of couples practice it." I chuckled uneasily. Why would anyone want to dominate or be dominated by another? "It's not as bad as it sounds," he said. "Both people have to agree on the lifestyle. One is the master and the other the submissive, although there are people who use master and slave. Master or dominant makes all the major decisions that pertain to the welfare of the couple, and the slave or submissive follows without question." I then remembered his question at Choice Lake about him making decisions. Could that be what he was alluding to? I remained quiet, my mind transfixed. Are you there? Yes, I'm listening, I said. DS is a very mild form practiced by consenting adults, two people who like each other. I don't mean the hardcore kind, BDSM, bondage and discipline, sadism and masochism, which I would never advise. What are you talking about? I asked. What is that? If you read about it, you'll realize there's nothing dangerous or weird about it. I will email you a link to a website that explains the basic tenets of DS. My mind raced. What does he want to get me into? What does he want me to do? I've never even watched an X-rated movie or read magazines like Playboy. Nonetheless, I concluded there was nothing wrong with learning something new. While I wrapped up my afternoon office activities to have enough time to read about DS at home in private, I reviewed our relationship. When Mr. Distinguished and I started dating, I asked him whether he had any freaky sexual tendencies. I'm all vanilla, he said. I had never heard of that term, but the idea of plain ice cream came to mind. It had to be plain sex, no flips that my bones couldn't handle. It's always good to check, especially with white men. It's hard to tell what they are into. For an African-American man who has not internalized alien practices, the deepest clarification I would seek is whether he expected my mouth to be a multitasker. For an African man from the motherland, I wouldn't bother with such questions. They are almost all square, regular, uncomplicated, and those who aren't are not worth bothering about. During the time I had spent with Mr. Distinguished, despite his initial lie, he had been clean. How, then, did he come up with this DS sexual deviance nonsense? What nagged me, before I even read what he had emailed me, was how he was oblivious to the history of the United States versus black people. Not to mention how his tribe had oppressed my tribe worldwide, with a fervor that seemed like a vendetta. The reason, I presume, is known only to a secret society or to a god. How could Mr. Distinguished mention the word slave when talking about an African woman's relationship? In the privacy of my home, I opened his email and clicked on the link. On the corner of the website, it read, The Beginner's Guide to DS. Introduction. Dominance and submission, DS, is an alternative relationship in which a master, or dom, controls the actions, emotions, and will of the slave, or submissive, often referred to as sub. DS doesn't necessarily refer to the sex act itself. DS is more akin to a seduction. The master seduces the slave with his power. The slave seduces the master with their willingness and servitude. Sex does occur in the relationship, but I'm discussing the lifestyle, not sexual practice. Slave and sub, as well as master and dom, are not directly interchangeable titles. A DS relationship consists of two people who are mutually consenting adults who agree on a direction for their relationship. They agree that one of the partners will take the dominant, controlling role, and the other partner the submissive, controlled role. Wow. Me, Wanjiru Warama, a slave? Chapter 43. Yes or No to Dominance. 2 months after Mr. Distinguished emailed me a website link, I hadn't told him what I thought of his freaky DS. After I read the information, my answer was definitely never, but I kept it to myself. I had seen dominance sprinkled all over our interactions, but I had ignored or didn't recognize it. I grew up eating TV dinners, he said once, while we strolled at a grassy beach park in Chula Vista. I will never eat another TV dinner in my life. Do you know how to cook? No, I don't know how to cook American foods, I said, for the 3rd time since we met. You can learn. Other times it was something like, you don't need to know that, or that doesn't concern you. And several times he told me women were reading 50 Shades of Grey. Every time I see a woman reading, she's reading that book, he said. I don't know what they find in it. It wasn't until much later, when I read 50 Shades of Grey by E.L. James, that I understood Mr. Distinguished's motivation. Christian Grey would be most men's aspiration: young, good-looking, rich, alpha male, and a sex machine. But it escaped me why women would welcome such blatant abuse and dominance. At about the same time, I saw a movie on TV about a couple suffering from a one-day-at-a-time relationship like mine. The woman put up with it, perhaps hoping her patience would pay off. Meanwhile, her boyfriend filled her piggy bank. The couple played my life right before my eyes, only I didn't have a piggy bank to show for it. When the Casanova's wife got a whiff of the liaison and confronted the cheaters. To the woman, the wife issued a cease and desist order if the cheater wanted to avoid bodily harm. For the husband, the wife threw monstrous tantrums and threatened divorce. With repentant pleas, apologies, and downcast eyes, the Casanova swore to his wife that his erring days were over. In the heat of the moment, the wronged wife rushed to the family's mansion to bear it all and receive a sympathetic ear from her mother-in-law. She found her now widowed mother-in-law cutting roses in the garden beside the mansion. When the wronged wife stopped talking long enough to breathe and receive support, the mother-in-law took a break from her roses and faced the mansion. "Are you prepared to throw all this away?" she asked. The daughter-in-law cut her rapid breathing, slightly craned her neck, her eyes to the mansion as if the thought that her husband was the only heir in the family had never occurred to her. The mother-in-law then winked and added, "I had a similar problem with his late father." With no support to lean on and a pinch of wisdom, the wife marched away. By the time she confronted the husband afresh, she had replaced her threats with what the husband needed to do to prove he was a changed man. The husband confronted his partner in crime and severed all ties. The jilted girlfriend lost out, but serendipitously did something for womanhood. Her story nudged me to take a firm stand. A day after the movie, a Friday, I wiggled out of a lunch date with Mr. Distinguished. Instead, I sent him a Dear John email to end our relationship. This was contrary to the communication mode of his choice. He preferred phone calls or texts. Once I asked whether he had received my email. "No, call and leave a message, or text me," he had said, in a grumpy tone. "I don't hover over emails." Normally, that was what I did. Leave a voicemail or text him if he didn't answer his phone. But it didn't seem proper to relay a breakup via a text. He called me that evening. I sensed he hadn't seen my breakup email. I felt guilty and conflicted about whether to give him a hint. No. Let that dominance of his tell him. Nonetheless, I dreaded he would think I was sneaky or underhanded, talking to him as if there was nothing amiss while my email lay in wait. He should know me better than that. I consoled myself with, why do I care if I'm waving goodbye? He called me when he saw the email the following day. "I'm distraught," he said. He stated that my not disclosing my email the previous night was mean and in bad taste. "I can't understand how you talked normally, knowing you had thrown me a knockout," he said. "You're not supposed to do that to someone you care about." I played dumb, my lips sealed because I'm a confirmed coward. I hate breakups. I avoid them, preferring childish maneuvers like acting a fool, also known as passive aggression, or tapering off by stretches of unaccounted-for disappearances. Without my denial that an email wasn't a civilized way to break up, he couldn't go on and on. We bid each other well, but both of us resisted mentioning the word goodbye. By the end of the day, just like the previous time months ago, my resolve shook. My heart flipped and flopped. It wasn't done, so I couldn't do without seeing him. I blamed my hot head, convinced I went too far, threw our relationship over a cliff, pushed him, and jumped right behind him. In another 3 days he buckled, swallowed his pride, called, and invited me to lunch. Phew! I felt grateful he called, and relieved I wasn't the first to crawl back like the previous time. He picked me up at the office, and we went to Anna's restaurant in Lemon Grove. By then, I had convinced myself I shouldn't have sent that email. But I had my pride, determined not to let him detect my wobbly heart. I behaved guardedly. After lunch, he dropped me at my office, without us settling the battered relationship one way or the other. A week went by without contact. That had never happened since we met about a year prior. I knew our relationship needed to end, but I got confused, like seeing something from two perspectives. My emotions and sensibilities refused to compromise. Self-respect and pride abandoned me. How could we just walk away? Crawling back didn't sound so bad after all. I called and left a message for him to call me. He returned my call within 3 hours. We talked as if we had never broken up, and at a deeper level. He did most of the talking, perhaps to let me save face. I let it go when I noticed you didn't want to touch me at the restaurant, he said. There was nothing else I could do. He didn't ask for a meeting. He normally did, part of our unspoken division of labor. Dominance? Maybe. He was one of those men who took charge. At least that's how it seemed. Picked me up and dropped me off in his car and chose where we went most of the time. That time I wanted us to meet, but I couldn't bring myself to ask. I kept mum, expecting the call to end any minute, but he wasn't done. Women have emasculated men, he charged. Maybe I had taken my nagging too far, and he might have detected emasculating signs. I listened. He threw in the word neuter. Horrible, unless society planned to clone women to bring forth its young. My mouth remained shut. Perhaps he wanted me to feel guilty. But guilty of what? He took pains to explain that men may behave civilized, but they are like their brethren of thousands of years ago. They have basic needs. Good sex, a full stomach, and a clean cave in that order. He said women should let their modern cavemen satisfy these yearnings without any hindrance, and that if women got a good handle on the basics, modern cavemen would look the other way when they noticed women's other shortcomings. He whined that he should get and enjoy what he wanted in a relationship. Remember that DS sexual underworld? I took his monologue as a hint. The boulder between us grew larger, but I held my peace. Finally, he declared he was taking 2 weeks off to go clear his head. He told me to ponder what he had just said while he was away. While Mr. Distinguished went to clear his head, my head went into overdrive. I couldn't get over the DS subject. It was hard to believe the man I cared for leaned toward women's subjugation. Thoughts of men's dominance of women popped up in my mind, the many ways men corralled women in many cultures. In Kenya, women as a group featured low on society's pecking order, and their emancipation moved at a snail's pace. The affliction spread throughout the African continent and elsewhere, albeit in varying degrees. Since my teenage years, I became aware men controlled women's sexuality. The wife's main purpose in life was to bear children, do housework, and attend to wifely duties so their husbands wouldn't get cranky or stray. They also waited on their husbands as servants would, and did a myriad of other countless chores. An infertile woman was looked on as a failure, as if she weren't a complete human being. No self-respecting African man married a woman if he knew she couldn't bear him children or had infertility complications. To this day, in most cases, love and procreation are inseparable, unless a man has had children in a previous relationship. That was my mindset when I came to the United States in 1984. After 3 months, I went to visit Mr. and Mrs. Millionaire in Florida, a story in my first book, Unexpected America. I don't recall how I broached the subject of my infertility complication, but Mr. Millionaire made an appointment for me to consult a gynecologist. Not to worry, the doctor said. He recommended I see a doctor in California for hormonal therapy when I became ready. As months passed, then years, and my financial struggles intensified, the importance of bearing children ceased. If supporting myself challenged me, how would I support another human being? I had never asked myself that question before. It also dawned on me that I didn't have an ideal man who I would want to father a child with, another crucial fact I had never seriously considered. American culture had rubbed off on me and altered my priorities. Having children, for the sake of having children, with whomever happened to be the current mate, no longer made sense to me. I already had one daughter who died in infancy and an adopted daughter. Raising her as an unmarried woman in the United States turned out a bigger challenge than I had expected, and it quashed the deep-seated procreation urges I had nursed before. No matter my emotions, therefore, or how slow on the uptake, I sensed male-female dominance very quickly. Chapter 44. My Way or the Highway. In October 2012, on top of my anemic love life, I was mired in a lawsuit. By the time I completed the mountain of papers and delivered them to my lawyer's office 30 miles away, I had a worn-out body and my head hummed. I didn't want to see another legal paper for a long time. Like Mr. Distinguished, who had returned from his trip by then, I needed to clear my head, but I couldn't decide on how to go about it. The following morning, however, while going through my email backlog, I checked on my spam folder. I came across a promotional email from Princess Cruises. When I checked the various destinations, a cruise to the Greek Isles, departing from Venice in a week, enticed me. I booked the cruise. After I finalized my travel arrangements, I called Mr. Distinguished and told him about my spontaneous decision. "Are you going alone?" he asked. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Of course, I'm going alone." "When did you decide?" "Just now. I need time off." At that time, except for the princess representative, he was the only other person who knew about the cruise. After my trip, despite the lawsuit weighing down on me, I felt somewhat rejuvenated. I waited for Mr. Distinguished to disclose how much his head had cleared. He didn't mention it. He also didn't reintroduce that slave DS stuff. Nonetheless, he asked 2 other times whether I went on the cruise alone. He was never convinced I didn't have prior arrangements. The imbalance in our relationship had intensified, at least in my mind. He seemed happy with the status quo. But I wanted a bigger share of the relationship to feel secure, although it didn't make sense because he was still married. One day we met for lunch at Coco's in College Grove. Like the other time in Bonita, we drove there separately. After lunch, we strolled in the parking lot, basking in the sunshine. As he walked me to my car, our arms kept on bumping, transmitting sensations to my heart. The only strange thing was, never before had my heart felt that good about a man without my body going along. Perhaps I was out of the running. Did it matter? By then, I had analyzed our relationship from every angle and decided what was best for me. My mind made up, I turned my head, faced the man who walked beside me, a likable man, but with issues I couldn't handle. I neither wanted a man who had an attachment to another woman, no matter what the explanation, nor to deal with his domination desires. But I liked what I saw, and wanted his picture to admire from afar. I took out my tiny digital camera from my handbag and asked him to pose. With his striped sky blue shirt over black pants and eyeglasses that darkened in the sun, he posed. A perfect pose, despite his scrubby beard. He removed his glasses and struck another pose. In the process, my mind saw other illusions. His arms crossed over his pumped-up chest, his head cocked to one side, his heels dug deep, happy with the state of our relationship where he could get a lay for the asking. Upsetting the status quo wasn't negotiable. It was his way or the highway. But what was in it for me? Not much. Besides, the man remained ignorant of the state of my heels, which spent their formative years crisscrossing the African savanna, free of the entanglement of shoes. They could dig in as deep as the best of them. I snapped the 2 shots and took the highway. Loss and Probate. Chapter 45, Driving Disability. Mr. Houston received periodic updates from the city of San Diego that they planned to build an elementary school in the area where I lived. Finally, they confirmed that 52nd Street property was among the ones they planned to buy through eminent domain. "We need to buy you a house," Mr. Houston said. "You never liked this place anyway." He was half right. Initially, I felt lukewarm about living there because of the busy street and the negative connotation of East San Diego. But gradually the property turned into a home. Among 3 other trees, 1 in front and 2 in the back, we found an orange tree in the backyard, between the 2 houses, which produced a bounty crop. We had to distribute oranges to friends so they didn't litter the yard. And I carved out a garden behind the detached garage where I grew organic collard and mustard greens, black-eyed peas, and tomatoes. A neighbor who could see the garden over the fence from her upstairs bedroom occasionally sent her 2 young sons to get the greens. Besides, with a golf course across the street, an adjacent Colina Park with its tennis and basketball courts, pool and walking paths, I had grown comfortable and felt quite at home. "I don't want you to be homeless," Mr. Houston said after he received another letter from the city. "Go look for a house you like." I found a 4-bedroom, 2-story house selling for $350,000. "Oh, I don't have that much right now. I have a little less than $300,000, he said when I gave him the news. "You'll have to wait until more money comes in." Considering the many stages and approvals government projects go through, I believed it might take 1 to 3 years before they built the school. The year 2002 ended, and housing prices continued creeping up. I wasn't worried. Something would come up. Having lived in a house for almost 8 years, it didn't occur to me to downsize to a condo. "If the city takes the house before we get you a place," Mr. Houston said, "you can live in my house until you get what you want." That was unlikely. But I couldn't say and hurt his feelings. He cherished his household possessions, but everything inside and outside looked old, rusty, and ugly. Except for an antique chest of drawers in each of the 4 bedrooms, the rest should have enjoyed a ride to the dump. He had lined his converted garage's walls with metal shelves full of clusters of categorized old machine parts, car parts, and repair tools like a hardware store. He placed uncategorized parts on the floor wherever he found free space. The 2 times I ventured in there, I treaded lightly, lest I step on a prized part. An unapologetic hoarder, he crammed his living room like the garage. Papers of all sizes, bundles of canceled checks and other papers, loose letters, investment magazines, and junk mail covered the floor and furniture. The top of the TV held current papers, letters he intended to answer or mail, and stamps. The 4 corners of the living room had heaps of paper up to 2 feet high. Whenever I went to deliver rent or pick up something, dressed in my office attire, I walked gingerly, looking for a free space to step as if I were avoiding puddles on trails. He would clear the big couch corner for me, near where he sat, pat the space, and say, "Right here, right here." His easy chair, where he sat like a sentinel, was near the entrance to the kitchen and faced the TV and front door. Papers or mail he planned to read draped over the wide, worn armrests of his chair. The only space free of clutter was where he sat. His car was in no better shape. Over the years, I nagged him to replace the 1966 Mustang, which looked better suited for a car graveyard or a scrap metal yard. He called it Rebel. Anytime I mentioned Rebel, he chuckled or snickered without further comment. Other times he said, "You want me to buy a new car so you can drive it. I know you can't handle Rebel." Mr. Houston was right. I couldn't handle Rebel with its occasional throaty gurgles. But he had no qualms in telling me, "We can ride in my car." I left Rebel alone when I realized it was an emotional issue, and turned to what seemed winnable, convincing him to let me get his house cleaned and uncluttered. For about 8 years, Mr. Houston came to my house 5 days a week. He skipped days when he and Mr. Jones worked on repairs at the house in Skyline Hills, or when I went out of town, or on the 2 times his nephew Don visited him. Then in May 2003, Mr. Houston started missing a day here, 2 there, until it dropped to only once a week. 1 week he didn't come at all. Whenever I called to check whether he was sick, he said, "I couldn't be better." He then came by the following morning. Finally, he couldn't explain his hibernation when I paid him a visit. "I have all the rents," I said when I called him. "Are you coming tomorrow?" "You can bring it," he said. At his house, I knocked hard on the unlocked screen door twice and then went in. "There you are," he said. His face looked haggard, but he rose from his chair as if to entertain a visitor. He cleared the couch for me. "You don't look well," I said. "What's wrong?" "I couldn't be better," he said, and returned to his easy chair. "You look different. Something is bothering you." He paused for a while as if wondering whether he should tell me. "I've been studying for my driver's test," he said. "I failed." "Well, you just have to redo it," I said. "That's all." "I failed the 4th time. My driver's license expires in 2 weeks." He shook his head. "I'm so sorry." He asked whether there was a way we could devise for him to pass the test. He looked so dejected, as if someone close to him died. I had no words to soothe his pain, but I was also flabbergasted that in his desperation such a thought crossed his mind. I hoped he would process and come into terms with his new reality before his license expired. He could ride on a bus or take a cab, something I doubted he had done for decades. Or he could drive illegally. I had heard stories of senior citizens who drove to church or to the store without valid licenses. Their children had to step in and wrestled the car keys from them. But Mr. Houston had a lot to lose if he caused an accident. I refrained from making such a suggestion. I knew two fears that haunted him: living in a nursing home and inability to drive. "Don't worry, I'll drive you wherever you want," I said, after a long, agonizing pause. He mainly went to the bank at the Naval Station on 32nd Street, grocery store, to his doctor at the Naval Hospital, or to a restaurant. I forgot his main job, his daily visits and yard puttering at 52nd Street that occupied and kept him going. My offer didn't soothe him. He still displayed a far-away, resigned look. We tried my suggestion after his license expired. It didn't work well. Twice he walked to my house, a distance of 5 miles, instead of calling me. Fortunately, in July his nephew Don came to visit. With a ready driver, Mr. Houston's spirits rose again. Like the other time Don rolled into town, Mr. Houston abandoned me. I saw him when both of them came to the backyard and garage to pick up or store something. Because ours was a platonic friendship, I didn't understand why Mr. Houston behaved, with Don only, like the few white men I had met. Except for Mr. Distinguished, who abandoned the undercover nonsense, it seemed, the others got cozy until a friend or relative caught them associating with an African woman. They then behaved as if I were just someone they bumped into or vaguely knew from somewhere. I didn't mind. Just like them, I wanted to remain undercover. Chapter 46. Missed Signals. In July 2003, someone from the Navy Hospital in Balboa Park called me to go pick up Mr. Houston. With his nephew Don in town, I didn't understand why. When I asked how Mr. Houston went to the hospital, the caller didn't know. He said he called me because my name showed as the contact person in their records. It was my first time to hear of it. At the hospital, I noticed the name Oncology under the building number. I wondered again why Mr. Houston went to that building. Months earlier, I dropped him at the same building when he said, "This is where my doctor has a clinic." I didn't connect the name to Mr. Houston. After all, doctors of all sorts could have their clinics in a building at least 6 floors high. I knew he had a weak heart, for which he took a pill daily. Since I met him in 1995, at 75, he often commented that old people took too much medication and that he was lucky to have minimal complaints at his age. Over the years, after every medical checkup, he told me his doctor said, "You're in pretty good shape for a man your age." Now, after I weaved through the floors to get to his doctor's clinic, I found him seated in the examination room. He attempted to smile and seemed relieved to see me. A tired old man in a flimsy hospital gown and white socks, his sagging facial and arm skin looked much more pronounced. When Mr. Houston shuffled to the examination bed, slightly bent, the gown he wore flipped open and left part of his backside bare. He fumbled to hold the gown in place. Unlike before, when he said to wait for him in the waiting room, the doctor examined him in my presence. At one time, he leaned his arm on my shoulder for support. When the doctor finished, he discharged him and said, "Make sure to rest." When the hospital official rolled Mr. Houston in a wheelchair to the curb, I offered to fetch my car so he wouldn't have to walk through the parking lot. He wouldn't hear of it. We walked side by side. No, he shuffled, and I slowed my steps. On our way home, I asked him how he went to the hospital. "Don took me," he said. "Where is he?" "Gone. Flew back home." "He left you in the hospital? How did he expect you to get home?" "He'd stayed from his family long enough." I failed to understand how a retired man with no minor children could abandon his sick uncle in the hospital and fly clear across the country without alerting me. Oh well, different cultures, different behavior. That, however, made me think quite poorly of Don. Because Mr. Houston seemed weaker than I had ever seen him, I invited him to recuperate at my house. He said he wanted to go to his own house. He clearly needed someone to help him, so I repeated my offer in another mile. "Let it go," he said, a phrase he knew got me off his back every time. After I dropped him off, I went to my house and cooked chicken and vegetable soup for him. When I delivered it, he ate some, and I kept the rest in the refrigerator. That Friday, July 25th, he phoned and asked me to buy groceries for him. I first went to his house to check what he needed. His refrigerator contained not a single bite. He had finished the soup I took to him the previous day. I went and bought the items he requested, fruits, hot dogs, buns, and such. I offered him again to come and stay at my house. He refused, too stubborn and independent for his own good. We usually didn't visit or contact each other on weekends, but the following day, Saturday, I made an exception. When I arrived at his house, I noticed he had not touched any of the food I bought for him. He leaned back in his chair, his shirt buttons open halfway down, uncharacteristic of him. His stomach rippled when he talked. He couldn't talk and breathe at the same time without difficulty. He didn't look right. I insisted on taking him back to the hospital. "I'll heal as well at home as in the hospital," he said. "I have the meds. Why don't we let the doctor decide? You have been God's send. I couldn't have lived to a ripe age of 83 without you," he tried to smile. "I know you'd do the same for me," I said. "I need to write you a check." He felt among the papers around his chair. "Do you see my checkbook?" "You don't need to bother yourself right now," I said. "Get well first." "Can you check among those papers?" he pointed. I looked at him and remained seated. "How much do you make a month?" What does what I make have to do with him? He had never asked me anything beyond, "Do you have enough money to do that?" whenever I told him of a project I planned to do. $2,000, I lied, after a long pause. "That's not too bad. You can manage with that." "I still need to give you that check." "Forget the check," I said. "I should take you to the hospital." "Will you let it rest?" I said no, he said, with an energy he could hardly spare. "I'll see you on Monday." Chapter 47. Strange People. In real estate, especially in the initial years, I put in dozens of useless hours before I learned some buyers and sellers merely wanted to test the market. Others only wanted information to compare with what they received from the agent they intended to work with. And still others attended open houses to see how their neighbors lived, or as a weekend outing. Older people acted differently. Most were straightforward and rarely harbored hidden agendas. I got along better with them. A handful of them, like Mr. Houston, became friends or acquaintances. The only downside? The aged got frail or died. I had lost several. Reverend Yates and Mrs. Pringle, who rented my house on Arrowwood Drive, proved to be one of those dependable, non-agenda types. They were sociable, but never mixed business and personal. Whenever I stopped by to pick up their rent, they always asked about Mariana. They said she could wait for me at their house if I went to places that she, as a child, couldn't accompany me, or if she felt lonesome at home alone. Their long-term tenancy had helped stop my financial downward slide. Initially, the monthly rent covered mortgage payment, insurance, and taxes, and left $50 for repairs. Without major repairs, over the years, rent increases left a reasonable cash flow, even after I refinanced the house to get a lower interest rate and pulled out cash. This continued for 10 years until Reverend Yates went to Christian heaven. The house became lonely. Even the woman who helped with housework didn't hang around after she finished her chores anymore. Within the year, Mrs. Pringle started receiving visits from the departed and others she didn't know. "Nobody believes me," she said. "Not even my own daughter." By then, Mrs. Pringle lived in her bedroom permanently, except when she waddled, with the help of a walker, with Reverend Yates's help before he died. Now her house worker shopped for her, or walked her to her Cadillac to go visit the doctor. I worried about her. With her increased weight, I didn't know how she locked the door at night. Her housekeeper left it unlocked. Whenever I went to collect her rent and knocked on her door, she would say, "Come back this way," meaning to her bedroom. One time I stood where I always did, close to her bed, my back to the bedroom door. After I took and counted the rent money, which I found placed on her bed near the footboard, Mrs. Pringle said, "Wanji, can I talk to you?" "Of course, Mrs. Pringle." "I don't know what to do," she said. "My doctor don't believe me. My own daughter don't believe me. What am I going to do?" "Is it those people you told me about?" "Oh, it's worse." She adjusted her propped-up pillows and resettled her weighty body. "For a while, it was Reverend Yates. He came through the door like a regular person, followed by 3 people. But now, these strange people come through the walls," she pointed, "from the closet, through the bathroom door, and from all directions." "It's good your daughter is coming," I said. "What do I do before she gets here? These people are as real as you stand there, Wanji. I'm afraid. Reverend Yates's death must have hit you hard." "You don't say," she said. "I've never lived alone in all my life." "It'll be different. When your daughter and her family come, you'll be okay." I hoped my doubt didn't show in my face. Chapter 48. The Ultimate Loss. Despite my experience with Reverend Yates and Mrs. Pringle, it never occurred to me that Mr. Houston could get that sick and confused, or worse. Except once when he said he might be coming down with a cold, or at his doctor checkups, I never saw him sick before. Because he refused my offer to return him to the hospital, I checked on him again that Saturday evening. "I'm no worse," he said. "I'm resting." I thought about Mr. Houston on Sunday morning. But in over 8 years, he and I had never called or gone to each other's house on a Sunday. I didn't want him to accuse me of hovering. I decided to wait until the following day, as we agreed. That Sunday afternoon, July 27th, 2003, I felt a strong pull, as if someone were tugging on my heart. I thought of calling Mr. Houston, but the same day the media reported the death of Bob Hope, the popular comedian. I attributed the strange feeling to the fact that Mr. Houston, like Mr. Hope, was old and sickly. Monday morning, I left for work before I contacted Mr. Houston. I called at noon and then twice at about 12:30. He didn't answer his phone. I drove to his house on Drexel Street in National City, arriving there just before 1 o'clock. I parked on the street near his driveway entrance. His 2 cars, Rebel and another clunker he bought from his neighbor after her husband died, were in the driveway. As usual, the window blinds and the security door seemed closed. Nearer to the house, I noticed the main wooden door also closed. He usually kept it open from morning until he retired at night. I knocked on the screen door at 3 intervals. No answer. I did the same on the 2 front windows and on one bedroom window that faced the street. Nothing stirred. The only noise came from his blaring TV. That gave me hope. He always put his TV at high volume because he was hard of hearing and AIDS irritated his ears. Perhaps Mr. Houston left the TV on when he went to sleep the previous night. There was no logical reason for him to have done that. In his sickly state, perhaps he wanted to rest in bed while he listened to the TV program. Or he sat on his recliner, dozing off. In the past, I had looked through the security door and found him in such a state. I had to knock hard for him to hear me before I opened the unlocked door and entered. But now I couldn't see the inside. Why did he leave the wooden door closed? We had exchanged house keys 3 years earlier for emergencies. He had already used my keys, mostly when I went on vacation, except one time when I opened my main door and got startled. He sat at a corner of my big couch, reading a book from my office shelf. "Oh, you're home," he said. While I unloaded my briefcase and my purse, I wished I could tell him I felt wounded, some kind of mini violation, that he used my keys in my absence without an emergency or permission. Unlike him, I had never used his keys. Perhaps I should now go to my house and get them. Instead, I decided to check the back door first. I knocked on the rickety door twice, then turned the aged handle. It was unlocked. I opened the door slowly to lessen its groans and creaks, poked my head in, and scanned the kitchen. It was the same dated, permanently curtained kitchen. I entered and looked for any sign of cooking or disturbance. Nothing. I proceeded to the living room and called out twice, "Mr. Houston, are you home?" I passed by his empty recliner and reached halfway to the 3-seater couch on the left. I stopped, gasped, mouth agape, eyes to the hallway leading to the bedroom. There he lay, a prostrate form on his bedroom floor. Had he fallen out of bed? He faced the open door, his right leg bent at the knee, thigh exposed, the right arm bent slightly at the elbow, blocking half of his face. The left leg and arm outstretched. His arms and legs looked bloody. He wore a flimsy robe similar to the ones hospitals issue. I saw no sign of life. Terror took over my body. I made 2 giant steps to my right and switched off the TV. I backtracked to the side table next to the recliner where he kept his phone. I dialed 911. 911, what is your emergency? I identified myself and gave Mr. Houston's address while my voice quivered. My body shook as my hand clutched the receiver to steady myself. Someone killed Mr. Houston at night, I said. How did you determine he is dead? The dispatcher asked, and followed it with more questions for which I didn't know the answers. I stammered about his arm and leg being bloody. The questions seemed to take too long. I became impatient. I can't go closer to the body to answer your questions, I said. The people who killed Mr. Houston might return and kill me. I need to get out. You should send the police to check. As soon as the dispatcher said officers would be right over, I replaced the receiver and exited through the front door. Without turning toward the bedroom, I went straight to my car. While inside the house, my few replies to the dispatcher's questions, despite my stammer, seemed reasonable to me. But in my car, I realized how lame the answers must have sounded to her. No way could I have known Mr. Houston was dead, for sure. But perhaps it was because his body outline replicated the ones I saw on TV during police murder investigations. Within no time, an unmarked car arrived and parked by the street way ahead of my car. 2 men, 30-something, athletic type, jumped out. They wore casual clothes, black or gray pants and tops. They breezed into the yard, looped around the house, and ended back in the walkway that connected the porch to the driveway. Another wave of fear coursed through my body. Reason abandoned me. These men can't be the police. They must be the killers coming back to remove any clues they left behind. I took mental notes of what they looked like, their clothes, for better description later when the real police came. But I didn't want to take too much time. If they killed Mr. Houston, they wouldn't hesitate to kill a witness. I started my car, ready to zoom off if the 2 men approached. The sound of the engine drew their attention. They turned and faced my direction. I willed my mind to change the gear handle from park to drive and step on the accelerator. Perhaps my mind dragged, or the men's swift reaction stalled me. One of them skipped across the yard, his closed hand and index finger twirled, making the open the window motion. My coward brain nudged me to crack the window a couple of inches. If the man forced his hand in, I would drive off with his arm stuck in the window. "Are you the one who called?" he asked. "Yes." "How does he know someone called?" "Who else is in the house?" "Just Mr. Houston," I said. "We need to go in." "It's fine, the door is open." Perhaps the men are okay, but I will not budge until I see real police uniforms. The 2 men entered the haunted house. In less than 3 minutes, they were back out. At the yard, one man made a call from a walkie-talkie-sized telephone. Finished with the call, they walked to their unmarked car and drove away. I stayed put. In less than 15 minutes, a police car arrived, then another. 2 policemen got out. Relieved, I came out of my refuge and met them in the driveway. The 3 of us entered the house while I told them about the 2 departed plainclothesmen. I also told them about visiting Mr. Houston on Saturday and buying him some groceries. As proof, I opened the refrigerator and showed them the untouched food. The 2 officers seemed bored, as if what I said weren't pertinent. I wasn't deterred. Just in case they mixed me up with the killer or killers, I mentioned the need to eliminate myself as a suspect. "You watch too much crime TV," one of the officers quipped. How could he tell? The officers didn't seem to need my help. I exited the house, making sure, again, not to turn toward the hallway. I was determined the first time I saw Mr. Houston lying prostrate on the floor would be the last. When the officers came out of the house, they found me standing in the front yard. The one who seemed to be in charge asked me about Mr. Houston's life. He was just an old man, I said. Why would anybody want to kill him? Nobody killed him, the officer said. He died of natural causes. Natural causes? How can that be? I protested. I saw blood on him. That's what happens when someone has been dead for some time. Blood pools, the officer said as he scribbled on his clipboard. I suspect he died yesterday, or at night. Blood pools? I had seen faces of dead people in coffins during funerals. People became purplish, darker, but I had never seen any blood pools. Maybe it was because I had never seen a dead white person before. I wanted to talk, stretch whatever answer I gave to the police officer, perhaps to make myself feel better. I had been duped by the nervous monologue they let me run on them inside the house, and forgot police officers don't converse, they ask questions. He asked about Mr. Houston's relatives, doctors, and his life in general. I retrieved the doctor's name from the calendar I carried in my car, and promised to give him the relatives' information later when I returned to my house. I had their contact on the same calendar, but I didn't want him to talk to them before I did. It had taken me a year, 4 separate times, of asking Mr. Houston to give me his relatives' information. He came one morning bearing a small piece of paper on which he had written addresses and phone numbers of his sister in the South and his nephew Don in the Midwest. The officer called the doctor. After the call, he told me the doctor was impressed that the deceased lived that long without visible disability. Impressed? I asked. Yes, the doctor said the deceased had a lot of maladies, the officer said, including cancer. I then remembered the name, oncology, on the building at the hospital. I had brushed it aside and focused on entering the building. It hurt me that Mr. Houston didn't trust me or care enough to tell me about his illness. I felt discounted, despite the many things I never told him about myself. There is nothing else to do except wait for the coroner, the officer said. Chapter 49. Debt Collector and Heir. While I sat in my car and kept vigil, thinking of what to do next, Mr. Palmer Sr. called about a stove for which he had claimed Mr. Houston hadn't paid. Over the years, Mr. Houston and I had bought appliances from him. Mr. Houston is dead in the house. I'm waiting for the coroner, I said, happy someone who knew Mr. Houston called. I don't care who is dead, Mr. Palmer said. I need to get paid. I paused, stunned by such a callous reaction to a death. I mentally noted about 8 appliances, stoves and refrigerators, Mr. Palmer Sr. had sold to us. I didn't know what to say to him, a man who had one leg in the grave if age were a good measure of lurking death. Mr. Palmer, I know Mr. Houston paid you for that stove, I said. I called his bank to verify on his behalf, and I saw the canceled check they mailed to him. He fell sick before he sent you a copy. No, he never paid me. I can't handle this right now, I said. I will file a fraud complaint with the police and let them deal with it. I have to go. Bye. I clicked shut my phone. About half an hour later, Mr. Palmer Sr. called back. I checked my records, he said. Mr. Houston paid the bill all right. I need to keep better records. With Mr. Palmer Jr. as an employee, checks had a habit of getting mixed up. Even then, as we bid each other goodbye for the last time, Mr. Palmer never asked about Mr. Houston. Appliance business settled, I went through my calendar's contact list, retrieved a phone number of the only person I believed could help me with Mr. Houston's estate. I dialed his number. It took a long time to dawn on me that that call may have directed the estate settlement in ways Mr. Houston wouldn't have wished. He had told me his sister was his next of kin, and that he wished the bulk of his estate to go to her. At about 80 years old, I thought her too old to travel to California to deal with the rigors of probate. I discounted her constant contact with her brother and her great handwriting that age hadn't tampered with, which made me conclude later that she would have done just fine. I also didn't take into account that I knew the ins and outs of probate, having previously worked as a probate clerk for 2.5 years. In hindsight, I nursed the idea the sister would have respected Mr. Houston's verbal will, and I would have been better for it. Instead, my first call went to Don, the nephew. I have bad news, I said. Your uncle has passed away. Oh, when? He asked. I found him in the house about an hour ago, I said. I'm waiting for the coroner. You should come help with his estate. I'm sure you can take care of it, Don said. I need a family member to come help me." "You can manage," Don said. "You're the one who helped him take care of things." "As a non-blood relative, there isn't much I can do. You know more about him than anyone else," Don said. "I'm sure you will manage." "I can't sign for anything, even at the mortuary," I said. "They need a next of kin, otherwise the county's estate administrators will take over." "Is there any way they can allow you to sign?" "They would have to change the law," I said. Don had already demonstrated he cared little about his uncle's welfare, but it stunned me that he expected me, a non-relative, to bury his uncle and settle the estate. Before I disconnected the call, a thought occurred to me. If Don knew I was offering him access to large sums of money, maybe he would change his mind. I gave him more information, without mentioning figures. I told him Mr. Houston had unencumbered real estate, bank accounts, treasuries, and bonds. That didn't impress Don, or he needed time to process what I told him. "I'm sure you can handle it," he said. I had nothing else to say before Don thanked me for the call and wished me well. Chapter 50. The Mighty Dollar. Sad and confused, I wasn't sure what to do next. I hoped Don would change his mind and travel to California to help with his uncle's burial and estate. I also hoped Mr. Houston had a will. What a mess if he died intestate. I had nagged him to get a trust or a will at the very least. I got a chance to address the sticky subject when he informed me of one of his nephews who had said, "Uncle is loaded. I can't wait for him to get out of the way." After Mr. Houston finished the story, he said, "That nephew will not inherit a penny from me." Without a will, even that nephew was entitled to a piece of the estate. Next, the police officer asked about Mr. Houston's military details. I gave him what I knew, just bits and pieces. The officer reiterated that without a family member, he was going to hand over the case to the public administrator. A public administrator's involvement meant another layer of bureaucracy, expense, and delay. I wanted to avoid it unless I failed to convince a relative to come. So I called Don again, to press on him the importance of a family member's presence and to check whether he knew anything, besides what I knew, about his uncle's military career. "I don't know about Uncle's military history," Don said, "but I'm on my way. I should be in San Diego the day after tomorrow." A change of mind? Did his wife have something to do with it? Did the two brainstorm and realize Don's short-sightedness? $1 wins every time. I made another call to the sister in the South. Her son, who answered the phone, said she wasn't home. His speech sounded rough, the kind typical of limited schooling or life on society's edge. I told him the sad news. "What'll happen to Uncle's stuff?" he asked. Not a single word about his uncle's remains. I told him that his cousin Don was on the way to San Diego. I left my phone number in case Mr. Houston's sister decided to call me back. Almost 3 hours had passed since I made the emergency call. The police officer still kept vigil. I'm not sure whether his partner waited in the car or left in the second car. Sometimes I strolled around the yard, walked to where the officer stood, asked him a question, or made a comment and returned to my car. I sat in the front passenger seat with the car door open and my feet on the curb facing the house. I didn't see any coroner come, but a van arrived and backed through the grassy area into the front yard close to the porch. 2 men got off the van and entered the house. After about 10 minutes, I approached and stood in the yard close to the officer. Not long after, the 2 men appeared rolling a stretcher with Mr. Houston's body bundled up in maroon-colored cloth. The officer told me the body would go to Aztel Mortuary in La Mesa Boulevard and gave me the address. How the officer settled on that mortuary without my input puzzled me. He said he would call me if he needed anything further and that I should call him with the relative's information. He then got in the police vehicle and left. Meanwhile, the van with Mr. Houston's body pulled into Drexel Street. I watched from where I stood, feeling abandoned and all alone. An urge hit me to get in my car and follow the van. Instead, I inched closer to the street and watched as the van became smaller and smaller before it disappeared down the street. I remained standing near the curb, my arms folded across my chest. The finality of the loss disoriented me. In the following days, weeks, and months, his death, and the vacuum he left in my life weighed on me. Was I mourning for both of us? He was my support system. In turn, I became his confidant, supporter, and family. When I found his lifeless body, prostrate on the floor, however, all that went poof. What I knew or said became inconsequential with his last breath. His DNA connections, known or unknown, replaced me. Mr. Houston's death taught me how most of us humans take our lives and our relationships for granted. We coast along passively, many times forgetting to cherish the connection we have with another person, be it a child, spouse, parent, sibling, girlfriend, boyfriend, or a friend. It's special to have a bond with another human being who you instinctively know will hurt when you hurt, who you feel connected to you no matter what you do or where you are. A person who will want to make your life easier or more pleasant. To avoid regrets, we need to reciprocate, value relationships, and tell the people we care about how we value them, even if they can sense it. Over the years, I have learned this lesson the hard way. After Mr. Houston's death, I remembered the little things he did for me, like when Mariana and I went on vacation to the eastern USA and Canada at the end of 1995. 2 days before we left, he brought 3 timers to our house and synchronized them with our evening routine. When my living room timer went out at 10:30, my bedroom timer came on and gave my imaginary self time to prepare for bed and do some reading before going off at 11 p.m. He did this every year when I went on vacation until he died. But the best thing I remembered was the security I felt. If a catastrophe befell me, I knew without a doubt that he would be there to help me pick up the pieces. Chapter 51. Dawn. Dawn arrived at Mr. Houston's house on the afternoon of the second day. He rode in one of those 4-door macho big trucks with seats behind the driver. At about 5'8", he still maintained his ex-firefighter physique. How do I interact with a man I hardly knew? I said hello and shook Don's hand for the first time when Mr. Houston introduced us at the backyard of the house on 52nd Street. The second hello was during the 2 phone calls 2 days earlier when I begged him to come help with his uncle's estate. We now hugged as a matter of courtesy. "I'm sorry about your uncle," I said. "It's been such a shock to me." "Thank you. Can we go to the mortuary?" "Yes, it'll be easier if I drive," I said. "I went there yesterday to help with the paperwork." When we arrived at Astall Mortuary, the attendant led Don through a side door to go view the body. They left me in the waiting room. I had no desire to see Mr. Houston's dead body again. Don emerged shaking his head, one hand wiping off invisible tears, and wearing a solemn face for the first time since he arrived. "Oh, my uncle, his face looks so bad." Who expects an old dead face to look pretty? I had not forgiven Don for abandoning his uncle at the hospital, let alone his nonchalant attitude on the phone when he talked as if his uncle's death was business as usual until I mentioned money. He also had not said a single word to console me. From the mortuary, we went to Jimmy's restaurant on Plaza Boulevard in National City for an early dinner. I felt uncomfortable in Don's company. Unless I told him about his uncle, we had nothing to discuss. After the meal, I paid and dropped him at his uncle's house and gave him the keys. We agreed to meet there in the morning. I arrived like one reporting to work. First, I gave Don an overview of his uncle's real estate and other financial holdings. Then we embarked on the arduous work of sorting papers. We discarded non-sensitive papers and shredded the rest, bundles of canceled checks, bank statements, and investment papers. Among the current papers, I found a signed check, similar to a money order, of over $6,000 without a payee's name. I gave it to Don. We came across handwritten letters, mostly from the sister. We also found 4 half-written pages on 3 different legal-size yellow pads, showing the beginnings of last will and testament drafts. Before the end of the second day, Don said twice, "You'll be paid for your time." By the third day, he said, "We will take care of you." It hadn't crossed my mind that I would get paid, let alone be taken care of. But after Don's declaration, I welcomed the gesture. Of all the beneficiaries, none deserved it more than I did. This reminded me of the check Mr. Houston wanted to write to me. He must have known his death was imminent. The money was to purchase a house for me to move into after the city took over the property on 52nd Street where I lived. He had told me on several occasions that he intended to leave that property to me for the services and the support I had given him. That was why he wanted to buy a replacement. The last time I saw his bank statement, when he brought it for me to call his bank, the balance totaled $297,000 and change. If his investments didn't bring enough cash in time, Mr. Houston hoped I would stay in his house until the city settled on the 52nd Street property. The property was worth about $450,000 and had no loans against it. My mind never took Mr. Houston's age into account, or I wasn't savvy enough. Otherwise, I would have settled for a condominium. I never told Don about my inheritance. Without a will, it didn't matter. Don sprang a surprise on the second day. While he sorted a heap of papers at a corner of the living room, he stopped and took off as if he remembered something. He emerged from the master bedroom hugging a little carton to his chest as he caressed it and whimpered, his head leaned sideways. "What is it?" I asked, bewildered. "Oh, Auntie, poor Auntie Evelyn." Oh, give me a break. Don had not varied his voice or wasted a single tear 3 days earlier when I told him about his uncle's death. And he had the audacity to whimper for an aunt by marriage, whose death occurred 13 years prior, whom he may not have cared for either, or known when she died. The find disturbed me, though. For all the time Mrs. Evelyn Houston had been dead, and all the years I had known her husband, her ashes remained in the house. Mr. Houston never breathed a word to anybody, at least not to me. On occasion, he told me to remember to tell his family to bury him in the family plot where his mother and wife were buried. "I had to show you that place," he told me several times. "We'll get a good car and drive up there." I wouldn't have agreed for him to drive me to the next county, let alone across several state lines, and I wasn't big on driving. "We can ride on a train and rent a car after we arrive," I said. Now I felt uneasy and puzzled by the little carton box Don held. I had the house thoroughly cleaned just before Mr. Houston's driver's license expired, about 2 months earlier. How did the little coffin avoid the dump? It looked like a discard, hard for the cleaners to have known to save. Perhaps Mr. Houston took the box with him, wherever he went, to get out of the way during the major cleanup. No wonder he didn't want to come to my house. He called me at dusk to report he was back home after I had already left his house. By the end of the 3rd day, Don ran out of questions. I had offered him enough information to help him navigate through the estate. He grabbed the reins and dismissed me. "I can handle the remaining work," he said, with the authority of an employer. "There's no need for you to come tomorrow." "I need to get back to my business anyway," I said. "Property management won't change," Don said. "Go ahead and handle it as you have always done." I continued to manage the properties and mail the rent money to Don, less any repair costs. I didn't deduct my management fees because it balanced out with the rent I would have paid. We talked only a handful of times on the phone and didn't see each other until 5 or 6 months later, when he paid me a visit in the mistaken belief I held the key to his probate woes. Regarding the sister in the South, my usefulness to the estate ran out before I spoke to her. Her son called me the following year to check whether I could intervene. I explained to him how probate works. I also told him I could do nothing about his complaints regarding questionable relatives who wanted a piece of the estate, or Don, who supposedly had kept him and his mother in the dark. Chapter 52. Psychic to the Rescue. Don and a woman appeared at the reception area of Hawkins Realty on Euclid Avenue, where I rented an office as an associate broker. Don is stuck, went through my mind. The couple must have by then learned how slowly legal cogs turn, especially when someone dies intestate. In Mr. Houston's case, when his sister's son called me to complain, he told me Mrs. Houston's distant relatives, even those she never knew about, who had kept quiet when she died 14 years earlier, had now come forward to lay claims. The court had to verify their claims' legitimacy one by one. At the office, a colleague showed Don and the woman to my glass-partitioned small office. I rose from my chair. Don introduced his wife. We shook hands. She looked about the same height as he, blonde and physically fit. She wore a dress with small print designs and a white lightweight sweater. "We need your help," Don said. As he and his wife took the chairs I offered, his wife nodded. "What kind of help?" I asked. "We need to find my uncle's will." "Except for the handwritten bits and pieces you and I saw," I said, "I doubt your uncle had a will." "We consulted a psychic who said he had," Don said. "You believe that hokey pokey?" I said, muffling a chuckle. "Oh, she's good," Don said. "She's helped lots of people." "If she's that good, you wouldn't need my help. She's highly regarded and she's famous." "Famous? Who is she?" They hesitated, looked at each other, and I waited. Don shifted in his seat, looked at his wife again. By then they must have learned that without a will, the court would settle Mr. Houston's estate according to California law. Don would inherit equally with all his other cousins, even the one Mr. Houston had sworn would never get a penny. Finally, Don told me about the consultation with Sylvia Brown, the nationally known psychic medium. According to them, Ms. Brown said there was a will hidden somewhere, possibly in an attic. She also said there was a person who knew about the will. "We have looked everywhere," Don said. "If you have looked everywhere," I said, "it can only mean your uncle had no will." "Can you think of a place he could have hidden it?" Don asked in a begging tone. "If we found a will, it would probably favor me a great deal," I said. "Why would I hide it to undermine my own welfare?" "Can you at least tell us what my uncle told you?" Don had asked me the same question, perhaps twice, before he fired me. Yes, Mr. Houston had told me how he wanted his property distributed. But the legal custodians would tell us that a person's wishes, expressed verbally to another, are meaningless. Besides, if Mr. Houston put into a will or trust what he had told me from time to time, it was likely Don would have abandoned the estate when he learned of the document's contents. "I will not repeat what your uncle told me," I said. Don and his wife left my office, perhaps still convinced I knew where Mr. Houston hid his will. Later, I thought the psychic might have mistaken the verbal will with a written one. Don didn't pay me for my services, as he had promised. Why didn't I file a claim? I never thought about it. Besides, fighting with the family in court about Mr. Houston's money, which I had a negligible legal claim to, wouldn't have appealed to me. Incidentally, if the public administrator had taken over the estate, they would have paid me for whatever work I did. I saw Don one more time when the probate court disposed of Mr. Houston's last rental property on Menlo Avenue. Chapter 53. Probate Court. About 3 months after Don and his wife visited me at the office regarding a phantom will, a Coldwell Banker real estate agent called me. She had listed Mr. Houston's Menlo house for sale, she said. She wanted me to give the tenants notice to move. I became so furious and short with the agent as if she were the one who had shortchanged me. I had managed Mr. Houston's properties for years, and I took it for granted that I would be the one to sell them. It became obvious Don was determined I wouldn't make a penny from the estate. The only consolation was he wouldn't sell the property on 52nd Street, where I had lived for 9 years. It was among the properties the city planned to buy through eminent domain. That saved me the humiliation of having agents, especially the ones I knew, showing their buyers around my residence. I couldn't wait to call Don after I finished with the agent. "Don, why didn't you tell me you were putting Menlo House on sale?" I asked. "And I have to hear it from a stranger?" Don mumbled. I couldn't catch what he said. "You know I sell real estate," I said. "Why didn't you let me sell the house?" "That would be a conflict of interest," he said. "Conflict of interest? How?" Don half croaked an answer about me being too close to the estate. Besides the money, perhaps he wanted me at a distance so I couldn't witness his struggle with what I could have done without difficulty. I suspected he preferred to muddle through rather than ask me. When the tenants moved out, I met them at the house for a final inspection so I could return their security deposit. After the now ex-tenants left and before I locked the house, I walked from room to room. I started having a physical reaction, similar to internal mini-convulsions or nausea. I diagnosed the feeling as separation anxiety. The Minlow house was my last connection to Mr. Houston's memory. Besides Minlow Avenue House and the property where I lived, which would go to the city, Mr. Houston had 3 other properties. Of the 3, the city would buy the triplex I managed through eminent domain. They were negotiating a move-out settlement with the tenants. That left 2 other houses to dispose of. An out-of-state house that I had never seen, despite Mr. Houston's occasional, "I ought to take you out to see that house," and the one he died in. I didn't want to buy an out-of-state house, and, of course, I wanted nothing to do with the death house. My emotions wrapped around the Minlow house. Back at the office, I asked the then broker of record at Hawkins Realty to go view the house and give me his opinion. The house was listed for $329,000 as is, which seemed reasonable, but because of my emotional attachment, I questioned my assessment. After the broker and I went through the house, he agreed that the price was attractive. I told him to write an offer for the full price on my behalf. As a broker, I didn't want to represent myself and have Don or anyone else concoct a story about impropriety or conflict of interest. Without a trust, a probate court had to confirm the sale. At the appointed date, my broker and I went to the court on 4th Avenue, downtown San Diego. An Asian couple accompanied by Don and the listing agent passed by where my broker and I waited. Don turned away, perhaps to avoid making eye contact with me. Since the others didn't know me, I suspected he pointed me out to them later. From where they waited, I noticed a few glances toward me. To them, I was an outsider, interfering with what I suspected was a pre-agreed-upon sale. I would have behaved in a similar manner if I were that Coldwell Banker agent. If I weren't there with my broker, she would have represented both the estate, the seller, and the buyer. She would have then received a full commission. Without competition, the buyers would have got their offer confirmed by the judge at whatever price they offered, as long as it was at least 90% of the listing price, which would have come to about $296,000. The only attitude I failed to understand was Don's. Was he still mad about the non-existent will that he couldn't even say hello to me? After a reasonable wait, the listing agent approached my broker and me. She asked my broker to give her my offer. He declined. He didn't want the agent and Don to analyze the offer before the judge saw it. After consultation with Don, the agent returned. "My client and I are concerned. Your client might spoil the buyer's chance," she said to my broker, and later fail to qualify for a loan. I understood their concerns. Perhaps neither of the two could have qualified for such an amount and couldn't imagine me doing so. To dispel their fears, I called my loan officer and handed the phone to the agent. After a minute or 2, she gave back the phone without a word and returned to her spot. My loan officer told me he assured the agent that all he needed to finalize my loan was an accepted offer. I glowed inside. When the court went into session that afternoon, ours was the first case. The bailiff asked for the 2 offers and handed them to the judge. The judge flipped through both offers and then summoned the buyers to the podium, like plaintiff and defendant. Because I didn't trust my emotions to adhere to my bid limit, and Don might accuse me again of his sham conflict of interest, I asked my broker to bid on my behalf. Before the hearing, I had told him I would pay a maximum of $370,000 with a $5,000 leeway. When my broker and Mr. Buyer went to their respective podiums, the judge announced a starting bid of $329,000, the listing price. Both sides bid in increments of $10,000, then $5,000. When the price reached $364,000, the struggle began. The bidders dropped their incremental bids to $2,000. My broker shouted $370,000, my cutoff price. The other buyer fidgeted. Did my offer clobber his? Not quite. He hesitantly said, $372,000. My broker threw what I hoped was a final blow, $375,000. The judge faced the buyer and waited for the next bid. The buyer shook his head, side to side, slowly, lips tightened. "Speak up," the judge said. "No," the prospective buyer said. The gavel came down. With that one thump, I never saw or talked to Don again. I also became the owner of the Minlow house, which I soon discovered was the biggest alligator I had ever owned. Chapter 54. The Alligator House. After I bought the Menlo house, I enjoyed a brief honeymoon. My emotions calmed. To remain connected to Mr. Houston, all I needed was to hang on to that house. When I assumed ownership, however, I inspected the house with a critical eye. As I said before, everything Mr. Houston owned had deferred maintenance or belonged in the dump. If any of his houses creaked, plumbing, electrical, woodwork, he got somebody to patch it or did it himself. To him, a remodel wasted too much money. The Menlo house, built in 1941, looked beautiful on the outside, with its red composition shingled roof and beige stucco walls, but it suffered from creaky old age. One had to crank the garage door to open it, and heating equipment was under the hardwood floor in the crawl space. The only thing the house had going for it was a good neighborhood. This wasn't because the houses looked exceptional, but because any neighborhood inhabited by white people, whether it was run down or not, was and still is referred to as a good neighborhood. I fixed the basics, upgraded the floor heater to central heating and air conditioning, replaced the antique garage door, installed new carpet and vinyl flooring as needed, painted the interior, and did minor plumbing upgrades. When I factored in my 20% down payment and $8,000 in closing costs and repairs, by the time the house looked decent for me to move in, it had gobbled about $95,000, with a mortgage balance of $304,000, payable at about $2,200 per month. The city of San Diego took over the 52nd Street property by the time I finished the Menlo house repairs. I moved into the house in mid-2004. I had put so much into the property, but I still didn't know the kind of property I bought until I moved into the house. Then its full character revealed itself. I had bought myself an alligator. People in the real estate business are familiar with the term alligator property. Such a property will rob you of your sleep and escort you to the poorhouse. It gnaws or guzzles its owner's finances and never lets up until the owner has enough sense and energy left to walk away or sell at a loss. I should have learned more about the house during the sale process. But since I was so determined to buy it, I hadn't read the title documents before I filed them away. When I received the tax bill from the county recorder's office, instead of the single-family residence that I bought, the bill showed I owned a 2-unit property, a duplex. This was because, in America, at least in San Diego County, after the American society began to frown at terms like servants' quarters, the county rezoned those houses that formerly had such units. The units were renamed guest houses, granny flats, mother-in-law quarters, and so forth. So the Menlo house's tiny self-contained room with its own gate, facing a separate street from the main house, counted as a second unit, a glorified studio perfect for a college student. I rented out the studio to a young woman for $550. When I later tried to refinance my loan to a low fixed interest rate, I learned that owning a duplex was undesirable, at least in that case. My neighborhood consisted of mainly single-family residences. When the appraiser looked for properties to compare with mine, he rejected the ones that had recently sold in the area, because he said they weren't similar to mine. Instead, he compared my property to duplexes in the neighboring, cheaper community. Fortunately, the upkeep of the house didn't bother me. In mid-2004, the country was in the middle of a housing sizzle. The real estate bubble had swept me along. I had no concern about a possible downside, forgetting the financial strife I had crawled through 10 years prior. Capital gains taxes remained the only thing that concerned me. If I sold a rental property I owned, I had to pay capital gains taxes of 15% federal and 9.3% California, plus an extra percentage because I would then be at a higher income tax bracket. Instead of paying taxes on $250,000 that I made from selling 2 vacated rental houses and saving the rest, I did a property exchange. I poured the $250,000 profit, in addition to $150,000 from a line of credit, into 2 condos in downtown San Diego. One a mid-rise in the Marina District, and the other one a high-rise in Little Italy neighborhood. I rented out the Marina District condo in September of 2004. The following year, I rented out the Menlo house. The rent I received didn't cover the mortgage payment, but I didn't worry about such trivial things. I moved into the 20th floor of La Vita, the Little Italy condo, and floated in the real estate bubble, giddy with joy. For properties I listed for sale, buyers' agents elbowed each other to get their offers accepted. It was the first time I experienced pure FOMO, fear of missing out, in operation. Like other real estate professionals, I frowned at indecisive buyers who dragged their feet and submitted offers a whole week after a property went on sale. After a dozen offers came through, any more offers were rejected by a turned-off fax machine before offers via email or DocuSign became fashionable. We all walked straighter and talked authoritatively about real estate. My friend Jim, all the way from New Jersey, implied I was a financial accident waiting to crash. He urged me to read The Book-2 by Dr. Robert Shiller. I respected Jim. Someone with a doctoral degree in engineering and wallowed in dough was worth my ear, but no guarantees. I read both books by Dr. Shiller, the one on the stock market bubble at the end of the 20th century, and the latest one on the imminent burst of the real estate bubble. In the end, I didn't heed Jim's or Dr. Shiller's warnings. The two were too learned. Besides, they were out of the real estate grid to understand. As much as I believed I had arrived, going on expensive international vacations every year, my euphoria was short-lived. In another year, the undercurrent of the slowing real estate market became unmistakable. I was too extended financially. I worried I could lose everything. The poverty that had hovered over me most of my life, and which I finally believed I had conquered, started to haunt my mind. And you thought you were done with me, it jabbed my psyche. I started backpedaling. When my tenants, New York transplant retirees, moved into the Marina District condominium, the man had said, "I will spend the rest of my days in this condo." That never happened. When the lease came up for renewal a month before it expired, I turned down their request to renew. The couple became disgusted, and the man said he never wanted to talk to me again. They didn't send their final rent check and instead used up their security deposit. They left the condo fairly clean, with the main door unlocked and the keys on the kitchen counter. After the sale of that condo, I lost $50,000. The real estate market continued its downward slide, like a slow-moving volcano, trampling property owners in its path. The 20th floor vistas of the Pacific Ocean and downtown in Little Italy didn't excite me anymore. Robert Shiller's words haunted me. I begged you to stay on the sidelines. But Jim kept mum. Maybe the unit's vistas impressed him when he and his wife Martha visited 6 months earlier. I felt conflicted when I put up the condo for sale. It was the one place I felt safest. I could lock it and travel without a care of any house sitting or security. It also had a luxurious middle-class feel, but it gnawed on my equity every day while my stress flourished. When I sold that condo, I suffered another $50,000 loss. With the balance from the 2 condos, I paid off my line of credit and saved the rest. I rented a 2-bedroom apartment on 2nd Avenue, where I stayed for the next 2 years. My financial trimming continued. I listed the Menlo house for sale at $375,000, the exact price I paid, which didn't include about $20,000 I had spent on purchasing costs and repairs. After 5 months, I received an offer of $350,000. I grabbed it. During the physical inspection, the buyer refused to adopt the aged plumbing. He didn't even ask me to do the repairs. Because the tenant had already moved out, I moved back in to stop the financial drain. While there, I replaced the aged plumbing, repainted inside and out, and remodeled the master bathroom, then rented out the house. By 2013, when a 7-year tenant moved out of the studio, it assumed its own alligator status. I sank $10,000 into the tiny place. Meanwhile, the economy was finally showing signs of recovery. When the bubble burst, it had knocked my adjustable interest rate way down, enabling the Menlo house, for the first time, to break even. Its rent covered expenses. The property and I stuck together. First, because real estate prices took time to recover, and second, because of the ragged economy, interest rates remained low. At last, the alligator house and I parted ways in July of 2015. Because of tax advantages for investment properties and my paying down the mortgage, I didn't lose a nickel. But the amount I made wasn't enough to offset the stress that the house had put me through over 11 years. The Lawsuit. Chapter 55, The Lawsuit Call. In May 2010, it had been almost a year since I got off Mariana's roller coaster for pure self-preservation, and it was 6 years since I bought my alligator house on Menlo Avenue. But that was just a baby alligator to prepare me for the financial guzzler and life-smothering next alligator that awaited me. I sat at my desk in a small private office in a boxy building of white stucco walls with a blue shingled roof on Euclid Avenue. Hawkins Realty had operated from that building for decades. The trust I managed owned the building, so I collected rents from Hawkins Realty. Because of affordability and convenience, since the building was near most of the properties I managed, I rented a small private office from Hawkins Realty as an associate broker, from where I sold and managed real estate for clients. So Hawkins Realty was my tenant, and I was theirs. At about noon, my phone rang. I didn't recognize the name of the caller. "What can I do for you?" I asked her. "You bought a house from me," she said. "I did. Which one?" "On Crooked Creek." Memories flooded in. 8 years earlier, I sold a duplex that comprised one tiny unit and a studio in order to upgrade to a larger property through a 1031 exchange, so I could defer the capital gains tax. I had to identify a replacement property within the required limit of 45 days. After searching without success for a while, I came across a house with a for sale sign. I called the phone number on the sign. The next day, the listing broker showed me the house. Despite the deferred maintenance, I liked the 2-story floor plan and didn't mind the cost of sprucing the house. That afternoon, I called the broker on the phone and told him to make an offer for me. He wrote a full-price offer of $230,000 on my behalf. During the 30-day agreed-on escrow period, I met the seller, my present caller, when my broker and I went to the property during the termite inspection. I didn't remember the woman, but I still owned the house. "That's many years ago," I said. "I moved in with my mother after the sale," she said. "I used to see your flyers, but I don't see them no more." "I stopped doing mailings." "I thought you stopped because my mother passed." "Your mother passed away?" "Yes, she's been gone 6 years," she said. "I'm sorry to hear that," I said. "What can I do for you?" "Do you still buy properties?" "Not really," I said. "I'm preparing for retirement." "That's too bad." "Why?" I asked. "There are other buyers." "I've got a problem," she said. "The house is in foreclosure." "In that case, you really need to sell." "I need 6 months, but Chase won't wait that long before they foreclose." "Why would you wait 6 months?" The caller hesitated again. "My granddaughter is 7 years old," she said. "She's with CPS in Florida." "What is CPS? Child Protective Services?" "What does your granddaughter have to do with the house?" "I need to get custody," she said. "How about her parents?" "My son can't get custody, and the mother is out of the picture. The social worker can recommend release of my granddaughter to me, but if she knows the house is in foreclosure, she won't." "Have you talked to your family about this?" I asked. Have you asked for their help?" "I'm the trustee. I've tried everything," she said. "I even saw a lawyer. He said there's nothing he can do. No one want help. All I want is to get my granddaughter." Her voice quivered. Because my family had been prosperity challenged for a long time, I was used to calls for loans which never got paid. But the granddaughter story had triggered an ache in my heart that continued to increase in intensity since Miss Borrower mentioned custody. "At least you can do something about your granddaughter. I have a 9-year-old granddaughter who is unreachable." Of course, I couldn't tell this to my caller. "How much do you need to get the house out of foreclosure?" $6,000, the caller said. "If you weren't able to pay the mortgage, how would you pay for the loan?" "I'll have no problem," she said. "Where will you get the money?" "I've worked in a bank," she named the bank, "for 30 years. I've just been laid off. I fell behind in my bills while waiting for my unemployment check." "How much is your unemployment?" "I'll get $1,200 a month. I also live with my 2 brothers, and they pay me $300 each, and my nephew and his girlfriend are coming from Washington State." She ran through the information with hardly a pause. "My nephew's girlfriend is rich," she added. From her assessment, she would receive about $2,000 per month. She needed $956 per month for the total payment of her Chase mortgage and the payment of $6,000. Since the economy still wallowed through the ravages of the Great Recession, the unemployment payments lasted so long that they resembled salaries. It seemed the woman could make her payment even if she didn't sell the house in 6 months. When the caller and I went back and forth on these details, I remembered the many people, relatives and strangers, I had lent money. But my mind was hooked on my granddaughter in Tunisia, although, unknown to me, her father had taken her to the United Arab Emirates. I imagined her baby American passport destroyed, and her dressed from head to toe in a hijab, memorizing Quran verses, and learning how to be an obedient, pious wife. I feared the father might also subject her to female genital mutilation, and I could do nothing about it. When Mariana was pregnant with my granddaughter in San Francisco, her Muslim husband had registered his displeasure with Mariana's non-mutilated, unclean state. Now, talking to the caller, I wished dollars alone could help return my granddaughter to the United States. Here was a grandmother who could get her granddaughter safely home for $6,000. If I couldn't help my own granddaughter, I surely could help another's grandchild. "I will loan you the $6,000, I blurted out, cutting into the woman's explanations of how she wasn't going to let me down if I loaned her the money. She kept quiet for a moment, no doubt surprised by my sudden offer. There was no way for her to know about Mariana or her struggles. I didn't intend to tell the caller what I hadn't told my friends, except one. "You will lend me the money?" she asked, with a hint of doubt in her voice. When I confirmed, she became ecstatic. From that minute, she nicknamed me my guardian angel. "But I need security," I said. "I know," she said. "The loan will be a lien against your house. But if what you've told me is correct, the $6,000 should tidy you up until you sell the house." "I won't let you down, Wanjiru." The day I went to see the house I would lend money on, the caller showed me the living room, 2 bedrooms downstairs, and the kitchen and patio turned family room. There was a padlock on the downstairs master bedroom's door. She said her brother slept there, which later turned out false. The family room/enclosed patio was dark and packed with couches and other furniture. No one could get through it to the back door. The garage was packed also. From the outside, its door looked rusty and dinted inward as if someone had driven into it years ago. While we stood in the foyer, a woman walked gingerly from upstairs on her way to the front yard. She looked scrawny, with terrible skin, a combination generally seen in people who indulge in illegal substances. "This is my brother's girlfriend," the potential borrower said, with no mention of who I was. She then escorted me to my car parked across the street, away from the woman and a brother who sat at the porch. "I need to tell you this. My brother can't be trusted with children." "With children? And you want to bring your granddaughter into the house?" "No, CPS won't release her until my brother is out of the house." "I don't blame them. I won't lend you the money either unless he moves out." "Oh, he's moving," she said. "My father had another house in Florida. My brother is arranging to go there." "Is that the brother at the porch?" "Not that one," Miss Borrower said. "It's her boyfriend." She winked and slightly tilted her head toward the woman at the front yard. I thanked Miss Borrower for her honesty and told her, "I'm not going back on my word, but I'll release the money only if your brother is gone." In 2 weeks, the brother moved out. I did an agreement and a note for $6,000. Miss Borrower and I signed and got the papers notarized. I then gave her the original documents to take home with her. I wanted her to think about her decision overnight and record the documents only when she was sure she wanted to put the $6,000 loan against her property. The following day, May 20th, 2010, without she and I talking again, Miss Borrower brought me stamped copies as proof that she recorded the documents at the San Diego County Recorder's office. We drove to my bank, she in her car and I in mine. I withdrew cash and got a cashier's check in the name of Chase Bank for $6,000. I handed her the check and wished her good luck in getting her granddaughter. Chapter 56. Lawsuit Nurture. I caught up with Miss Borrower about 3 months after I loaned her the $6,000. She still had not taken custody of her granddaughter. She spoke in a hurried voice as if she couldn't spare the time. "I haven't heard from you," I said. "What happened? You haven't paid me a single payment." "I know. I'm making arrangements," she said. "I'm tired of Chase Bank calling me every week. They say they will foreclose on September 30th. You haven't paid them?" "You'll all get paid. Don't worry," she said. "I already got a buyer." She told me she had signed a contract to sell the house to an investor for $82,000, the exact amount she owed on the mortgage plus my $6,000 loan. Instead of leaving it at that, my conscience misled me again. If she went through with the $82,000 sale, it meant no money left over for her to get her granddaughter, the only reason I lent her the $6,000 in the first place. I told her it was unwise to take the $82,000 offer. She could sell at a higher price, I said, pay off her loans, and have more than enough cash left to help her get her granddaughter. Because of the pressure Miss Borrower was under, and weary of foreclosure threats, she asked me once again whether I would buy the house if I believed she could get a higher price. She and I made an appointment for her to come to my office with her brother so I could explain to them how she could get more than $82,000. When she came, she brought 2 friends that she said she trusted more than her brother. Based on the area prices, I had estimated that with the poor condition her house was in, it would fetch about $150,000, which would net her $64,000. I explained to her that since I didn't have that kind of cash to pay her, I could take over and make payments on the Chase loan, put my $6,000 loan to her in deferment, and her $64,000 equity would become a lien on the property, earning interest at 7%. Meantime, I would fix the house, which would increase its value, and refinance or sell it so we could all get our money. Miss Borrower said she would rent a nice 2-bedroom place and get her granddaughter. When I wrote the offer, and before I presented it, I insisted her brother join us. He seemed disinterested and said he would go along with whatever she approved. We closed escrow on September 30th, 2010. In my helping crusade, I made 2 major blunders. One, I overlooked that the country was mired in the Great Recession's chokehold. The economic climate had devastated many Americans. Lawyers hovered over real estate like hyenas or vultures over a carcass, waiting to spark and nurture a lawsuit. My second blunder was purchasing a property without a thorough physical inspection. Before the sale finalized, Miss Borrower's nephew and his girlfriend had arrived from Washington State, accompanied by their 3 dogs. On the day of the inspection, the inspector I hired said it was against his company's policy to inspect any property occupied by pit bulls. I rescheduled the appointment on the nephew's day off so he could remove the dogs during the inspection. When the inspector and I arrived the second time, 2 pit bulls frolicked on the balcony upstairs, and the nephew was nowhere in sight. The inspector canceled again. Perhaps the pressure of the September 30th deadline clouded my judgment. Otherwise, I should have insisted on the removal of the pit bulls or canceled the sale. Chapter 57. The Cracked Slab. 3 days after the title transferred and Miss Borrower moved out, I walked from room to room. The house needed a complete remodel. The kitchen drawers were a facade with collapsed rusty drawers that couldn't open. When I opened the rickety cabinet doors under the sink, there was no plumbing, except a form of a dark, wet mini-cave. The bathroom in the formerly padlocked downstairs master bedroom looked like dilapidated storage shed, with a warped brown ceiling. The toilet tank had no cover, and black moldy water covered the sides of the tank and the whole toilet. The bathtub walls looked even worse. I needed to gut and replace both the kitchen and bathroom. As if that wasn't enough, the house had a serious foundation problem, visible from the now empty garage. The structural engineer I hired said it had a cracked slab that would cost about $40,000 to fix. When I asked him to note that in his report, he said he couldn't because the cost could prove even higher. The little voice inside me told me to walk away from my $6,000, plus the loan arrears of over $3,200 I had paid in escrow, and the $500 engineer's fee. I refused to give in to defeat. I thought I could still make the project work. If I had the slightest notion of the vitriol that would swarm toward me, I would have called it a learning experience and walked away. But I plowed on. As my Kikuyu people say, someone destined to get lost never meets anyone on the way. After I gutted and replaced the kitchen and the master bedroom's bathroom, in addition to numerous other repairs and painting the interior, I had sunk in $43,000. This included carrying costs, mortgage payment on the first loan to Chase Bank, insurance and taxes, plus my $6,000 initial loan. The house looked immaculate. When I listed it for sale, however, nobody wanted to buy a house with a cracked slab. The best offer I received from an investor was $155,000, just $5,000 more than my purchase price. Perhaps I should have asked Miss Borrower to slash half of her $64,000, but I never thought about it. The only option I thought about was to rent out the house while I shopped for new financing in order to pay Miss Borrower's $64,000. If I found a lender, I would keep quiet about the cracked slab, hidden under carpeting and ceramic tiles and under the freshly cemented garage floor. Otherwise, no regular lender would lend on a house if they got a whiff of the cracked slab. On March 7, 2011, I rented out the house. By then, I was exhausted. My nerves were frayed, and I focused on how best to get out of the potential disaster. I tried refinancing with Chase Bank, believing it was easier because they held the first mortgage. The process dragged on for 3 months before my papers reached a person knowledgeable enough to give me a straight answer. She said Chase couldn't refinance the loan because my name wasn't on the initial loan. It didn't matter that the grant deed bore my name and I paid the mortgage. Moreover, they had paid Miss Borrower whatever overpayment of insurance and taxes I made after the sale. Miss Borrower's $64,000 was due by March 31, 2011. I wrote her a letter explaining the refinance difficulties I faced and exercised my option to extend the payoff date for another 6 months. Meantime, I turned to private and hard money lenders, aka loan sharks, mainstream lenders, and others on the internet. Chapter 58. Crafting a Lawsuit. I've talked about and, at times, blamed my family for their neediness, which many times is beyond their control or awareness. But I can bet on my life that they would never concoct an I was duped story or take me to court for their failure to repay their debt to me. That goes against the natural order of things. It was therefore unfathomable that Miss Borrower, with the help of the law, twisted her $6,000 indebtedness to me and claimed I was the one who owed her over 100 times that amount. It's hard to tell at what stage she received enough advice from her cronies to convince her to consult a lawyer, claim ignorance, and add poor me anecdotes to her story to get the lawyer worked up and turned into a Robin Hood crusader. The lawyer came from the San Diego Legal Aid, where lawyers help low-income people who can't afford legal fees. A year after the sale, the lawyer sent me a letter to remind me that I needed to pay Miss Borrower by December 9, 2011. I didn't understand why a lawyer would collect mortgage payments. Entangled with the loan search, with 3 months to the deadline, I didn't acknowledge the letter. I thought I would surprise the lawyer and her client with a payoff. Finally, I got a lender through watching The View program on ABC station on TV, where Barbara Walters interviewed a guest who dealt with an internet exchange for lenders. The following day, Mark, a senior loan officer with Eagle Home Mortgage, then Pinnacle Mortgage, called me. After he checked my financials and credit report, he started the loan process. After Eagle Home Mortgage approved my loan, I sent the legal aid attorney confirmation of what I owed Miss Borrower, $64,000 plus interest. Subsequently, I called the attorney and confirmed that the lender and escrow were waiting for Miss Borrower to confirm the amount I owed her so she could get paid. The attorney said she would sign the payoff statement only after I paid off the amount, essentially paying Miss Borrower in cash before the lender released the loan money. I became agitated and strained myself to keep calm while I explained to the attorney how people pay off loans. Finally, the attorney said she would sign and confirm Miss Borrower's payoff and send the paperwork directly to title escrow. Days passed, and then weeks, without a word from the attorney. The title company waited, Eagle Mortgage waited, and they both called me. Frustrated and at my wits' end, I occasionally called the attorney and left messages on her voicemail. One day, the attorney answered her phone. On asking whether she had signed the payoff papers, she said she couldn't sign because I had a conflict of interest. Conflict of interest? For attempting to pay Miss Borrower? The statement baffled me. Desperate I might lose the loan I had worked so hard to get, I asked Mark, the loan officer, to contact the attorney and assure her his company was waiting to release the money as soon as she signed the payoff papers. Perhaps the attorney might listen to him more than me. For the next 2.5 months, the attorney strung along Mark, title and escrow, and me. To this day, I don't understand why I put up with such an agonizing wait, while, I suspect, the attorney consulted and searched for an angle on which to devise a lucrative lawsuit beyond the legal aid fare. Maybe I was patient because I didn't really believe Miss Borrower would reward me with a lawsuit. Or maybe the sheer exhaustion of remodeling the house and shopping for a loan got the better of me. Maybe it was also because I had grieved the loss of my brother Joseph and had flown back to Kenya during the house remodel. Finally, on March 15th, 2012, Mark called and told me the attorney and her colleagues would sue me for fraud and that he should stop calling her. Chapter 59. Mediation. After Miss Borrower's attorneys sniffed every legal nook and cranny, perused my agreement with Miss Borrower, now Miss Plaintiff, line by line, chased every loophole mirage, they begrudgingly settled for mediation. The attorney set the meeting for February 1st, 2013 at 9:00 a.m. at the iconic Emerald Plaza building next to the Halls of Justice on Broadway in downtown San Diego. The mediation consisted of 3 groups and a mediator. Members of my group arrived at the 16th floor boardroom first. My main attorney found me standing by the humongous windows, enjoying the captivating ocean views, with the 12-seat conference table to my back. He looked as sharp as most attorneys do, in his gray suit, coat hung over the crook of his left arm, and his right hand strained from a fat briefcase. Minutes later, a young woman waddled in, heavy with child, pulling a bulky briefcase. She headed directly to us. My attorney introduced me to his daughter, a litigator. He said she came to assist him in identifying legal holes or traps in case the court became our final arbiter. I worried about how much assistance she would give in her condition. Ready to sit, I edged around the table to the chairs opposite. It'd be too distracting if we faced the bay, my attorney said. The 3 of us chose seats with our backs to the windows. A fit 60-ish, all white-haired old man came in shortly. He said hello, but didn't introduce himself. I figured he was the mediator since he sat at the head of the table. He looked familiar. Perhaps I had seen him at the Association of Realtors or at a realty conference. My attorney had informed me that Mr. Mediator doubled as a lawyer and a real estate broker. I felt relieved. He would understand what eludes most attorneys unfamiliar with real estate, although they never acknowledge it, or anyone trying to explain real estate intricacies without first-hand knowledge and experience. The second group of 2 women followed soon after. It consisted of a tall, skinny brunette attorney in a gray pantsuit with a briefcase slung over her shoulder. Her companion and client was the real estate broker from whom I rented an office. She wore a gray sweatsuit with her long black hair tied in a ponytail. The 2 sat across from my team. Although as tall as her attorney, the broker soon slouched in her chair, a solemn scowl on her face, eyes half closed as if she still hadn't woken up completely. As we waited for the third and final group, a whiff of gourmet coffee floated in the boardroom. Would somebody offer us coffee or tea? The offer never came. I checked the time. It was already 9:15. I twisted my watch to the inside of my wrist and clasped my hands with my wrists slightly turned up. That way I would monitor time without detection. Miss Plaintiff's group of 3 attorneys, 2 women and a man, finally burst in with their fat briefcases in tow. My watch read 9:20. No hint of apology for tardiness came forth. After the three took their seats, there remained a lone vacant chair between them. The male attorney informed us that his client would come late because she had bills to pay by 9 o'clock. My body tensed. The matter-of-fact announcement irked me. The attorney's casual stance implied we should have understood and accepted that, despite the appointment being set up a month earlier, Miss Plaintiff needed to pay her bills by 9 o'clock that particular day. I looked around the table. Except for Mrs. Broker, who by then had her eyes completely shut, the rest remained stoic. I woke earlier than usual that morning. Instead of driving to congested downtown and getting late while looking for parking, I left my car at a train station and rode on the train. My mental financial calculator clicked on at 8 o'clock to keep track of my attorney's charge meter. I presumed he turned on the minute he stepped out of his front door. Miss Plaintiff and her attorneys had no problem coming late, expecting to fill their coffers by the end of the day. Besides my attorney's fees, most of their fees would come from me if they proved the monster-thieving fraud they believed I had committed. Mr. Mediator charged $400 per hour. He could afford to wait without agitation. To get to the dollar figures, the struggle would involve 10 individuals, including Miss Plaintiff, who was yet to appear. 7 white attorneys, 4 white women and 3 white men, had come together in a tug of law to financially hang or vindicate an African woman. The others at the table, 3 black laywomen, Mrs. Broker, Miss Plaintiff, and me, each looking up to her redeemer. Chapter 60. A Penniless Old Woman. We all kept mum and waited for Miss Plaintiff, the guest of honor, to arrive. Pertinent incidental questions to lawyers or instructions to clients remained locked in our heads because of enemy ears at the table. All sorts of contributions I had made and breaks I had given to people throughout my adult life clouded my mind. In a way, I blamed myself. It was my bleeding heart, as my colleague in the office had told me over the years. 15 years earlier, when I gave too many chances to tenants, Mr. Houston had told me the same thing. That bleeding heart of yours will get you in trouble. But most of all, I reflected on how I had worked myself to the ground, scrapped and gone without for many years since I came to the United States decades ago. Now, poverty memories had rushed in and remained foremost. You see, poverty is similar to an addiction. Once poor, always poor, at least in one's psyche. It doesn't matter how long it has been since one got off the poverty bandwagon. He or she could even be a billionaire. But if there is a trigger, dormant poverty memories reactivate. As I sat at that table, I regretted not returning to Kenya when I was much younger. Now I was too old to start from scratch. There was a chance, if the vultures won, that the law could hand over to Miss Plaintiff and others the fruits of my grueling labor in America. If that were to happen, I lamented, my worst fears would come true. I would end up a penniless old woman. When Miss Plaintiff sued me, certain expenses became automatic. I then focused on how best to minimize my loss. The week before mediation, I read again the facts of the case, something I had done repeatedly since May of the previous year. I didn't see how I could lose, but my main attorney said time and time again that jurors were unpredictable. That made foreigner toy with my thoughts, the immigrant who came to take advantage of a poor American black woman. Was that how jurors would see me? Would they believe I had enough to share and spread around? In hindsight, when Miss Plaintiff failed to make payments for my loan and that of Chase as the second lien holder, I should have foreclosed on the house as per California law. But due to that bleeding heart, I had assured her I would never foreclose on her property. I believed she and I would work out an amicable solution, get her what she needed, and I get my money back. Chapter 61. The Quiet Rant. As we waited for Miss Plaintiff, I finished going over my lawsuit. My mind wandered to people who have never dealt with a lawsuit. Some believe the law takes its course and that everything turns out as it should. If you haven't done anything wrong, a person may say, why should you care if they sue you? These people have no clue of the depressive stress suffered by people who are sued, whether they are found guilty or not, even when they have a horde of lawyers to minimize the trauma. And this is before getting to the financial drain. If you are an upright citizen and abide by the laws of the land, and you have never gone through a lawsuit tumble, give thanks to the universe. If, however, you are unlucky to have the lawsuit demon appear at your doorstep, it doesn't matter how loud you shout, "I'm innocent," or "I haven't done anything wrong." Your tormentor or tormentors will make your name sound like that of a monster, similar to the criminals you read, hear of, or watch on television. The outrageous things they write and say about you will shake you to the core. So you need to save your energy and get to work on how to defend yourself. A lawsuit disorients even the strongest among us. It isn't unusual for people to get so intimidated and plead guilty even without understanding what they are being charged with. So it never helps to lose your cool if you are unlucky to find yourself in this legal cesspool. Bloodsuckers count on that. Someone wants your freedom, your reputation, or your stuff. If you don't stand your ground and fight, you might find yourself at Father Joe's homeless shelter or in jail, trading war stories with the homeless and down on their luck crowd, while your tormentors enjoy what you have labored for all your life. How do you stand your ground? You raid your emergency fund or retirement account. Beg, borrow, or skip rob. You don't want to compound your troubles. And get a lawyer or team of lawyers who thrive on complex legal angles. Otherwise, you will be in handcuffs before your mind disentangles what the law guardians discuss about you in your presence, as if you are mute. How lawyers charge was another lesson I had to learn fast. Of course, they are paid, win or lose, just like doctors. It doesn't make a difference if an accused becomes penniless, goes to jail, or ends up on death row for trumped-up charges. It's no wonder some parents nudge their indecisive children, "You should become a lawyer or a doctor." In real estate, you can work on a deal for 6 months or longer, but if the property doesn't sell, you are out of luck. How about writing a book? If readers don't buy it in great numbers, which is more common than not, the years on the grind and the out-of-pocket expenses fall on the writer. This concept would elicit chuckles, if not a burst of laughter, if anyone suggested no pay to members of the exalted professions if they didn't deliver. Kenyan lawyers are not into drip hourly charges like California ones. They ask for a retainer fee to open a file, they say. Then they charge a lump sum or take juicy cases on a contingency basis. They get back at their clients by acting superior, talking down to them, and keeping them waiting for hours. They don't even bat an eye when they tell an out-of-town client who rode on a bus to get there to come back tomorrow. Lawyers in the United States, at least in California, ask for a retainer fee, then charge on an hourly basis for every minute they spend on your case, even talking to you on the phone. You think they would discount the time spent on pleasantries or establishing rapport. Not a chance. It is always on your dime. If one of my 2 lawyers called me for 10 minutes, when the bill came, it showed at least half an hour's worth. I bet they charged for dialing time and waiting for the phone to ring before I answered. I also noticed behind the scenes paper pushing, talking, or sending elaborate emails to others whom I had not taken into account. Fortunately, my lawyers didn't harass me for payments. The bills kept coming, though, with interest added to the unpaid amount. Another thing, their money, the balance I owed, earned interest, but my retainer portion remained stagnant. Perhaps there was a legal rule I didn't know about. I didn't mention this until toward the end when the office made an adjustment. When mired in a lawsuit, on top of the stress, one gets intimidated and doesn't think she could negotiate with the lawyers. I suspect they even send a client a bill for just saying hello, in the pretext she is taking a lawyer's valuable time. If a client happens to see her lawyer on a street of any California city, she will be wise to duck into an alley before the lawyer sees her. Perhaps that is why I gravitated toward lawyers from one town away, no chance of our paths crossing. If money is not an issue, that's one less thing to bother you. It is then advisable to corral your energy around the inevitable trauma. The lucky ones who rely on legal aid to file their claims don't need to worry. Lawyers volunteer or train on those clients' cases, and taxpayers will pay the balance of the bill. So a client can say hello, socialize, take her lawyers for a cup of coffee, or keep them waiting. They are like her family. I'm not suggesting everyone who goes to legal aid is sneaky, but a number of them qualify as moochers out to game the system or prey on hard-working, honest citizens. Chapter 62, Mediation Round 1. Finally, Madam Plaintiff burst in, short and stumpy, dressed in a navy blue skirt suit. We all turned to the door, relieved. Some forced a welcome look on their faces. Her male attorney raised his hand and pointed to the empty chair. I tightened my lips and dipped my eyes. I didn't even remember to check the time. Mr. Mediator lit up and said a general hello. "Now that we are all here," he said, "I'll open the meeting with introductions." He introduced himself as an attorney and real estate broker and followed it with a resume of his extensive experience. He then went down the line, from his left, starting with Mrs. Broker's attorney, who also represented her insurance company. Next came Mrs. Broker, from whom I rented an office. The plaintiff had included her as a co-defendant, not because of any wrong she had done, but because I hung my broker's license at her office. Next came Miss Plaintiff's male lawyer, who ran his own practice and now sat next to her. Next to them sat the tall, skinny, 2 young female lawyers whom Mr. Mediate said came from legal aid. The pale white blonde responded to something Mr. Mediator said. My body tensed when I recognized her voice. The woman was the one who played the legal shenanigans that had made my mind churn in anguish for close to a year. I felt a slight relief that we sat on the same side of the table. I didn't have to hate and see her at the same time. My group's introductions closed the first session. I noticed Mr. Mediator had added professional credentials and affiliations to the attorneys, but none for the rest of us, the 3 lay women. He didn't even mention our names. Our titles were simply plaintiff and defendants. Who cared about anyone's credentials? I wanted quick introductions and get on with business. By then, my watch and my mental calculator showed my bill hovered between $700 and $800. I expected Mr. Mediator to give the format of the mediation. He did not. Instead, he invited Miss Plaintiff's lead attorney to state his client's case. After the attorney started, he raised his voice gradually as he went on. My client went to the defendant for foreclosure consultation, he said. Instead of advice, the defendant lent my client $6,000 as a hook with the intention of cheating her out of her house. Despite hook appearing in the summons, when I heard the attorney shout the word, it stung even more. It vibrated through my heart and pierced my psyche. I qualified for a loan and bought my first new house in my 20s. Why in my 60s I had to lend someone my hard-earned $6,000 in order to hook a sale made no sense. A thud jolted me back to reality. The plaintiff's attorney had just slammed a stack of bound paper on the table and raised his voice. And she has 10 properties. In this tax return, the name shows Wanjiru Warama, DBA Hawkins Realty. It's all here, which clearly proves my client went to the defendant for consultation. Cool it down. There are no jurors for you to impress, Mr. Big Shot. Before the meeting, the man was a mere phantom lawyer to me. The legal aid lawyers had recruited him as the lead attorney. Now that he had talked, I disliked him for his manner. But I concluded his theatrics were meant to impress Miss Plaintiff and his 2 sidekicks. Apparently, he had summoned for my tax papers from the Internal Revenue Service, IRS. But what did he mean that my tax papers said DBA, doing business as? Was he implying I had falsely used someone else's company as my own? I conducted my business as an independent contractor and filed my taxes as such. So I knew his DBA claim was untrue. Otherwise, he would have shown where DBA appeared to everyone at the table. Instead, after his pronouncement, he swiftly put his bundle of my taxpayers back in his briefcase. Perhaps he wanted to imply or plant a seed of guilt in the minds of the people at the table. Why didn't my attorney ask for evidence? Can I blurt out that Miss Plaintiff's attorney is lying? My attorney had warned me not to interrupt, no matter how outlandish accusations became. So I held my tongue, settled back, and concluded that if I went through another mediation, I would defy my attorney and insist on evidence. By then, the plaintiff's lead attorney pressed on with his accusations. He stated I had devastated a family. He gave me a new title, foreclosure consultant, which he stressed after every point he made. My ears perked up when he got to the figures, the amount that would make him and Miss Plaintiff stop leeching on my financial blood. Summary of what the attorney ordered I do by dusk. Transfer the house to Miss Plaintiff without any conditions. Not to even think of demanding payment of my $6,000 loan or the $35,000 balance of repair expenses I had yet to recoup from monthly rents. Forget equity buildup in the last 2 years because of my payments, house improvement, and appreciation. Open my pocketbook and write him a $90,000 check for his services, and be quick about it because the amount would keep on increasing. My attorney's fees were my business. The plaintiff's attorney then started on punitive damages. I didn't catch his itemization. The $90,000 figure still swam in my mind and blocked whatever followed. I thought of the Superior Court down the street. It seemed that was where we headed. My nemesis would need a judge's order to raid a nickel from me beyond the house. Even with a judge's order, there was no guarantee I wouldn't suffer temporary insanity and burn the house down. I stopped my mental flips when the attorney mentioned his day's final figure of about $655,000 plus the house, which bumped the amount to million-dollar territory. Ugh! I let out a gasp of air. My heart had quickened after the initial $90,000, but now it resigned to whatever will be, will be. I didn't care if my attorneys reminded me that going to court would be very, very expensive, that jurors were unpredictable and might recommend transfer of all my possessions to Miss Plaintiff, or some other silly outcome that would find me on a slow boat back to Africa, with only bread and water for nourishment. I would dig in and fight for my rights, I promised myself. My attorney spoke next. As long as we're counting, he said to Miss Plaintiff's attorney, why don't you put it at $2 million? Yes! My brain high-fived him. Perhaps not asking for the DBA evidence was part of his strategy. Miss Plaintiff's lead attorney squirmed and shifted on his seat, indecisive, before he settled back and let the swipe slide. Usually my attorney talked and carried himself with an air of importance, but I wanted to see how he performed when it counted. With his good looks, gray sideburns, and at least 6 inches on the 2 other men at the table, I hoped I had chosen well. He challenged the plaintiff's claims, one by one, except for when he mixed up the loan and the sale timeline. I cringed and kept my lips closed. Besides his warning me not to interrupt, he had said not to correct him in my tormentor's hearing. But he never said I couldn't pass him a note. So I scribbled and pushed a note to him a couple of times. The first time he eyed the note sideways but ignored it. He turned and gave me an evil eye the second time. I knew he was rusty. He seemed to work to keep busy without much pressure. During our initial meeting at his office, he and his colleagues said he, my main attorney, was a mediation bulldog. He earned more, too, but he wasn't fully acquainted with the details of my case. My absent attorney, who earned less, had been the workhorse. He prepared the motions and handled the mountain of paperwork, including writing letters, emailing, and calling me for updates. Apart from me, he was the only person familiar with my side of the story. After my attorney concluded, I looked around the table. From the rigid bodies and stony faces, I doubted he had changed any minds. The insurance attorney spoke next. She touted her experience representing real estate brokers. She would feel her way through as negotiations progressed, she said. A reasonable stand on her part. I had seen her written response to the lawsuit. She had copied word for word from Miss Plaintiff's summons, as if Mrs. Broker were the one suing me. When Mr. Mediator said he was surprised to see her response, the insurance attorney said it was because she didn't have the facts. I muted a snicker. Did she feel guilty? Embarrassed? She, the insurance attorney, knew her client, Mrs. Broker, was the professional link Miss Plaintiff and her attorneys clung to in order to manufacture the alleged wrongdoing. Without that, the plaintiff's lawyers could not attach their foreclosure consultant charade to me. They had combed through my loan and sale papers without coming up with anything to which they objected or could hang the lawsuit on. From the start, a Chase Bank representative listened in on the phone. Even when mediation went to the back-and-forth phase, he never said anything except yes when Mr. Mediator periodically checked whether he was still on the phone. That legal procedure went over my head because Chase owned the first mortgage and I had made the payments for the previous 2 years. Chapter 63. Mediation Round 2. Mr. Mediator called on Miss Plaintiff and told her to state her claim. I turned toward the head of the table, feeling totally blindsided. It had taken months to agree on the mediation, and at least a month since all parties agreed on the meeting date. Besides their legal experience, the attorneys had all that time to prepare for their presentations, and now they expected Miss Plaintiff and me to make ours off the cuff. I never expected Mr. Mediator would require me to make a presentation, since I had a lawyer. Miss Plaintiff dived in. She had come to me because I was in real estate, she said. I tried everybody. I saw a lawyer, but nobody wanted to help me. When I went to Wanjiru, she thought I was a nice person. She acted very nice. I didn't know she wanted to cheat me out of my house. How can somebody I don't know lend me money just like that? Miss Plaintiff continued about how carefully I filled in the paperwork. She meandered, giving accounts that helped my case. Then she repeated herself as she inserted her lawyer's talking points into her story. Her attorney fidgeted, shifted about in his chair. Finally, he raised his open hand in front of his client. Okay, Mr. Mediator said, and took charge. Miss Plaintiff stopped mid-sentence. I wished Mr. Mediator had let her exhaust herself. The more she talked, the more baseless her case sounded. I glanced around the table. The resigned looks implied the star witness hadn't impressed anybody. The option of going to court looked attractive indeed. My turn came next. I presented a pitiful picture, a protest stance, dressed in old jeans, a gold sweat top, and tennis shoes. I started with the sale, easier to talk about without my emotions tripping me. I bought the house for $150,000, I said, to help Miss Plaintiff recoup her equity instead of letting Chase foreclose on the house. She had already signed another agreement with an investor for $82,000, the exact amount she owed. Except for my group, the table stirred. I had already given my attorney a copy of the agreement Miss Plaintiff had given me. I sensed it was the first time her attorneys heard she had signed a contract to sell the house to someone else. I hesitated, then stopped talking. You didn't give me that agreement, Miss Plaintiff's attorney charged my team. I expected my attorney to interject, point out I had nothing to do with agreements Miss Plaintiff made with others. At the very least, call on Miss Plaintiff's attorney for his shameless utterance to twist facts, and request that he ask his client to confirm the existence of that agreement. Instead, my attorney promised to give a copy of the agreement to the plaintiff's attorney, while his client had the original. My confidence in my attorney floundered. I consoled myself, it's just mediation, not a court of law. If I went to court and lost, however, that point would be a good basis for my appeal, I hoped. I could have stopped there, since any other story I told would serve no purpose. But no matter what happened to the case, I needed to let Miss Plaintiff know why I lent her the money. Or perhaps I wanted the reason to gnaw on her conscience, if she had one, for the rest of her days. I turned right to face her. The reason I lent you the money, I said, was because of my 9-year-old granddaughter who was taken away as a baby and is stuck in Tunisia, North Africa. If I couldn't help her to return to the United States, perhaps I could help your granddaughter to return home. It was the first time I disclosed that reason to anybody. The result of Mariana's troubled life and the existence of my granddaughter had remained a secret to my friends and acquaintances. I became emotional. Tears threatened. My words choked in my throat. To avoid all-out sobs in front of people, I rushed out of the boardroom, bent over with my hand cupped over my mouth. When I returned to the table, I couldn't continue without another dash to the hallway. I closed my lips tight and waited for Mr. Mediator's further instructions. Chapter 64. Mediation Final Round. Mr. Mediator separated us. He told Miss Plaintiff's team to remain in the boardroom while he led Mrs. Broker's team and mine to an interior, smaller boardroom down the hall. I could have taken a water and bathroom break, but Mr. Mediator didn't offer it, and I was too wired to remember to ask before we started on negotiations. My team rejected the $655,000 punitive damages and legal fees award, plus the house claim. We reiterated the plan I had tried and failed before the lawsuit, that I refinance the property and pay Miss Plaintiff her $64,000 plus interest. The plaintiffs rejected our offer and stuck to what the lawyer had itemized. This meant I liquidate everything and hand to them my net worth after I paid taxes. After a prolonged back-and-forth session, I blinked and caved in. The house had created too much trouble for me. I then offered to recoup from the rents my remaining $35,000 repair expenses, plus the $6,000 loan, and then hand over the house to Miss Plaintiff. In the interim, I would make payments on the existing Chase Bank loan. Meanwhile, I hoped she choked on her joy while she celebrated the gains from her ill-gotten gamble. My nemesis didn't take but a minute before Mr. Mediator rushed back in with their message. They said to forget the house. It wasn't negotiable. Miss Plaintiff wanted it by sundown. Then the groups threw figures back and forth like ping-pong balls. Despite his well-fitted tan suit, Mr. Mediator dashed unstately to deliver offers and counteroffers between the two boardrooms. By lunchtime, Miss Plaintiff's team had retreated to $255,000 in cash plus the house. The kitchen at the end of the hallway opened into a sprawling restaurant-type dining area. We found a fabulous buffet, salads, meats, and breads, laid out on the kitchen counter with no host in sight. The restaurant extended onto a terrace decorated with plants and big concrete square planters with tables all around. My group picked one of the strategic tables to enjoy the sunshine and the bay views. The others ate inside. After lunch, we returned to our respective boardrooms, and figure toss-ups continued as if we never stopped. The plaintiffs started from their pre-lunch figure of $255,000 plus the house. But after another round of negotiations, they lowered their claim to $80,000 plus the house. I dug in, determined to recoup my repair expenses and the $6,000 loan, but relinquish the house and equity. At 4 o'clock, Mr. Mediator informed my group that the plaintiff's team threatened to abandon the negotiations. Pure manipulation. My doubts started before lunch when Mr. Mediator told my team that Miss Plaintiff might not afford to pay him, that he might have to forego her part of his fees. Most likely, Mr. Mediator was telling the plaintiffs the same story, that my group threatened to walk away. The pressure to settle built up and heightened by 5 o'clock, the time Mr. Mediator said we needed to vacate the office. By then, the insurance attorney and her client were long gone. As they left, the attorney said they didn't see the point of their participation. "You have a lot to lose," Mr. Mediator told me. "They can attach all your properties." Like my attorneys, he reminded me yet again that jurors were unpredictable, and that since Miss Plaintiff had nothing to lose, she could take her chances. He punctuated this by a few peeks at his watch. "Don't get me wrong," Mr. Mediator said. "You have a good case. But as a real estate broker, the court will hold you to a higher standard." On top of the stress that ravaged my body, the prospect of losing my properties, my livelihood, paralyzed me with fear. I couldn't fathom becoming destitute. Poverty flashbacks assaulted my mind. The toil I had gone through in America, 7-day work weeks for 10 years, the 12 times I moved, looking for a place I could afford and feel at home, and personal relationships foregone so they couldn't interfere with my financial goals. And now this fiasco was how it was all going to end? When I went to mediation that morning, I knew whatever agreement Miss Plaintiff and I reached wouldn't be binding. The one thing in my mind besides winning was clearing my name. But when negotiations started, I noticed the issue revolved around how much I could agree to lose, not my innocence. By 5 o'clock, I had come into terms with somehow clearing my name, recouping my cash tied up in the house, and then transferring the house to Miss Plaintiff. But by then, it seemed nobody was interested in me recovering any money. Except for my attorney's daughter, who didn't become explicit, her father and Mr. Mediator converged on me, urging me to settle. I reached a stage where I wished I could cover my ears, so I wouldn't hear them rehash the reasons why settling was my best option. The pressure from my team and Mr. Mediator became so great that my agreement to settle depended on how much physical and mental exhaustion my body could withstand, coupled with the fear of the jurors are unpredictable. My body and mind worn to a point of feeling woozy, I wished we could postpone to another day. Dehydration could have been a factor, too. Except for lunchtime, I don't recall taking a single drink of water or a bathroom break during the day's negotiations. I conceded, just before 6 o'clock. I agreed with my team to let Miss Plaintiff rob me of the house, 2-year equity buildup, $35,000 balance of repair expenses, and the $6,000 loan, for a total upward of $100,000. Besides the money, my good record was tainted in addition to the unquantifiable mental anguish I had undergone. That was my limit. They needed to accept or face me in court. They accepted. The lawyers and Mr. Mediator agreed my attorney would draw the terms of the mediation agreement for the transfer at the end of the month, February 28, 2013. After signatures, he would open an escrow, a neutral entity, to do the transfer. Why didn't Miss Plaintiff's attorneys prepare the agreement? It was their lawsuit, but somebody had to pay. With my lawyers doing the work, the burden fell on me. That didn't disturb me. I estimated it would take about 2 weeks. But just in case the attorneys kept to form, I allowed 1 month at most. Better pay the 1-month bill and have the nightmare out of my life. Except I overrated attorneys' efficiency. Chapter 65. This too shall pass. 2 weeks passed without hearing from either of my attorneys. Then a month. Calling them to check on the progress wouldn't have helped except add charges to my bill. Meanwhile, the lawsuit dominated my thoughts day in and day out and affected every aspect of my life. Finally, on March 8, 2013, my number 2 attorney called to say he was about to email the mediation agreement for my signature. I went quiet. I had read and helped with every piece of paper regarding the lawsuit. Why hadn't he sent me a draft of the final agreement for me to proofread? After back-and-forth amendments, he said, "Everyone has agreed on the final version." "Not everyone," I said, with my voice higher than civil. "I haven't seen it." "I understand what you mean," the attorney said. "If you understand my concern, then why didn't you send me the draft?" "It's not up to me," he said. "If it's not what I agreed to," I said, "I'll have to pay hundreds of dollars to have the agreement redrawn." "I understand your frustration," he said. "You need to talk to Dave." After the phone call, going back on the agreement and dragging everybody to court seemed a possibility. I still believed my team capitulated unnecessarily during mediation. I braced for calmness, and even, for the first time, remembered to throw in a handful of intervention breaths. I feared I might make a foolish decision that I might regret later. Dave, my main attorney, called within an hour. By then, I had calmed somewhat. "How are you doing?" he asked when I answered the phone. "I hear you aren't happy with the way the agreement was handled." "I'm not doing well," I said. "I don't understand how you made the agreement without me while I'm the one paying for it." "Because you had agreed on the preliminaries," he said. "I didn't see the need to burden you with details." He and a colleague had looked out for my interests, he said, like a broker representing a seller or a buyer. He added, as a real estate broker himself, he understood my concern because attorneys tend to drag things out needlessly. "That's why we need to finish up and get these people out of your life." After I signed the agreement, my attorney called occasionally to clarify a mundane point or to get a document so he could reply to an email from Miss Plaintiff's attorneys. I suspected half the bill I paid during that period was for when he clarified things for the plaintiffs. Just like the legal aid attorney wanted me to pay Miss Plaintiff before the lender released my loan, They now insisted on getting all the documents and collected rent sent to them, outside escrow, before they signed final papers to close the case. They seemed not to understand how the escrow, a neutral company, worked. Perhaps they feared the escrow employees would favor me even though I hadn't selected the company, or known, or dealt with them before. So, despite my having everything required to close escrow, calls for documents or information roamed through various routes before they reached me. The longest route was where Miss Plaintiff's attorney called or emailed escrow, then escrow called or emailed my attorney called me, and then relayed the information through the same roundabout route. Even escrow didn't dare call me directly. I had become untouchable, good only for paying the charges that resulted from the circuitous communication. April came and went, 3 months of calls and emails. At the mediation, all parties agreed transfer would take place on February 28, 2013. But at the beginning of May, Miss Plaintiff's team wanted me to pay to Chase the March mortgage, but give them the rent. I reached the end of my tether and refused to sign final papers unless the plaintiff dropped the new requirement. The process came to a standstill. The week that followed, I tossed and turned, waking several times a night. I had sworn to myself that I wouldn't give another cent, but I still felt like a captive. For the past year, I had analyzed why I put myself in such a precarious position, with my financial and mental life kicked this way and that like a football in a World Cup match. I regretted what I called my weakness of taking the time to listen to details of potential borrowers' financial woes, and called myself foolish countless times. How did I let my well-intentioned act get out of hand and the gesture become so twisted and so expensive? I had to admit red flags had flapped all around Miss Plaintiff, which I mistook for an unfortunate bump in her life as opposed to what was clearly her lifestyle. Now, near to the close of the lawsuit, the worst part came when I lurched on confusion and self-doubt. Was refusing to sign the final documents the right thing to do? Was 1 month's mortgage payment worth going to court for? I wanted my day in court, but at what cost? What if jurors ruled against me? Besides jurors not being predictable, my attorney had told me if we went to court, the lawsuit would cost me an extra $75,000 to $100,000 in legal fees, plus more mental turmoil. And there was a chance I could lose the case and would have to appeal. With such a bleak alternative, I consoled myself, someday even this shall pass. Chapter 66. Self-Help. On the morning of May 8th, 2013, my main attorney called and said everyone was complaining I had refused to sign the final papers. I'm not complaining, I thought, as he and I debated on the folly of my ways. I'm not paying a mortgage for someone who has just robbed me, I finally said. Even a coward fights back sometime. In the end, my attorney's call cleared the confusion I had in my mind and energized me. I still disregarded his request that I sign the documents. I had spent a whole year reacting to what the plaintiff threw at me. For the first time, I decided to go on the offensive, alone. I kicked ideas around on the best way forward without making my situation worse. At the top of my consideration was, if the item of contention disappeared, say the house accidentally burned down, what would the attorneys wrangle about? Would my tormentors pursue me with the same fervor? Within 2 hours, I knew the answer to our dilemma. I decided not to consult or share it with a soul and risk being talked out of it. I booted my desktop computer and went online in search of blank documents. I printed a copy of a blank grant deed form. Next, I pulled out my portable electric typewriter from the corner where I stored it. After I dusted it, tested the keys, the ribbon, and typed a few lines to get it going, the machine worked fine. From the papers I received from escrow, I took out a copy of their grant deed that showed my transfer of the house to Miss Plaintiff and awaited my signature. I typed into my blank form the property description and transfer details, leaving out the escrow name and references. That done, I took my version of the grant deed to a check cashing place and got it notarized. My document in hand, I drove to the county building on 1600 Pacific Highway, walked up the steps to the county recorder's office, and got in line. This is it. At the counter, I paid a $32 fee. The clerk punched the date and time on the grant deed. From that minute, I didn't own the house. It belonged to Miss Plaintiff. That instant, the lightness that my body, soul, and mind experienced is indescribable. It was as if an aura or a body of negativity washed away. I kicked myself for why I didn't think of the solution 2 months prior. But I had no time to waste. I needed to wrap up things before offices closed. Back in the office, I sent a letter to my attorney telling him I had transferred the house to Miss Plaintiff. I asked him to send me his final bill. I copied the letter to Miss Plaintiff's attorney and the escrow company. In the copy to escrow, I attached a cashier's check for $3,244.14, which included rent the tenant had deposited into my account and the February mortgage payment. I also attached the rental agreement and other records for Miss Plaintiff. I was done. The attorneys could continue to wrangle as they pleased. I didn't want to know or care what they talked about. As for Miss Plaintiff, she could celebrate her ill-gotten good fortune, while I hoped bad karma kept an eye on her every step of the way. I never received a phone call or heard a peep from a single person from the everyone crowd. But within days, I received updated escrow papers without the March mortgage payment demand. I signed. Escrow settled in another 10 days. Despite the settled lawsuit, I couldn't shake the hook, the idea that I had to loan someone money in order to buy a house. It needled my thoughts constantly. But not for long. 3 other incidents took place back-to-back that May. First, my landlady hiked my rent above market rates for the area. It bothered me because she increased my rent every year, and I already paid market rent. And in the past 3 years, I had paid her rent and called her only once for a leaky pipe. Now I decided to pay the exorbitant rent and look elsewhere for a cheaper place. Secondly, as if on cue, an upstairs condominium, similar to the one I rented, but with better views of the neighborhood and hills, came on the market. When I called the agent, I told him to calculate the monthly payment for me. It turned out that if I bought that condo, my monthly mortgage, taxes, and homeowners' fees would be $275 less than the rent I paid. The third incident came about because of my concern for legal fees months prior. When my attorney told me it could cost me $75,000 to $100,000 extra if we went to court, I never mentioned my potential backup. I quietly put my rental property for sale to raise the money. Then, Mrs. Broker brought me a cash offer on that rental house she was selling for me. I almost did a happy dance when she said the buyer wanted to pay cash and finalize the sale in 10 days. Now free of the court circus hovering over me, I was about to come into a pile of money to do as I pleased. I bought, spruced, and moved into the upstairs condominium. With the bulk of the money, I splurged on an investment property through a 1031 exchange tax deferment in a neighborhood I admired but couldn't afford back in 1997, just a month after losing the house to Miss Plaintiff. The so-called hook vanished from my mind. The end. You have been listening to Entangled in America, Book 2 of Alone in America duology, written by Wanjiru Warama. Narrated by Robin J. Sitton. Copyright 2017 by Wanjiru Warama. Production copyright by Wanjiru Warama.